Chapter 236, Miscalculated Talent. Yoshi and Isamu trained Fujin for 3 continuous days. Fujin absorbed all their teachings and became capable enough to use this jutsu on humans. However, despite his rapid progress, Yoshi and Isamu weren't happy as they weren't able to change Fujin's mind. Fujin thanked them once again before leaving. After exiting the talent, Fujin let out a sigh. He could see reluctance in the eyes of Yoshi and Isamu. He thought, they really wanted me to pursue medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, that's not the path I want to move on. That said, I understood why they wanted me to pursue this path. It isn't that they think that my talent is good, they probably think that my talent is the greatest due to how quickly I learnt the jutsu. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. If it was, perhaps I'd be tempted to take this path at the beginning. Back in the hospital, Isamu let out a sigh and said, "We couldn't change his mind." Yoshi nodded and said, "Yes. But I know someone who can. Come with me." Isamu was surprised. He looked at Yoshi and asked, "Who are you talking about, sensei?" Yoshi smirked and said, "Oh, you know him? He is the best in the world at influencing kids." Isamu was still confused. He couldn't figure out who Yoshi was referring to. However, he didn't ask as it looked like Yoshi wanted to keep him in suspense. He quickly followed Yoshi. After a few minutes, both entered into a room. Isamu's eyes twitched as he muttered, "I should have known." Yoshi smirked and bowed slightly, "Lord Hokage." Hiruzen looked at them and said, "Yoshi, Isamu, how have you two been?" Yoshi replied, "We have been great, Lord Hokage. We have come here because we have a request for you and hope that you can do it. It will provide a huge boost to our medical capabilities." Hiruzen was surprised at his claim. He thought, since Tsunade left, our medical ninjutsu hasn't made much progress. "What did these two find?" He asked, "What is your request?" Yoshi said, "We met a young kid who has incredible talent at medical ninjutsu. We believe that it may even surpass Tsunade's talent. He managed to learn the mystical palm jutsu with minimal guidance in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, he isn't interested in pursuing medical ninjutsu. Can you convince him to do so?" Hiruzen asked, "Who is the kid?" Yoshi answered, "Suzuki Fujin." Hiruzen went silent for a few seconds as thoughts ran through his mind. He shook his head and said, "No." Yoshi was surprised. He quickly asked, "Why no?" However, Hiruzen interrupted him, "You two are mistaken. He isn't talented in medical ninjutsu." Yoshi and Isamu weren't expecting such a response. Hiruzen corrected himself, "Well, he could be. But mystical palm jutsu won't be a good measure of his talent. Fujin has had excellent chakra control since his academy days. And he has learned the Senju Taijutsu style. So he is accustomed to both yang chakra and excellent chakra control. That is why he learnt mystical palm jutsu so quickly." Yoshi and Isamu were dumbfounded by that answer. They looked into each other's eyes. Both were so excited by Fujin's talent and prospects that they never thought from this angle. Isamu muttered, "Is he related to the Senju clan?" Hiruzen answered, "No. But his sensei was from the Senju clan." Yoshi and Isamu let out a sigh. Yoshi said, "We got excited about nothing. Sorry for wasting your time, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen replied with a chuckle, "It's fine. It was good to see you after a long time. You can leave." Yoshi and Isamu nodded and left. Hiruzen saw their backs while thinking, though it doesn't show his talent in medical ninjutsu, it definitely shows his talent in yang release. After all, I doubt Renjiro would have spoon-fed him everything. No, he certainly didn't know about it when I trained him. Now that he has learnt it, I wonder if he will manage to use yang and yin chakra to modify his jutsus and make them stronger. Hiruzen obviously knew how to use yin and yang chakra to amplify his jutsus. When Fujin arrived to collect the swords, he was surprised to learn that Fujin wanted to learn mystical palm jutsu. Knowing that it would mean that he would have to learn how to use yang chakra, Hiruzen insisted that Fujin learn the jutsu before he was recruited into Umbu. The next day, Fujin once again began using yin and yang chakra to modify his jutsus. However, he was stuck. He analyzed, just like infinite breakthrough jutsu, the air bullet jutsu also showed results quickly. But I haven't been able to modify vacuum bullet and vacuum sphere jutsus at all. I guess the reason is that they have already reached the limits of modification. After all, I could modify the vacuum cannon jutsu. But even that was very little. Since it was based on the vacuum bullet, it too was quite close to perfection. Oh well, I will just focus on my other jutsus. I will start with Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsus and then follow it up with Wind Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon Jutsus. Following it, I will work on the rank D and E Wind Jutsus before working on Earth Wall Jutsu and Lightning Jutsus. Fujin began training. In the next 4 days he modified Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsus and began working on the Wind Gale Jutsu. However, he decided to take a break and decided to work on another important project. He opened a scroll and withdrew an apple from it. The apple was rotten. Fujin observed it and concluded, good. The apple hasn't rotted any further despite it being a week. Time to create a seal with the opposite effect. Fujin created 30 shadow clones one by one and all began thinking about how to reverse the seal. For the next 3 days they constantly racked their brains thinking about how to reverse the seal. Hundreds of empty scrolls were used up to try their experiments. Finally, one of the clones sighed and said aloud, "This is impossible. We have no leads at all." The other clones didn't reply. After all, they had experienced nothing but failure for 3 days. Considering that Fujin was training with 30 clones, it was equivalent to spending 3 months trying to reverse the seal. However, not a single clone had any breakthrough. Another clone said, "Though we learnt this seal, we did it by reverse engineering the seal we already had. There are a lot of symbols that we don't have full information about. It will be better if we try to create this seal after becoming a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster." Fujin agreed with his clone's analysis. One by one he began dispelling his clones. The tiredness set into his body as he went to sleep. The next day he had just finished his morning training when an Umbu ninja entered the training ground. Fujin instantly sensed him and waited for him. The Umbu ninja flickered in front of Fujin and instructed, "Come to Lord Hokage's office in 1 hour." Fujin nodded. Having delivered the message, the Umbu ninja flickered away. Fujin saw him leave and thought, "Finally time to join the Umbu, huh? I kinda wish that Hiruzen took another couple of months. I would have managed to completely modify most of my moves using Yin and Yang chakra by then." He shook that thought and flickered to his house to freshen up. He thought, "Oh well. I have heard a lot about how Umbu works and how crucial their role is for the village. Unfortunately, there is not much concrete data on their true activities apart from the fact that they do a lot of dark stuff." A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he entered his house. "Whatever, I just hope that it is exciting. I haven't had a good fight for a long time." In an hour, Fujin appeared outside the Hokage's office. Takao was waiting outside the door. He looked at Fujin and said, "Right on time as always. Go to the basement of the Hokage building." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "There is a basement under this building?" Takao rolled his eyes and said, "Of course there is. The entrance is in the backmost room on the ground floor. Now hurry." Fujin nodded and disappeared from Takao's sight. Takao muttered, "I said hurry, not flicker." Fujin appeared in the room Takao mentioned. An Umbu ninja with an eagle mask was sitting in the room. He looked at Fujin and asked, "Suzuki Fujin?" Fujin nodded. The Umbu ninja made a hand sign. A hole appeared in the room. He said, "You are the last one. Enter." He jumped in the hole and Fujin followed him. After landing, Fujin looked around himself. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 237, Igniting a Fire. Fujin was surprised due to a few reasons. For one, the basement was much larger than what Fujin expected. It was definitely larger than the base of the Hokage building. It was one large and continuous room with a bunch of rooms lined along the walls. Except that there wasn't any wall or pillar in the entire basement. Fujin analyzed, the basement is so large. This would mean that it extends beyond just the Hokage building. I guess even the basement of the Konoha hospital is connected. So it could allow an alternate route of travel between the Hokage building and the hospital. Another reason for his surprise was the dense amount of seals he sensed in the basement. He realized, no wonder I never found this basement. The density of the seals here is almost comparable to my house. And they should be stronger as well. And the last reason for being surprised was that he wasn't the only one. He looked at the ones around him and thought, I knew that I wouldn't be the only one. But I expected only a few or at max 20. However, there are more than 200 ninjas here. Looks like Hiruzen wants to increase the strength of the Umbu unit to a whole new level. The eagle-masked Umbu ninja said, Stay here. Lord Hokage will arrive soon. He flickered away after speaking. Fujin looked around himself. Almost everyone in the room was much older than him. However, his eyes landed on an acquaintance. Teru too noticed Fujin and walked towards Fujin. He waved his hands and said, "I knew you would be selected as well, Fujin." Fujin wasn't overly surprised to see Teru. After all, he had heard a lot about the Umbu from Teru and his strength wasn't weak. Fujin chuckled, "I expected to see you here as well. But I didn't expect to see so many people here." Teru nodded and replied, "Me neither. It looks like Lord Hokage wants to replace the loss of the Uchiha clan by training a huge number of Umbu ninjas." Fujin nodded but couldn't help but think, "I doubt training a couple of hundred Umbu will be able to replace the Uchihas. But I guess that this is better than nothing." Fujin asked, "Did you see Hoka here as well?" Fujin didn't want to spread his chakra field here as it might seem insulting to others in the basement. Teru shook his head and said, "No, Hoka is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. He won't be invited into the Umbu." Fujin was surprised to hear that. But after thinking for a few seconds he realized that it was very logical. He replied, "I see. That sucks for him." Teru nodded. He was about to speak when both Fujin and Teru looked in a direction. A huge chakra was being released by the eagle-masked Umbu. He announced loudly, "Stand properly in lines and hear carefully. Lord Hokage will be speaking a few words." Hiruzen had appeared in the room. He stood at one end of the basement. Soon everyone gathered in front of him. Hiruzen looked at everyone and thought, "Good." All 234 accepted the invite. Hiruzen kept looking at everyone without speaking for over a minute. He made eye contact with every ninja in the room. Finally, he began saying in a serious tone, "I am glad that all of you have chosen to come here today. And I am sure that you would be surprised to see a large number of ninjas I want to induct into the Umbu." Everyone nodded. Though many had speculations, no one knew for sure. Even the Umbu ninjas weren't entirely sure. Hiruzen continued in a grave voice, "In the last month we experienced one of the darkest chapters in our village's history, the Uchiha massacre. The loss we have suffered is immeasurable, not just in terms of lives, but also in the trust and unity that once bound us. That we stand on the precipice of uncertainty, facing external threats that loom over us like dark clouds. Our enemies sense our vulnerability and seek to exploit it. Though I have managed to keep them at arm's length for now, they will still try to provoke us again." Hiruzen stopped speaking and noticed the mood in the basement. Everyone's expression had become grim. Hiruzen began speaking once again. However, this time he heroically said, "However, they are gravely mistaken to think of us as weak. We, the shinobi of Konoha, are resilient. We have faced trials and tribulations throughout our history, and yet we have always emerged stronger. It is in our blood, in our very essence, to rise above the challenges that beset us. We possess a fire that burns deep within our hearts, the will of fire. It is the legacy that has been passed down from generation to generation, and now, in this critical moment, it falls upon us to carry it forward. The Uchiha massacre has left a void within our ranks, but it is our duty to fill that void, strengthen our defenses, and ensure that no enemy looks at us with malevolent eyes. In order to fulfill the void, I work day and night to find the most talented chunins in our village. All of you will be inducted among the Umbu ranks. You will receive proper training to become full-fledged Umbu members. And every single one of you will strive to reach the Umbu captain position. I have no doubts that every single one of you will reach the level of the Jounins. With 234 new Jounins, not a single enemy village will dare look at us with malevolent eyes. You shall become the shield that protects our village, the sword that strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies. I have faith in each and every one of you, in your skills, your dedication, and your unwavering spirit. Together, we shall rise above the shadows that seek to engulf us. We shall write a new chapter in history of Konoha, one of resilience, growth, and triumph. Remember, my fellow shinobi, that our legacy is not defined by the tragedies we endure, but by how we rise above them. Let us stand tall, shoulder to shoulder, as we face the challenges that lie ahead. May the will of fire burn bright within each of you, guiding us towards a future where our village stands strong and our people thrive. For Konoha and for the fallen Uchiha, we shall honor their memory through our unwavering resolve. Now let us embark on this journey together. From today onwards, I welcome you all into the ranks of Konoha's Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushu Butai." Hiruzen's words sent goosebumps throughout the crowd. They made everyone's blood boil. Even the hardened Umbu ninjas got excited and more patriotic than ever. Most of the trainees shouted together, "Yes, Lord Hokage!" Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead. He stared at Hiruzen as he thought, holy shit. His speeches keep improving by the day. Even I felt goosebumps. He looked around himself. Everyone was maniacally staring at Hiruzen. A fire burned in their hearts and madness was visible in their eyes. Fujin gulped as he thought, wow. One single speech might just end up creating 234 jounins in Konoha. Hiruzen's face maintained a serious look. However, he was pleasantly happy with the sight in front of him. He thought, I haven't used this speech since the death of Minato. It's time to have another period of rapid growth. Along with these 234, I will work with the clans to create more ninjas at every rank. Only then can Konoha's army be properly reformed. Hiruzen waited for a few minutes for the excitement to calm down. He wasn't impatient about striking when the iron was hot. After all, he had just lit a fire in the hearts of everyone. He was assured that this fire won't die down anytime soon. Everyone will train hard for some time. Some might train hard for a few months before the fire dies down, while some might train hard for years and go even beyond the jounin rank. Finally, he said, all of you will be divided into teams. You will be assigned under an umbu captain. The captain will be responsible for training you for a few months and will also lead you in field missions. He looked at the eagle-masked umbu standing behind him and said, he is Eagle. He is the commander of all ninjas in the umbu unit. If you have any issues, you can approach him. He looked back at the crowd and said, he will begin assigning you to umbu captains. Cooperate with him and begin your training as soon as you can. Konoha needs all of you to step up at this very moment. Hiruzen took a step back and handed the reins to Eagle. Eagle quickly began guiding everyone to their respective umbu captains. He had already read all the files that Hiruzen sent him and memorized everyone's face, name and skills. Everyone was called here after he had finished assigning the teams. Chapter 238, Umbu Rules and Training Plans. Eagle was busy informing everyone about their umbu captain. Soon he arrived in front of Fujin and Teru. He looked at them and said, good, you are together. Both of you are assigned under Kuma. He pointed towards a bare-masked umbu and said, that's him, go and introduce yourselves. Fujin and Teru walked to him. Another young chunin was already standing next to the bare-marked umbu. The umbu with the code name Kuma was leaning against the wall. He was a very large person. He was easily over 7 feet in height and had a large physique. In addition, he wore plate armor and had a metal staff next to him. Both Fujin and Teru speculated that he was from the Akimichi clan. The youngster next to Kuma looked at Teru and said with a smile, looks like we are in the same team once again. Teru smiled and looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, he is Hataki Kane. He was in my Genin squad along with Yori. Kane, he is Suzuki Fujin. He was my classmate. Fujin and Kane said hello to each other. Kuma looked at the 3 youngsters and said, it's good that you 3 know each other. Follow me. He opened the room behind him and entered. Fujin, Teru and Kane followed him in. Kuma closed the door. The room was small and compact with multiple cupboards, lockers and boxes along the walls. Fujin realized that the room itself had a lot of seals for defense and privacy. He nodded in appreciation, not bad for umbu headquarters. Looks like the village higher-ups didn't spare any cost while making this basement. Kuma removed his mask and sat down on a bench with a smile on his face. He said, this will be our private quarters. You can use this room to keep spare clothes and weapons. We will also have our team meetings here. Everyone nodded and took their seats. Kuma said, let's start with introductions. I am Akimichi Tsuyoshi. You can call me Captain. I specialize in Akimichi clan secret techniques, fire release and using a bow to fight. And I prefer frontal assaults during the fighting. What about you guys? Fujin noticed, unlike Renjiro, he isn't interested in knowing hobbies, likes and dislikes. But I suppose that makes sense considering that this is the umbu. Fujin said, I am Suzuki Fujin. I specialize in wind release and I fight using swords. I am also a sensor and can use the mystical palm jutsu. I prefer to fight from a distance or to fight using hit-and-run tactics. Tsuyoshi closely observed Fujin. After all, Fujin's fighting method was completely opposite to Tsuyoshi's methods. However, before he could analyze Fujin, his attention was gained by Teru and Kane. Teru followed up, I am Senju Teru. I specialize in water and earth releases and am good with taijutsu. I prefer frontal assaults but can engage in mid-range battles as well. Kane was the last to speak. I am Hataki Kane. I specialize in lightning release and I use a short blade to engage in Hataki Kenjutsu. I can use the mystical palm jutsu as well. I prefer high-speed combat that keeps the enemy on their toes and inflicts multiple small damages to the enemy. My team can use the advantage provided by those small damages to kill the enemy. Tsuyoshi began analyzing. As expected, they aren't bad despite their young age. Fujin and Kane prefer to do high-speed battles to take advantage of their wind and lightning affinities, while Teru has the steadiness of the Senju clan. With me as the core, we can form several effective strategies and battle formations. It looks like the chief did a wonderful job once again. My team will cover all 5 natures. In addition, with Fujin's sensor capabilities and his and Kane's healing jutsu, we will have a rather all-round squad for Umbu, he said. Good. It looks like you have a good base. I will first tell you about some basic rules of Umbu. The trio paid attention to his words. Tsuyoshi said, for an Umbu, maintaining secrecy is a must. You will never talk about any Umbu mission you do with anyone outside your chain of command. In fact, you shouldn't even be telling anyone that you are selected into the ANB. You.to maintain anonymity. You will choose a mask and codename for you. You will always call the other Umbu ninjas by their codenames whenever you are on a mission. And when we meet off duty, you should never call me or any other Umbu ninja using their codenames. As you know, my codename is Kuma. The wooden box behind has a lot of masks. Choose whichever one you want. Also, choose a codename for yourselves. Fujin, Teru, and Kane nodded. They quickly opened up the box and saw a bunch of animal masks in it. The boys took some time to decide on their masks and tried them on to check which size fitted them properly. After a couple of minutes, they walked back in front of Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi observed their masks. Teru had taken a turtle mask. Fujin had a hawk mask while Kane had a fox mask. Tsuyoshi asked, have you chosen your codename? The trio nodded. Teru said, my codename will be Turtle. Fujin said, mine will be Hawk. Kane said, mine will be Kitsune. Tsuyoshi nodded and said, good. Now why? However, Fujin interrupted him. Captain, since there are so many ninjas in the Umbu, wouldn't multiple Umbu ninjas have the same masks and codenames? Tsuyoshi nodded. Yes, they get repeated. I know at least 11 other Umbu ninjas with the hawk mask and codename. But you don't need to worry, as it is a good thing. Our enemies can't recognize us easily from the mask due to how many there are. Also, you don't need to worry about confusion in our ranks. Lord Hokage and our commander have very large memories. They will always recognize you and give you the right task. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Tsuyoshi continued, I will first give you a brief description of my training plan. So listen carefully. Fujin, Teru, and Kane once again paid full attention. Tsuyoshi said, since you have been selected to the Umbu, it shows that you already have good training, discipline, and decent strength. So your training won't involve any jutsus or techniques to make you stronger. Instead, your training will focus on making you act and fight like an Umbu ninja. I will train you in various formations and battle tactics that we will be using in field missions. In addition, I will also teach you all about poisons, including but not limited to detecting poison, which poisons to use against an array of opponents and in various situations, and what to do if you or your ally gets poisoned. Your training will also involve learning various assassination techniques. You will also learn how to provide the perfect security. Infiltration, disguise, etiquettes, concealing traces, planting evidence, causing fights, diplomacy, and other such stuff will also be taught. He took a pause and looked at the 3 youngsters and said in a serious tone, as a normal ninja, the life of your teammates takes the highest precedence. I am sure that you have saved your teammates or got saved many times during missions. At times, you might have done that at the cost of your mission, but in Umbu, the mission comes above everything else. Failing missions can have grave consequences for our village. And getting captured by an enemy is a strict no. So you will also be trained to resist torture and will also be equipped with multiple means of ending your own life if need be. The faces of the 3 youngsters grew grim. They all realized that this wouldn't be as easy as their Genin and Chunin lives. And they realized that the risks to their lives during their time in the Umbu will be the highest. Tsuyoshi looked at them and asked, any doubts? All 3 replied, no, Captain. Tsuyoshi smiled and said, good. Though we may experience difficult situations, unless there is no choice, we won't abandon our comrades. So no need to be tense. But do train very hard so that we won't ever have to be in a position like that. As an umbu, you will have access to the training grounds and rooms that are specifically reserved for the umbu. In the entire village, these facilities are among the very best. So in addition to my training, you can train there to steadily and rapidly build your strength. A smile formed on Fujin's face. He had heard that umbu training facilities had training rooms similar to the Forest of Death. So they probably had elemental stones. He couldn't wait to get his hands on them. He would take every Ryo that Hiruzen won by betting on him back with interest. Tsuyoshi got up and said, "I will take you to your first mission as an umbu." Chapter 239, The Graduation Exam. The youngsters were surprised to hear that they would take a mission on their first day. After such a long talk, they expected at least a few weeks of training. Teru asked in surprise, "A mission on our first day?" Both Fujin and Kane also had the same question. Tsuyoshi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Since you are new here, we will be taking an easy mission. So you will get to do a mission and get used to the umbu way of operating at the same time." He grabbed his mask and put it on and said, "As I said outside the room, you will only refer to me by my code name." He walked out of the room. The boys put on their masks and followed him out. At the same time, the Konoha Academy was very busy. It was the day of the graduation exam. 359 students from the final year were taking the exam in various classrooms. Hyuga Hachiro looked at the file and said, "Next, Daisuke Daisuke." Daisuke stood up and walked to the front of the classroom. Hachiro looked at him and said, "Transform into Lord Hokage." Daisuke weaved hand signs and soon transformed into Hiruzen. He looked exactly like Hiruzen with no flaws in appearance. Hachiro nodded in approval. He and a couple more teachers entered his marks in their files. Hachiro said, "Good. Now show me substitution jutsu." Daisuke weaved hand signs and substituted himself with a log of wood placed in the class. He was even better at this jutsu than the transformation jutsu. Hachiro nodded once again and said, "Now create clones." Daisuke weaved hand signs and 3 clones appeared next to him. Hachiro was surprised. He said, "Good work. I can tell that you have worked hard in the last few months." Daisuke replied, "Thank you, sensei. It is all because you were such a good teacher." Daisuke didn't have any reluctance or shame in giving him the credit. He was aware that Hachiro would have a major say in his final marks and could influence which squad he would be assigned to and who his sensei will be. Hachiro was pleased by the praise. He said with a smile, "You have passed the exam. Go back to your seat. Next, Anze Buncho." Daisuke returned while Buncho took his place. Just like Daisuke, Buncho too did the 3 jutsu perfectly. Hachiro was surprised once again. He wondered, both Daisuke and Buncho were struggling a lot a few months ago. I was sure that they would fail the exam. How did they suddenly improve so much? He looked at the other 3 orphans in the classroom and wondered, have these 3 improved as well? He called out Iri Ryoma next. Just like the ones before. He too completed the 3 jutsus. Hachiro praised him as well and called out, "Next, Yuzuki Tatsuya." Tatsuya walked up to the front. Like others, he too performed all the 3 jutsus. This time, Hachiro wasn't surprised, but he was very curious about how they improved so suddenly. He said, "Good, you have passed the exam as well." Next, however, Tatsuya interrupted him, "Sensei, I have a question." Hachiro looked at him and said, "Ask." Tatsuya asked, "Can I perform other jutsus to improve my score even further?" Hachiro was surprised. He nodded and said, "Sure, go ahead." However, he thought, what is going on? Not only has he mastered the 3 jutsus but even mastered more. A frown formed on his face. I already sent all the talented people from my class to the elite batch. Did I misjudge their talent? No, they definitely weren't this good half a year ago. Tatsuya's question also surprised the kids in the classroom. They didn't expect Tatsuya to learn a new jutsu in addition to learning the 3 required jutsus. After all, most of them had a hard time mastering those 3 basic jutsus. Daisuke, Buncho, and Ryoma especially stared at him. Despite being close friends, they weren't aware that Tatsuya learnt another jutsu. Tatsuya weaved hand signs and pointed a finger at the log of wood. Fire release. 1 jutsu-a fire ray was released from the tip of his finger and landed on the wood. Soon, smoke appeared from the point of contact and after a few seconds it caught fire. Hachiro quickly made a move and doused the fire. At the same time, the entire class looked at Tatsuya in awe. Among the 50-plus students who took the exam, he was the only one to perform another jutsu. Hachiro patted Tatsuya's shoulder and praised, "Great work, Tatsuya. This will improve your score a lot. Do you have any other jutsu you want to show?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "I have just learnt one jutsu so far, sensei. I am also training in fire release, 2 jutsu, but I haven't learnt it yet." Hachiro said, "That is a rank D jutsu. You will need some time to learn it. But it's good that you have taken the initiative to learn by yourself. Keep working hard." Tatsuya excitedly said, "Yes, sensei." Tatsuya returned to his seat as everyone stared at him. He felt very pleased with himself. Hachiro called out, "Next, hand to Bunjiro." Bunjiro walked to the front. He was very pumped after seeing Tatsuya's performance. He performed the 3 jutsus and said, "Sensei, I also want to perform another jutsu." Hachiro didn't show his surprise and allowed him. Bunjiro quickly weaved hand signs. Water release, water pellet jutsu. He spat a bullet made of water at the log of the wood. It hit the spot Tatsuya had burned earlier and pierced 8 inches into the log. This time Hachiro couldn't hide his surprise. He thought, that was a rank D jutsu. Though the piercing power of his jutsu was only because of the damage Tatsuya did to the log, the fact that he could aim it on point is even more amazing. He should have excellent chakra control and aim to do so. Hachiro's gaze towards Bunjiro changed. He praised him a lot before sending him back. He looked at the class and said, "It is already noon. We will take a 30-minute break for lunch." As soon as he and the other teachers exited the room, Tatsuya and Bunjiro were surrounded by their classmates. In a matter of minutes they had become the most popular kids in the classroom. Only Daisuke, Buncho and Ryoma were upset and had a look of jealousy on their face. Fujin's analysis regarding the 5 orphans was on point. As he had speculated, there were slackers and hard workers in this group. Daisuke, Buncho and Ryoma stopped training right after they learnt the 3 jutsus and could perform them without failing even once. They spent their time relaxing and playing. On the other hand, Tatsuya and Bunjiro checked their nature affinity and chose jutsus to learn from the library. As a result, they made much higher progress as compared to the other 3. Without the requirement of having to wait for everyone else to finish in order to visit Fujin, the differences became visible immediately. And in the future these differences would expand further and break their little circle of friends. Daisuke would convince Buncho and Ryoma with his silver tongue, and they would accuse Tatsuya and Bunjiro for training in secret and not hanging out with them. It would result in an argument that would end their 6-year-old friendship. While Tatsuya and Bunjiro were getting all the attention, Hachiro walked with a frown on his mouth as he wondered, how did these 5 improve so suddenly? It's unnatural. And they don't have any family members to guide them either. Though Daisuke praised me, I didn't have anything to do with their progress. He analyzed a lot before having a bad feeling. He thought, don't tell me that they are spies planted by other villages. After all, brainwashing young kids and sending them to other villages as a spy is done quite frequently. Though we do a background check, it isn't foolproof. I need to inform Lord Hokage. He quickly hurried to the Hokage's office. Chapter 240, The Epic Missions of Umbu Black Ops. Hiruzen had just returned to his office after giving the speech. He was about to get back to paperwork when Hachiro knocked on the door. Hachiro entered after receiving permission and greeted Hiruzen politely. Hiruzen asked, "Shouldn't you be conducting the exam? Why are you here?" Hachiro replied, "I gave the students a lunch break. I am here because I noticed something suspicious that didn't make much sense. So I wanted to inform you." Hiruzen asked, "What did you notice?" Hachiro informed him, "My class has 5 orphans who always hang out together. Until a few months ago I was sure that they would fail. But today all 5 of them performed all the 3 jutsus perfectly. A couple of them even performed elemental jutsus." A look of surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. He said, "That's good. I didn't expect that we would have anyone outside the elite classrooms to learn elemental jutsus." Hachiro replied, "Me neither. That is why I am suspicious." However, Hiruzen wasn't worried. He asked, "What are their names?" Hachiro reported their names. Hiruzen nodded. The names were as he expected. He said, "These 5 had approached Suzuki Fujin a few months ago for guidance and were tutored by him. That is probably why they progressed so quickly. You don't need to worry, but feel free to conduct a background check if you want to." Hachiro was surprised. He asked, Is Fujin the one who graduated a couple of years ago at the top of his class? Hiruzen nodded and said, a few of them were in the same orphanage. Hachiro realized. He quickly thanked Hiruzen for providing the info and left. Hiruzen thought, that boy keeps on giving me surprises. I didn't expect him to be good at teaching as well. Still, from my reports, he spent very little time with them. How did they improve so quickly? Hiruzen wondered for a couple of minutes before topping. He shook his head and thought, it isn't important how he managed that. The important fact is that he did. From Hachiro's words, those 5 children would have entered the Genin reserve force and wouldn't have achieved anything else. But now, since 2 managed to learn elemental jutsus, it's safe to say that those 2 will at least become chunins. If they work hard or have good luck, they might even become a jounin. After all, though it might not seem much to learn an elemental jutsu at the age of 12, the fact is that they made the progress in just a few months. If they could maintain that zeal for a few years, it'd be great. Regardless, this is a great achievement for Fujin. Hiruzen was very impressed with what Fujin did. The act of training 5 children in a village that has thousands of ninjas might seem insignificant. But from Hiruzen's point of view, it was very significant. After all, there were hundreds of ninjas in Konoha who could be considered veterans and were far more experienced than Fujin. If these ninjas also guided a few orphans or civilians in the academy and ensured that those kids reached the chunin rank, Konoha's strength would grow exponentially. Hiruzen thought, initially we didn't need any such training as all the clans would train their next generation with all their heart. But after 3 great wars, the strength and numbers of the clan ninjas have severely dropped. Right now, the highest number of ninjas are from civilian families or orphans. It is unlikely that this would change in the future. However, these civilian students don't get the same level of guidance as the clan children. After all, there is no way a teacher can make a difference when teaching so many students who have different levels of talents in every different phi. Suddenly, Hiruzen had an idea. He thought, wait, instead of just hoping that someone guides these kids, how about I start a mentorship program? Hiruzen thought more about his idea and immediately began figuring out the details. In a couple of minutes, he decided, yes, this can be great. I will first make a list of ninjas that can provide good guidance. Then I will assign 5 students to each of them. They won't have to do anything actively. But once a month they will have to spend a couple of hours with the students, solve their doubts and provide them with some guidance on how to proceed further and create a decent training plan for them. This way we will be able to find all the hardworking or talented students that go under the radar. And I can even make some use of the retired ninjas who don't have anything to do. I could even ensure that most of such mentors are civilians or orphans themselves, so that they would feel an emotional connection with the students and take them more seriously. Hiruzen saw Hatake Takao entering the office with a bunch of files. Takao said, Lord Hawk. However, Hiruzen interrupted him and instructed, keep those files to the side and call Shikaku to meet me at this moment. Takao was surprised to see how impatient Hiruzen sounded. He immediately placed the files in a corner and left. At the same time, Fujin, Teru and Kane were hiding in the village while keeping a watch. Every single one of them was pissed off. Half an hour earlier, Tsuyoshi brought Fujin, Teru and Kane to the streets of Konoha. He looked at them and asked in a serious tone, are you aware of where the new Konoha prison is? The boys nodded. The old prison was close to the Uchiha compound. The new one was built next to the torture and interrogation department. Tsuyoshi said, since the Uchiha massacre, the duties of policing the village have also fallen on the Umbu. Your first mission is to hide out of plain sight and keep a watch on the village. If any fight is happening, you should break it off. If a crime is taking place, stop it and arrest the criminal and escort him or her to the prison. If it isn't, then keep hiding. Don't show yourself unless a situation occurs. We will meet back in the same room at 8 p.m. After saying that, he flickered away. Fujin, Teru and Kane watched with dumbfounded expressions as their captain gave them the most boring of the jobs and ran away. Fujin immediately cursed, what the fuck? He looked at Teru and said, you said Umbu missions are thrilling. Teru was left speechless. Kane sighed and said, I had heard that all Akimichi clan members are polite, straightforward and kind-hearted. It looks like it isn't correct. The group was still shocked at how seriously Tsuyoshi had informed them about the mission and ran away before they could react. Teru said in a dejected tone, I didn't know that Umbu were also given the duty of policing the streets. No wonder Lord Hokage recruited so many new Umbu. It looks like the newbies will be made to police the village until the training is done. Fujin said with a sigh, I never expected that I'd say that the bandit extermination missions were more interesting. Seeing that Fujin and Teru were dejected, Kane, being the oldest one in the group, took responsibility and said, All right, that's enough brooding. Though the mission is boring, we should still do it seriously. It would be the worst if we do a bad job and they make us keep doing this mission as a punishment. Teru looked at him and said, On the contrary, they might permanently put us in charge of policing if we do a very good job. Kane's eyes twitched. He said, Stop behaving like kids and keep a watch seriously. Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression and said, We are watching over civilians. Why are you talking as if two S-rank ninjas are going to clash in this street in the next couple of seconds? Kane was left speechless. Though he tried to instill seriousness, Fujin was on point. They didn't need to be serious while watching over civilians at the same moment. All three stared at the street and kept staring for a few seconds. However, nothing happened. Teru sighed and said, You suck at jinxing, Fujin. Looks like we will have a boring day. Fujin sighed as well. Yeah. Leave it. Let's take our positions. The trio stopped complaining and took their positions. They kept an eye on the surroundings while staying hidden. None of them was very serious as the job was too easy and boring. Fujin wondered, now what to do. After thinking for a bit, he made a hand sign. Shadow clone jutsu. He used the jutsu thrice and created 3 clones. 2 clones had 10% of his maximum chakra while the third had 40% of his chakra. The clone with the maximum chakra moved to the 23rd training ground. He continued his training of modifying his jutsus with yin and yang chakra and relearning them. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 clones went to the library. Fujin analyzed, the chances of any incident happening is low. Even if it does, the involved parties should be very weak. I will keep 40% of my chakra with me in case of an emergency. As long as nothing happens, my chakra will regenerate throughout the day. Meanwhile, 1 clone will keep modifying my jutsus. And the other 2 clones will begin training in fire manipulation. If we receive the same mission tomorrow as well, then I will begin training in fire manipulation seriously while keeping an eye as well. Fujin let out a chuckle as he realized, I expected to receive some very difficult missions in Umbu. To think that I would get a rank D mission like when I became a Genin. And that I would sneakily train an element as I did during the academy days. Life is strange, ha ha ha. Anyways, this is good too. Though it will take a bit longer now, I will still manage to modify all my jutsus in a few months. And I also learn fire release jutsus. That should improve my combination of jutsus with the summons considerably. It'd be best if I can complete all of that before having to go on the deadly missions. Just like Fujin, around 80 other Umbu ninjas were keeping an eye on the village. 90% of them were inducted into the Umbu on that day. Though their excitement was doused as well, the fire lit by Hiruzen still existed in their hearts. Like Fujin, they too began thinking about the ways they could get stronger. In the following period of peace, their strength would grow rapidly. And along with them, Konoha too would close its chapter of weakness and revive its military might. Chapter 241, The Spectral Swordsman, The Land of Waterfall. The Land of Waterfall was a country filled with mountains, rivers, and waterfalls. Due to the same reason, it also had various valleys which added to the beautiful scenery of the country. One such unnamed valley was a secret base. 12 ninjas were busy staring at a map and making plans. All 12 ninjas had hidden their faces using demon-faced masks. After some time, a ninja pointed at a spot on the map and said, Captain, according to our information, Lord Ito Yuya and his entourage have already crossed the border. They will cross this bridge in around 2 hours. The captain nodded. He didn't make any decision. A ninja standing next to him said in a soft voice, Yes, but he is guarded by Hara Yudo. Even with us 12 acting together, defeating him will be difficult. He is an expert at water release. He could defend the noble Yuya and counterattack at the same time. The captain nodded grimly and said, Yuto was away on a secret mission for a long time. I didn't expect him to return along with Yuya. It complicates our situation. Suddenly a snort was heard. The 12 ninjas looked towards the source of the sound. 2 more masked ninjas were sitting in the cave as well. One was wearing an elephant mask while the other was wearing a red ape mask. The ape-masked ninja scolded, What are you afraid of with us here? Do your attack as planned. We will sneak attack Hara Yudo and kill him. Even if he is an expert in water release, it is weak against our earth release. The mission will go as planned. The captain looked at him and nodded. With your assurance, I can rest assured. He looked at his subordinates and said with determination in his voice, our Kawaguchi family has been suppressed by the Ito family for far too long. Today, with the aid of our friend from Iwagakure, we will eliminate their successor and their strongest guardian. With this first step, our family will rise up steadily and take control of the northwestern area of our country. His words sent a wave of excitement through his subordinates. They all shouted in excitement, "Yes, Captain!" The Umbu from IWA saw their excitement and sniggered secretly. They thought, what fools. Getting excited about ruling just one small part of this small rural country. However, they didn't say anything. Their orders were to slowly expand Iwagakure's influence in Takigakure. If they succeed, then in the next war, Iwagakure could attack the Land of Fire through 3 countries without having to face much resistance. It would force Konoha's forces to spread too thin. After all, Konoha's location meant that it would have to defend against all 4 major villages. The captain began laying out the plans. He set a few pieces on the map and said, "We will set up our ambush just away from this bridge. This place doesn't have any water bodies close by, so Yudo's water manipulation will be restricted. After we kill them, we will burn their bodies and dump them close to the Land of Fire. We will plant some pieces of evidence that they were attacked by Konoha who retreated after killing them. This way, no suspicion will be cast upon us and Lord Daimyo will restrict the country's dealings with the Land of Fire." Everyone nodded. The Umbu ninjas from Iwagakure were also satisfied with the plan. The captain looked at their satisfaction and sighed in relief. Though their family had ambitions, they definitely didn't have the power to lord over one region. It was only due to the support from Iwagakure that they had the guts to make such a plan. So he had to ensure that the IWA Umbu were satisfied. With the preparations made, they set off immediately. They moved out of the valley and moved rapidly and stealthily on top of the trees. Within 5 minutes, they reached close to the spot where they were planning to set an ambush. Suddenly, one of the Iwagakure Umbu shouted, "Look out!" His shout alerted everyone. However, even before they could raise their guard, they saw air bullets ripping through the trees to their right and coming straight at them. Their eyes widened. The bullets were too close to move away. One ninja was too close to the air bullets. Even before he could see them, an air bullet pierced through his head and he dropped dead. The others watched the air bullets and reacted however they could. Some bent forward for the bullets to pass from above while some gathered chakra in their feet and stamped their legs on the ground to stop themselves and saw the bullets pass in front of their eyes. However, some air bullets still pierced through the limbs of a couple of ninjas. The Iwagakure ninjas frowned. Their plan was perfect. They didn't expect to be ambushed. Immediately, all the remaining 11 Takigakure ninjas and 2 Iwagakure Umbu looked angrily at the spot from where air bullets were fired at them. However, they couldn't sense anyone. Suddenly, the bare-masked IWA Umbu slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth Dome Jutsu and Earth Dome appeared from the ground and began surrounding all of them. The Takigakure ninjas watched with eyes widened as they saw a strong windstorm coming at them from the opposite direction. Luckily, the Earth Dome was formed in time. The strong wind currents hit the dome and caused tremors to pass through the dome. Dust began falling inside the dome due to those tremors. However, the dome didn't collapse. Sweat formed behind the masks of Takigakure ninjas. The captain gulped and said, "Luckily you noticed the attack." However, the Iwagakure Umbu ninjas were still frowning. The 8-masked Umbu said, "Be careful. I can't sense the attacker. He could be very strong." Suddenly, his body moved out of the way. Instinctively, a hole appeared in the dome and a very strong bullet made of wind pierced into the dome. The bullet hit the side of his jacket and left a cut along the sides of his abdomen. At the same time, 9 more vacuum bullets pierced into the Earth Dome. Unlike the war-hardened Iwagakure Umbu, the ninjas from Takigakure didn't have the same survival instincts. 5 vacuum bullets pierced through the vital organs of the Takigakure ninjas. The remaining bullets could only leave some cuts on the bodies of the remaining ninjas. The Takigakure ninjas were horrified and left tongue-tied. The captain's heart ached as he saw the dead ninjas and thought, "We worked so hard to raise them to Chunin level. The family spent countless resources on them. But in less than a minute, more than half of them are dead." Fear could be seen on his face. The Iwagakure Umbu noticed their emotions and frowned. At the same time, they were on guard due to how brutal and efficient their opponent was. The elephant-masked IWA Umbu once again slammed his hands on the ground while thinking, "We can't stay hidden here if the dome can't protect us. We will just be sitting ducks." Small spikes began appearing on the surface of the Earth Dome. The spikes were launched in all directions as the Earth Dome collapsed. The spikes buried themselves in the trees but didn't hit their attacker. They watched with frowns on their face as they still couldn't find who attacked them. The ape-masked Umbu instructed, "Keep an eye in all directions. I will find that bastard." He weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, earth-sensing Jutsue vibration was sent through the ground. Every animal who was in a 1.5-kilometer radius felt the vibration passing under their feet. They quickly began running away from the point of impact. Despite the large scale of vibration, the Umbu still didn't sense anyone. A frown formed on his face. He snorted and put more chakra into the ground. The vibrations intensified. The Takigakure ninjas could feel the ground shaking under their feet. The vibrations were so strong that they even traveled up the tree trunks. On one such tree, the vibrations were felt under the feet of a masked ninja hiding there. A smile formed behind the mask of the ape-masked Umbu as he muttered, "Got him." At the next moment, giant spears formed under the tree and launched at the ninja hiding on it. However, the ninja immediately flickered away. But since the IWA ninjas had already sensed him, they didn't allow him to disappear from their sight once again. They, along with the Takigakure ninjas, gave chase. The attacker noticed it and sighed, "Looks like I can't sneak attack anymore." He looked towards the ninjas chasing him and launched a couple of dozen air bullets. The IWA and Taki ninjas saw the attack and dodged it with ease. Due to the distance between them and since they knew the attack was coming, it was much easier to dodge. However, using that short moment of distraction, the ninja disappeared once again. The ape-masked ninja frowned and quickly began feeling the vibrations under his feet. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted, "Behind us!" All the ninjas quickly turned around. To their surprise, the attacker was very close. The Taki ninja who was the farthest in the back watched the attacker swing his sword at him. The scenes of his comrades falling dead ran through his brain. In a rage, he grabbed his kunai and swung it at the attacker's sword and yelled, "Die!" At the same time, the others grabbed their kunai to attack him. They planned to kill him when he was blocked. However, they watched with widened eyes as the sword cut through the kunai as if it was air. The sword beheaded the 7th Taki ninja. The eyes of the remaining 5 Taki ninjas went red in rage. They tried to attack, but the attacker flickered on a branch behind him. The IWA Umbu finally got a good look at the ninja. The attacker was a well-built young ninja who was wearing a hawk mask. In addition, he had 2 swords hanging on the right side of his waist. And the sword sheaths on both those swords were very exquisite. Swirling designs were etched into its glossy black lacquer. They immediately recognized him and their expressions became grim behind their masks. The Taki ninjas were enraged. They were about to attack when the elephant-masked Umbu said in a grim voice, "It is the spectral swordsman." The Taki ninjas suddenly stopped. Their expressions became grim. Horror could be seen in their eyes. They watched their attacker as if he was the Grim Reaper himself. Chapter 242, Time Skip. The 5 Taki ninjas stared at the spectral swordsman in front of them and gulped. His information began running through their mind. It was around 6 months ago when murmurs of a swordsman were being heard. It was said that he appeared and disappeared at will. It was said that his victims wouldn't even know when they were dead until they saw their headless bodies with their detached heads. According to the rumors, there were 2 features that were identified with the spectral swordsman. They were the hawk mask he wore and 2 exquisite swords hanging on the right side of his waist. The swordsman was soon called the spectral swordsman. Among the minor villages, he was a menace. There were no records of anyone stopping him. Even against the major villages, his record was very good. He would eliminate his target and escape long before any reinforcements could arrive. He was so efficient that it took over 6 months for someone to actually see him in action. As soon as he was seen, rumors of his appearance spread quickly throughout the ninja world. The ape-masked Umbu shouted, "Don't be shocked by his reputation. He is just one guy. Stay and fight together. Keep an eye out for his sneak attacks." His words snapped everyone from their shock. They prepared themselves for an intense fight. Chakra flowed through the sword of the spectral swordsman as he swung it towards the 7 ninjas. A windstorm consisting of hundreds of sword slashes immediately engulfed the group. The 2 IWA Umbu ninjas immediately slammed their hands on the ground. Earth release, multiple earth walls jutsu immediately, dozens of walls of varying sizes appeared from the ground. They surrounded them from multiple sides. Having experienced the vacuum bullets, they didn't want to lock themselves in without any room for escaping. The windstorm hit the walls and left multiple slashes in the walls. But once again the walls stood. Behind the wall, the ape-masked Umbu shouted, "Keep an eye out for those wind bullets, and counterattack once these winds die down." Even without his warning, everyone was as alert as they could be. The spectral swordsman noticed their defense. He opened his mouth and exhaled a horizontal wind wave. However, the core of this wind wave was made of vacuum. The vacuum wave hit the walls and cut through them with ease. The enemy ninjas saw the wave and immediately jumped Hayu P to dodge the wave. The wave safely passed from under them and cut off a bunch of trees before leaving a deep scar on the ground. However, their troubles weren't over. As soon as they jumped to dodge the attack, the swordsman flickered next to them. They watched in horror as he swung his sword once again. The one closest to him had no chance of dodging. His neck was sent flying in the air. Worse, the sword also sent a flying slash towards the rest of them. 3 more Taki ninjas couldn't dodge or use any defensive jutsus and died to the slash. Only the Taki captain and the 2 IWA Umbu were able to move out of the way. The IWA ninjas quickly got back on the ground while weaving hand signs. Elephant-masked Umbu slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, mud river jutsu. The ground in front of him turned into mud and flowed towards the swordsman at a high speed. At the same time, the ape-masked Umbu completed his jutsu. Fire release, fire dragon jutsu. He spat a fire dragon into the mud river. Both jutsus combined seamlessly and moved towards the swordsman ferociously. However, the swordsman just flickered out of the way and once again moved to their rear and attacked with his sword. The Taki captain saw his actions. He thought, "I can't let him swing his sword anymore. Or even I might die here." He weaved signs and spat a water jet at the swordsman to force him back. However, instead of dodging, the swordsman exhaled a vacuum cannon into the water jet. The jutsu overwhelmed the water jet and ripped straight through it at a rapid speed. The Taki captain didn't expect such a response and was caught off guard. He barely managed to move to his right. Unfortunately, the jutsu was too fast and much larger than the earlier bullets. The cannon hit the left side of his chest and tore it from his body entirely. Even his heart was destroyed. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and full of terror and shock. The sight sent a shiver down the spines of the IWA Umbu. However, they didn't let it affect them and attacked the swordsman immediately. This time, his position was pelted by hundreds of sharp spikes. However, he still flickered away. The ape-masked Umbu cursed, "Slippery bastard." However, suddenly their eyes widened. Both looked to their left. A blue arrow of lightning was piercing through everything in its path and approaching them at an insane speed. They immediately tried to jump out of the way but tripped and fell down. In a panic, they looked at their feet. They were shocked to see that their feet were stuck in the ground. Shock appeared on their faces as they couldn't believe that they were trapped using the element they were most proficient in. The lightning arrow reached them and exploded. Both their bodies were zapped mercilessly. A miserable scream exited their mouth. After a few seconds, the lightning dispersed. The scent of their burnt flesh could be smelled. However, they were still alive and barely stood on their feet. The lightning had got rid of the trap under their feet. Unfortunately, the swordsman appeared behind them and beheaded them both with a single swing of his sword. All 14 ninjas were killed. The swordsman looked at the dead ninjas and thought, "It doesn't matter how many times it happens, your intelligence still shocks me, Shikaku." He looked up to see a turtle-masked Umbu appearing from the ground. He was the one who trapped their feet. Turtle sighed and said, "Your speed keeps amazing me, Hawk. It's as if you get faster every day." The victory was overwhelming. And the major reason for such an overwhelming victory was his speed. He dodged every attack and always had the initiative whenever he decided to attack. At times, his enemies didn't even have the time to form a jutsu. Hawk replied, "They were at most chunins. Only these 2 were better. Still, they weren't strong enough." Turtle muttered to himself, "Do you have to keep saying that every time? Besides, you are also a chunin." Soon after, a bear-masked and a fox-masked Umbu appeared from the direction from where the lightning arrow was shot. Kuma observed the surroundings and said, "Great work as usual, Hawk." Hawk nodded and asked, "I didn't sense anyone else other than these guys. So is this mission over?" Kuma nodded, We checked the perimeter and didn't find anyone else. There shouldn't be any more danger for Yuya. And if something does happen, he still has Yudo protecting him. In any case, this was the only attack that the commander predicted. It isn't our job to keep protecting them until they reach their home. Hawk nodded. Of course, the commander who Kuma referred to was Konoha's Jounin commander and not the Umbu commander. Shikaku had predicted that a move would be made against Ito Yuya, who had good relations with Konoha. Hence, Kuma's Umbu unit was sent to eliminate the attackers and push the blame on Iwagakure. Kuma approached the dead bodies and instructed, "Turtle, crush them with earth release. Make it look like they were killed by Iwagakure ninjas instead of a sword." Turtle nodded and got to work. In a few minutes he changed how the wounds on everyone's bodies looked. He stabbed earth spears into the wounds made by the air and vacuum bullets. As for the ones that were beheaded, he crushed their bodies at the spot of the cut so that they wouldn't look like a clean cut. If anyone would see their bodies, it would be very unlikely that they could be traced back to the spectral swordsman. Hawk inspected the bodies and nodded in satisfaction. The truth is that he had done many more killings than he was given credit for. However, most of them were hidden due to Turtle's methods. So he was looked at as more of a fable rather than a bloodthirsty killer. After planting some fake evidence, Turtle buried all the bodies in the ground and they left without speaking another word and began returning to Konoha. They returned back to their quarters in the Umbu. After removing their masks, Tsuyoshi said, "Great work as usual." The mission was completed without a hitch. He looked at Fujin and said with a smile, "Fujin, over the last 20 months, your performance has been brilliant. Lord Hokage has acknowledged your performance and asked you to meet him tomorrow." His praise for Fujin wasn't unjustified. Fujin had fit into the Umbu unit like a glove and seamlessly blended into the Umbu lifestyle. He was efficient, deadly, and didn't seek fame or glory. Despite having a famous title, very few in Konoha knew that it was him. Kane and Teru's eyes widened as they realized what Tsuyoshi meant. Fujin nodded and said with a smile, "All right." Teru immediately patted Fujin's shoulder and said in excitement, "Congrats, Fujin." Chapter 243, Settling Debt with Interest. Kane also realized why Fujin was called by the Hokage. He smiled and said, "Looks like you won the race for promotion to Umbu captain." He sighed and continued, "Makes sense though considering how many people you have killed. Your spectral swordsman title is very well known and feared." Tsuyoshi shook his head and said, "The Umbu captain title isn't handed so easily. You will be given a promotion mission. The mission is usually very difficult. Only if you perform it satisfactorily will you be promoted. Anyways, no point in speculating about it. Take some rest today and ensure that you are at your complete readiness tomorrow." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, Captain. Thank you for all your guidance." The squad dispersed. Unlike the time with his Genin squad, the Umbu squad never hung together other than when they were training or doing missions. Tsuyoshi had instructed them to not appear together in public while they were a part of the Umbu. Due to this, the trio of Fujin, Teru, and Keen never went out together to eat or party despite being in the same team for over a year and a half. Fujin grabbed a random mask, put it on and walked out of the room while thinking, "A secret mission, huh? I wonder what it will be." He thought for a bit and speculated, "It will most probably be another political scheme by Shikaku. That guy makes way too many schemes. No wonder Konoha's position is so solid despite being vulnerable militarily for so long. Anyways, it is still early morning. What should I do for the day? Just resting the entire day will be a waste." As he was thinking, he walked towards the training facilities of the Umbu. A grin formed on his face behind the mask. With his next step, his physical features transformed. His height increased to 6 feet 6 inches and his body became very slim. On his next step, his chakra signature transformed. It became heavy in Yin chakra. If a sensor were to sense him, it would be very difficult to link him to Fujin. He kept walking nonchalantly to the training facilities. After arriving at the facility, he saw a few other Umbu. Without exchanging words with anyone or attracting any attention, he walked towards the wind training rooms and entered one that his eyes immediately roamed through the room. All the seals in the room that were inscribed and hidden in the room became visible to him. Many of these seals were for inspection and spying. He acted as if he didn't notice any of them and sat in the center of the room and began meditating. Just like in the tower in the Forest of Death, these rooms also had elemental crystals. Fujin began absorbing the energy from the crystal. The room didn't initially have any methods of investigation and spying. But shortly after Fujin entered the Umbu, he began using these rooms. And his rate of absorbing the energy from wind crystals skyrocketed. He initially needed to meditate for 4 hours for 12 days to completely absorb all the energy in one wind crystal. But in a few months he got used to absorbing energy from the wind crystal. He began exhausting an entire crystal in one meditation session of 4 hours. This development alarmed Hiruzen. Wind crystals used to be the ones that used to be the slowest to be exhausted. But suddenly its rate of absorption became second to only fire crystals. He immediately tried to investigate but didn't find anything, so he resorted to inscribing seals in the wind training rooms. Unfortunately, Fujin was a seal master as well. He easily identified the seals and played around with them. Hiruzen couldn't figure out how the crystal was getting absorbed so quickly. Numerous times he also sent some Umbu to spy on the meditation rooms. But in that case, Fujin would absorb very little energy from the wind crystal. Due to this, no one could blame him. Instead, the Umbu ninjas that were keeping an eye became his perfect alibi. Of course, Hiruzen did suspect him. After all, the number of wind users was very low in Konoha. After failing to find any suspect, he thought very hard. The absorption rate of wind crystals increased suddenly after the new Umbu were inducted. Of those 234, only 5 specialize in wind release. But I can't disregard others or the older Umbu, as it is possible that they are developing wind as their second or third element. Finally, Hiruzen gave up. Leave it. Even if I find the culprit, I can't punish them or tell them to stop. Otherwise, everyone else will begin questioning the speech I gave to motivate them. Besides, even though the usage is high, we do have a good stock of wind crystals. It is still within an acceptable range. Since he joined the Umbu, Fujin alone used up around 250 wind crystals. He had successfully used up all the money Hiruzen earned by gambling on him and was still collecting interest. The overall consumption of wind crystals during this period was over 400. It barely exceeded earth and water crystals, which were in the range of 350 to 400. Of course, fire crystals were still the ones being used the most. The Umbu training facility used over 1,500 fire crystals every year. Due to the sudden increase in Umbu numbers, Hiruzen ran out of fire crystals a few times. If not for the fact that the Uchiha clan no longer existed and he could divert the fire crystals that used to be allotted to them, he would have been forced to apply restrictions on the fire training rooms. Other than the wind crystals, Fujin also absorbed energy from lightning, fire, and earth crystals. However, his rate of absorption with them was very low. His rate of absorbing wind energy kept increasing rapidly until he hit a limit. But his other elements didn't experience such an increase in the rate of absorption, and he reached their limits much sooner. Fujin had expected such a result from fire and earth crystals, but he was disappointed when he couldn't increase the speed of absorption from lightning crystals. Of course, despite the slower rate of absorption, it was still very helpful in improving his affinity with those elements. In around 3.5 hours, Fujin emptied the wind crystal. He got up and went into a lightning training room. These rooms didn't have the same level of investigative seals. The seals in the wind training room didn't detect that the crystal was empty until another Umbu visited to train his wind element and realized that it was empty. Fujin spent most of his day in the training facility and only returned home late at night. He had dinner and went to sleep. The next day, he once again began his morning with an intense morning workout. Unless he was out on a mission, Fujin never missed his morning workout for even a single day. Instead, his morning workout had gotten even more intense. He had managed to use his previous training seal at its 100% capacity. He created a new seal for himself that had a maximum limit 4 times higher than the seal Hiruzen had created for him. Fujin returned home after the workout and freshened up for the meeting with Hiruzen. While getting prepared, he took a look at his bracers and thought, "I have been using these bracers since I became a Genin. Time to change it." He took off his bracers. A grin formed on his face as he thought, "The spectral swordsman identity has become well known. All the Umbu ninjas from the 4 major villages identify me on sight. Even though they don't know about most of my capabilities, it is annoying when they get on full alert and don't provide any openings. It's time to play that card." He discarded his old bracers and put on new ones. Unlike his previous ones, these were very thin and of the same color as his skin. So from a distance it was very difficult to spot them. In addition, he had inscribed dozens of small storage seals on each bracer and stored a variety of weapons in it. His chakra metal swords were also stored in the bracers. Of course, despite being very thin, they were much harder than his previous bracers as they used better metals, and Fujin himself worked with the blacksmith to inscribe seals into them to make them as tough as he could. With all preparations made, he placed the seal on his door and flickered towards the Hokage building. Chapter 244 The Bait. Fujin knocked and entered the Hokage's office. He noticed that Shikaku was also in the room. However, apart from them, no one else was in the room. Even the 4 Umbu ninjas that usually guarded Hiruzen weren't there. Hiruzen smiled and asked, "Fujin, how have you been?" He noticed the new bracers Fujin was wearing and immediately noticed the high number of seals inscribed in them. He looked into Fujin's eyes and meaningfully said, "Good bracers." Fujin ignored the gaze and the implications behind his words. He replied with a smile, "Thank you, Grandpa. I have been well." Hiruzen had gotten used to Fujin ignoring subtle messages. He said, "Your performance in the Umbu has been very good. Both Tsuyoshi and the Umbu commander have recommended me for promoting you to the Umbu captain rank. However, the Umbu captain rank is equivalent to the Jounin rank. So to become one you have to complete a promotion mission." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, Captain informed me." Hiruzen looked at Shikaku. Shikaku stepped forward and handed a scroll to Fujin and said, "Recently, we have been getting multiple strange reports from the Land of Wind. We suspect that Sunigakure wants to end the alliance with us while the daimyo of the Land of Wind doesn't. Your mission will be to infiltrate into the Land of Wind and cause discontent for Sunigakure among their nobles and make them more inclined to assign missions to Konoha. The scroll has multiple scrolls with details of all the nobles in the Land of Wind, their nature, likes, dislikes, the people precious to them and their current relations with us and Suna, along with some recommendations for you. You will act on your own and are free to do whatever you want to make progress in the mission. Just don't let anyone know that you are from Konoha." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. The mission was huge. Though he had grown stronger, his strength wasn't at a level where he could casually influence the relations between a daimyo and a kage. Hiruzen and Shikaku noticed his expressions but didn't say anything. Fujin said, "The mission is too difficult. Though I could make some moves, I am sure that Suna will retaliate immediately. So my actions won't make much of a difference." Shikaku nodded and said, "Yes, but you don't need to worry. You aren't the only one we have sent. Many other Umbu ninjas have been given the same promotion mission. So the attention from Sunigakure will be divided among all of you. Of course, if you think that you can't continue the mission anymore, you are allowed to retreat. In addition, be careful of who you kill as the Umbu ninjas we deployed will be under disguises." A frown formed on Fujin's face. The mission was not only difficult but it also had several complexities. He sighed and thought, "Despite the training, most of my missions in the Umbu were straightforward assassination, elimination, or protection missions. I guess that Hiruzen wanted me to focus on those skills. Looks like my guess was wrong. This mission will be a pain in the ass." Fujin asked, "How long do I have to stay there?" Shikaka replied, "As long as you can. Retreat when you think that your cover might be blown or you don't think you can make any further progress towards the mission. The success or failure of the mission will be decided by how long you manage to stay in the Land of Wind and the result of your actions there." Fujin digested the information. Shikaku asked, "Any more questions?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No. But I would like to have the attire of a sand Umbu ninja along with a new mask that is popular among their ranks." Shikaku had expected such a request from Fujin. He handed Fujin another scroll and said, "This scroll has what you asked for. It also has enough ration bars and water to last half a year." Fujin accepted the scroll. At the same time, he got an idea of how long he was expected to stay undercover in the Land of Wind. Shikaku asked, "Are you ready to move out or do you need some time to prepare?" Fujin replied, "I can move out right away." Shikaku nodded and said, "Good. We have one more mission for you. This one isn't related to your promotion mission, but a good performance could influence our decision if your performance in the Land of Wind is subpar." Fujin looked at Shikaku without changing his expression and thought, "Do you still not know that such manipulation tactics don't work on me?" Shikaku obviously knew it. He had interacted several times with Fujin. But he was just too lazy to change his ways for just one person. From his point of view, regardless of how he spoke, Fujin would act the same way. So he didn't bother changing his dialogue. Shikaku said, "In recent times we have noticed the movement of some bounty hunter rogue ninjas in the forests around our village. I speculate that they have an accomplice in the village who monitors the movements of ninjas and informs his group outside the village. We tried trapping them but haven't had any success so far as they are very careful with their targets." Hiruzen added, "You haven't been seen much since a bounty was put on your head as your Umbu achievements haven't been credited to you yet. So you will be the perfect bait for them. Go through the village gate without any disguise and let them see you. Hopefully they will think of you as the perfect target and ambush you outside the village. We will send a Jounin squad to follow you stealthily from a distance. They will reinforce you as soon as the battle begins or you send a signal." Fujin thought for a few seconds and said, "All right. Do we have any intel on who the rogue bounty hunters are?" Hiruzen shook his head. "We have eliminated one group who had rogue ninjas from IWA, but they didn't have any intel on others. According to our calculations, there are 3 more groups." Fujin said, "Okay. I will move out now." He left the office and began walking casually towards the village gate while thinking, "Bounty hunters. I haven't encountered any in this world other than Kakuzu. Anyways, as long as he or any S-rank ninjas aren't involved, I should be fine. If they are weak, I can eliminate them myself. Otherwise, I will just have to stall them." Fujin reached the gate and felt a few eyes on himself. He analyzed, though there are a bunch of eyes on me, it will be difficult to say who is with the bounty hunters. After all, there are always a bunch of eyes on the village gate. Oh well, let's see." As soon as Fujin left the village, 2 pairs of eyes sparkled in greed. One of these pairs belonged to a man in his 20s with an ordinary appearance and was operating a fireworks shop near the village gate. He observed the direction in which Fujin left and couldn't help but lick his lips. He thought, when we made a list of the good targets, this boy topped it. Who knows which gods he offended to get such a big bounty. Unfortunately, this coward didn't leave the village for so long. But finally it's time. The man looked at a stall opposite his. The man in that stall also looked back at him. Their eyes met. Both quickly used their methods to inform their respective groups. However, unknown to both of them, one squad of Jounins left the village secretly and followed Fujin from a few kilometers away. If either of the 2 bounty hunter groups knew about the existence of these ninjas, they wouldn't dare to approach Fujin even if their courage was amplified 100 times. After all, this group was led by Konoha's newest elite Jounin, Copy Ninja Kakashi. Fujin didn't sense Kakashi's squad. However, he wasn't surprised as he wouldn't be good bait if they could be sensed so easily. He continued traveling through the woods as if everything was normal, but he didn't move at his max speed to not create any doubts in the minds of the bounty hunters. 2 groups of bounty hunters quickly moved towards the route from Konoha to the Land of Rain. The first group was made of rogue ninjas from Kirigakure. They excelled in assassination. Their group contained 11 ninjas. Before betraying, 8 were Chunins and Kiri while the remaining 3 were Jounins. The second group was made of rogue ninjas from the countries of Lands of Rain, River, Grass, Bird and Bear. This group had 24 people, 11 of whom were Jounins in their village before they went rogue. Both reached the same spot on the route at the same time and got into a standoff. After all, their messengers had also informed them that another group of bounty hunters might also be hunting Fujin, and neither wanted the other group to get to Fujin first. Chapter 245, I don't want to be a bait anymore. The 2 groups of bounty hunters stared at each other. Suddenly, Kido Shiro, one of the Kiri rogues, sighed in relief and said loudly, "Thankfully we found them. I was worried that these morons might ambush him closer to Konoha and steal our jackpot." His statement irked the bounty hunters in the other group. One of them sneered and said, "Aren't you being too cocky? We outnumber you by more than 2 to 1. Do you think you have a chance to compete against us?" The leader of the Kiri rogues grinned. His name was Higashi Renzo. He was a large muscular guy with hideous scars all over his body. He was being trained to be the next generation of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Unfortunately, before he could complete his training, everything went crazy in that country. Renzo said in a hoarse voice, "You may outnumber us, but do you weaklings think you have any chance against us?" A wave of killing intent washed over the other group of bounty hunters. Their expressions became very grim. Though they haven't ever experienced it, Kiri's cruel methods and the craziness of their ninjas were well known throughout the world. Ogawa Shingo, the leader of this group, exerted his chakra to snap his comrades out of the killing intent unleashed by his opponent. The Kiri ninjas were about to attack, but he raised his hand and said, "Stop." If we fight here, we will alert the Konoha ninjas and will be hunted until we are all dead. Even if you are strong against Konoha, you are nothing but bugs. Not only will you not get the bounty, but you will be hunted. So why not team up? We will ambush the kid together and split the reward on his head. We will each get 10 million Ryo and won't have to fight each other to death. Shiro immediately said, "Why would we split the rewards with you? As for Konoha ninjas, we will have long killed you all and that brat and left even before those tree huggers sense something is wrong." He was interrupted by a Jounin who said, "Shut up. Renzo, let's cooperate. The Konoha ninjas are already hunting for us. A huge battle could invite all sorts of trouble." Renzo wanted to fight. However, he couldn't disregard the concerns of the Jounin who just spoke. After all, he was the only seal master in their group and was his second in command. Without his help, bounty hunting would become much more risky. Renzo looked at Shingo and said, "All right, let's team up." The two groups teamed up and set up an ambush for Fujin. Fujin had a frown on his face. Even after traveling for 6 hours, no one intercepted or attacked him. He thought, did they sense the trap that Shikaku laid for them? Or were their accomplices on a break when I left the village? He continued moving through the vast forests of the Land of Fire while occasionally activating and spreading his chakra field. Finally, after half an hour, he sensed something off. His speed slowed down as he maintained his chakra field and analyzed. "I can't sense 4 locations. These guys have a seal master within their ranks. That's annoying. I can't check how strong they are. But this might not be entirely bad. Since they are separated, I will hunt them one by one." The 4 locations that Fujin's chakra field couldn't sense were small underground rooms constructed using earth release. If it was a normal sensor, he wouldn't feel anything off. But Fujin himself was a seal master, so it couldn't be hidden from him. The 4 locations were all spread properly. 2 were close to the path that Fujin was taking, while the remaining 2 locations covered the left and the right sides. Fujin locked his eyes on the location to the left. He was about to move when he suddenly stopped. His eyes shrunk as his instincts warned him and he stayed in his location. He thought, why am I having such a bad feeling? It is almost comparable to the feeling I had when we fell into Darui's trap. During his time in Umbu, Fujin had developed an incredible sense of danger. His instincts would warn him every time he was about to fall in grave danger. Though he wasn't completely sure, Fujin speculated that it was a result of him gaining more experience and due to him using his sensing abilities hundreds of thousands of times. The seals in those hidden locations were more advanced than what Fujin had speculated. When his chakra field covered those locations, a few seals began emitting green light. The leader in each of the rooms frowned. They knew that Fujin was a senso, but didn't expect him to spread his chakra field deep in the forest. However, they didn't make a move as they knew that a sensor wouldn't be able to sense them. They expected Fujin to continue forward into their trap. However, their frowns deepened when Fujin didn't move forward and the seals kept emitting the green light. Renzo asked, "Did he discover us?" The seal master answered, "That is unlikely. Unless he is a seal master himself or works closely with one." Renzo quickly analyzed the situation and said, "It doesn't matter. He is just one Chunin brat. Let's go out and hunt him." He quickly broke the seal on the underground room and appeared outside. At the same time, the other 3 hideouts also received the message and soon they broke out as well. Fujin immediately sensed everyone and began sweating. He almost cursed, "What the fuck? 35 fucking bounty hunters? And 7 of them have Jounin levels of chakra." The bounty hunters ran towards Fujin at full speed. Fortunately, Fujin was over a mile away from their location. He quickly ran backwards and made a few shadow clones while thinking, "This is the last time I'm being the bait. The smartest man and the most experienced man my ass. If I didn't know them any better, I'd think that this is a scheme to kill me." For chakra fields extended towards Fujin and his clones and began sensing him. Fujin was left speechless once again. He cursed, "Seriously, what the hell? Seal masters, sensors, such huge numbers. Don't tell me a Kage is also hiding within their ranks." Fujin didn't know that 2 groups of bounty hunters were hunting him together. He'd have been confident of taking one group on by himself. But with the 2 groups working together, he didn't want to take much risk. Hiruzen and Shikaku also didn't predict that Fujin would lure 2 groups of bounty hunters. Otherwise, they would have sent more ninjas along with him. At the same time, Pakken said, "Kakashi, 35 new scents have suddenly appeared. Kakashi's eyes widened as he exclaimed, 35. Pakin replied, yes. Fujin is running back in our direction, but enemies are faster than him. They will reach him before us. Kakashi said, everyone, we will move at our fastest speed. Guy grinned and said loudly, 35 bounty hunters on your first mission as an elite jounin. I'd expect nothing less from my eternal rival. Despite talking, he was the only one in the squad who was able to keep up with Kakashi's speed. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Guy's words as he was confused. Didn't Shikaka say that Fujin was incredibly fast on his feet? How are they faster than him? Among the bounty hunters, one of the censors informed, his chakra has split into 4. According to the intel, he knows the shadow clone jutsu. I can't identify who is the real one. Renzo commanded, keep track of all 4 of them. If they split, we will also split and chase one each. Fujin's clones didn't split up. The bounty hunters moved incredibly fast and quickly caught up with Fujin. They still maintained the 4 groups. 2 were trying to chase Fujin from the right and left while the remaining 2 were on his rear. The ones in the rear were led by Renzo and Shingo respectively. Fujin looked back at them and thought, alright, they are close enough. Fujin and his clones split into pairs of 2 and dispersed in opposite directions. This forced the 2 groups in his rear to split up and move towards the groups on their respective sides. The situation suddenly changed as now the groups on Fujin's 2 sides became the closest to him while the groups at his rear lagged behind. Fujin kept observing their positions. Soon, all 4 groups of bounty hunters and the 2 pairs of Fujin's clones were in a straight line. Fujin and his clones stopped and turned around. Fire release, Searing Migraine Jutsu Wind release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. One clone released the Searing Migraine Jutsu while the one next to released the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The same was replicated by the other pair. The jutsus combined together perfectly and fused into one deadly attack. The bounty hunters who were chasing at their full speed were suddenly stunned to see a massive firestorm head towards them. The attack came without any warning and they had very little time to react. Chapter 246, The Source of Danger. On one side, the group closest to Fujin was a Kiri group of 5 led by their 3rd jounin. The former Kiri jounin rapidly weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. A water wall appeared in front of his group of 5 just before the combination attack reached them. The jutsu hit the water wall and broke through it as if it was air. A huge amount of steam was released as the entire water wall evaporated. Renzo saw with wide eyes as 5 of his men were being engulfed by the firestorm. He could hear their screams. He quickly completed hand signs and shouted, quickly flood this place. Water release, exploding water shock wave. The other 5 in his group also used the same jutsu. A huge amount of water was released which formed giant waves and moved towards the incoming attack and their allies. On the other side, a couple of jounins slammed their hands on the ground. Earth release, earth wall jutsu. 2 walls appeared in front of them. However, the range of the combination attack was too much. It easily engulfed the walls and hit the group regardless. Unlike the battle-hardened Kiri rogues, this group didn't have the same expertise. For the first time in their lives, they began experiencing the unique feeling of being cooked alive. A few quickly escaped into the ground while the others screamed miserably within the firestorm. The group behind them saw the terror in front of them. Shingo quickly slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, Earth Dome. Seeing the mistake made by the group in front of him, he chose a jutsu that would protect them from all sides. The fire-wind combination jutsu engulfed the dome, but the people inside were safe. Water and fire clashed on the other side of the battlefield. The combined efforts of 6 ninjas overpowered the combination jutsu and water waves engulfed their allies. The water doused the fire on them and provided them with some relief. For Kiri rogues were burnt badly. Only the jounin was in better shape as he had a thin layer of water armor surrounding him. A look of relief appeared on the faces of the 6 ninjas when suddenly they began feeling the heat. They looked behind themselves and saw in horror as another jutsu of the same scale approached them. Since the second bandit group didn't stop the attack and just protected themselves, the Kiri rogue ninjas had to face an attack from both sides. This situation was a result of Fujin's clever manipulation of the battlefield. Since he split into 2 groups, the bounty hunters assumed that he wanted to run away. They didn't even notice that they were all in a straight line. All their attention was entirely on the pair in front of them. Renzo once again weaved hand signs. In the nick of time, he completed his jutsu and spat out massive amounts of water. His jutsu was overwhelmed, but the water brought them enough time for others to repeat that jutsu. A water pool was formed which engulfed the 11 Kiri rogue ninjas and kept them protected from the fire. However, the water itself was heating up and evaporating at a rapid speed. Everyone could feel the heat, especially the 4 people from the first group who were very badly burnt. Renzo looked at the firestorm with a frown on his face. He cursed, horrible. The intel was way off. It didn't mention large-scale wind jutsus. It didn't even say that he knew any fire jutsus. All it said was to be careful of his vacuum jutsus and swordplay. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized, vacuum jutsus. Fuck. Despite being underwater, he shouted, be careful. It was a no-brainer that Fujin's ability with the fire release was completely a surprise to them. After all, he had developed it entirely during his time with the Umbu. While he didn't intend to keep it a secret like his lightning release, he hadn't been on any mission without his mask. So very few were aware of it. Fujin's details in the bingo book were almost 2 years old. Since he was never seen leaving the village after getting the bounty hunters assumed that he had given up on his ninja career. Fujin's clones observed the bounty hunters. In the group that used earth walls, 3 had escaped underground while the remaining 6 were burning. Behind them, 15 people were hiding in an earth dome. A smirk formed on both their faces. A dozen vacuum bullets formed in both their mouths. They launched them all simultaneously. The group of 15 bounty hunters were feeling safe inside the dome. Suddenly, bullets rained into the dome. They were all caught off guard and couldn't even move. 12 ninjas had their hearts, brains, or throats pierced. They collapsed on the spot. The remaining 3 were also injured but could still move around. They quickly escaped underground in terror and moved towards the Kiri group. On the other side, Fujin's clones observed the Kiri ninjas being protected by water and guessed. This group looks to be exclusively from Kiri, whereas that squad is only using Earth release. Does this bounty hunter group have factions within them? Oh well, they'll all be dead anyways. Wind release, vacuum serial wave jutsu. Sharp vacuum blades were launched at the water pool protecting them. The vacuum blades moved through the fire and into the water right when Renzo shouted. The 4 ninjas that were badly burnt didn't even see the attack coming and were cut into 2. The Jounin who was injured tried to dodge as well. He barely moved his body and head out of the way. But 1 vacuum blade hit below his right knee and cut his leg off. The remaining 6 managed to dodge the attack. Renzo's heart ached. 4 Chunins were dead while 1 Jounin would no longer be able to fight. That was a huge loss for his group. He felt a great hatred for Fujin and the messenger. At the same time, he felt regret for choosing Fujin as the target. However, his expression soon became vicious. He decided, since you have caused us so much loss, I will claim your bounty no matter what. I cannot disappoint Lord Mizukage any further. The effects of the fire-wind combination jutsu had finally begun dissipating. Renzo looked at his subordinates that were still fine. They noticed his gaze and nodded. Soon, 6 bounty hunters from the other group came out of the ground next to the Kiri survivors. They looked at the situation around them in shock. Of the 35 attackers, only 6 were still uninjured. As many as 23 had died or were critically injured. And it had barely been over a couple of minutes since they began chasing after Fujin. Swords appeared in the hands of Fujin and his clones. They flickered towards the bounty hunters. The combination of searing migraine and infinite breakthrough jutsus was one of his strongest methods. Since this group managed to survive, using the same jutsu once again on them wouldn't be very effective. After all, he no longer had the element of surprise. Renzo noticed his movements and said, "They are coming, prepare yourself." Everyone readied themselves. Fujin's attacks had eliminated most of the weaker ones from their ranks. Of the remaining people, half had Jounin ranks before going rogue. Fujin's clone appeared to one side of the group and swung his sword from 5 meters away. A sword wave was launched at them. The expression of the group became grim. Apart from Renzo, only one person was able to follow the movement of Fujin and his clones. Just before the sword slash could hit them, a barrier appeared around them. The slash hit the barrier and caused it to shake, but it stood erect. Fujin's eyes landed on the Jounin who created the barrier. He thought, so this guy is probably their seal master. Fujin wasn't bothered that his attack wasn't successful. The information he gained in exchange for merely swinging his sword was sufficient. However, before he could attack once more, Renzo left the barrier. He raised his sword and slashed it down on the clone who had just attacked the barrier. Fujin's clone easily blocked his sword, but couldn't cut through it as Renzo also used chakra flow on his sword. At the same time, Shinjo and 2 Jounins from his group exited the barrier and attacked the other 3 Fujins. Fujin was surprised. He defended while analyzing the barrier. It looks like this is a one-way barrier. It prevents entry but allows exit. A good way to keep attacking from a location. Suddenly, 4 more bounty hunters exited the barrier. They were the 4 Chunins, including Shiro from Renzo's group. Fujin frowned. He didn't want to get ganged up on. So the 4 of them counterattacked. Renzo was able to hold his opponent back, but the other 3 were feeling overwhelmed. Fujin's clones barely managed to get away from them and were about to attack the 4 ninjas that exited the barrier when those ninjas avoided Fujin and ran in 4 different directions. Fujin was confused. He thought, the hell? Are they quitting the group and escaping? Or do they plan to attack me in the back? He didn't want to risk getting pincered and wanted to attack them, but the Jounins caught up and began fighting once again. Since they blocked him, Fujin confirmed, they aren't running away. The 4 ninjas moved and stood surrounding Fujin and the rest. They made the snake hand seal and clapped their hands. Immediately, a violet barrier began appearing and surrounded Fujin and the other bounty hunters. The barriers formed 4 walls, a roof and another layer underground, cutting off all means of escape. Fujin was shocked. He muttered, "For violet flames formation. No wonder I felt such an intense danger." Chapter 247, Fooling Everyone. A grin spread on Renzo's face. He said, "You are now trapped. I was planning to just kill you and get your head. But since you have killed 4 of my men, I will torture you until you beg for death." The morale of the remaining hunters in the barrier finally recovered. Fujin thought, "Just 4? Are there multiple groups here?" No fear appeared on Fujin's face. He retorted, "Torture me." He looked towards his right and said, "I left the village to bait and hunt you down. If you dissolve the formation and surrender, you might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, even if you manage to kill me, your only result will be death." The bounty hunters were shocked to hear that Fujin was the bait. Renzo and others followed Fujin's gaze. Their eyes widened as 4 Konoha ninjas appeared outside the barrier. Shingo muttered with a grim face, "We were schemed against. It is Kakashi of the Sharingan." Their morale, which had just recovered, crashed down. Fujin's words were completely true. They would have a very difficult battle to just kill Fujin. Facing even stronger Konoha ninjas right after it would be a certain death. Meanwhile, Kakashi's group also had grim faces. Yamanaka Ken said, "Fujin is trapped." Kakashi too had a grim face. He said, "The barrier has a high demand for chakra. And all 4 ninjas need to keep supplying chakra continuously. We will target one spot and kill one of them." The battlefield entered a deadlock. The Konoha Jounins couldn't interfere. And though the bounty hunters were safe for the moment, they were very fearful for their life. Fujin noticed the distraction and immediately took advantage. The clones gathered chakra. The 4 Jounins facing them noticed it and reacted. However, a dozen vacuum bullets were already fired at each of them. Despite the low distance and the fast speed of the bullets, they still moved their body as much as they could. Renzo dodged 10 bullets and the remaining 2 he blocked with his sword. However, cracks spread through his sword due to the power behind the bullets. His expression became dark as he realized, if I hadn't used chakra flow on the swords, the bullets might have pierced straight through them. However, the other 3 weren't as strong as him. They could only move sufficiently for the bullets to miss their vital organs. A bullet grazed the right arm of Shingo. It left a cut so deep that even his bone was visible. The other 2 were hit by 2 to 3 vacuum bullets each. Unfortunately for those 2, they were once again standing right behind each other. So despite dodging, they were targeted by the vacuum bullets heading towards them from their back. One of them was very unlucky. A vacuum bullet hit his back and pierced straight through his heart. He dropped dead. The other one had a couple more holes created in his body, but luckily avoided any critical injuries. One of Fujin's clones laughed and taunted, "This barrier is good. This way none of you can run away. Ha 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 ha." Not wanting to lose any more morale, Renzo immediately attacked the clone closest to him and shouted, "Everyone! Attack him! Attack and kill all 4 of him. Only after he is dead we can plan on how to escape the ones outside the barrier." There was still another barrier created inside the 4 violet flames formation. It still had 5 people. One was the injured Jounin from Renzo's group. Another was the Seal Master while 3 were from the other group. Other than the injured Jounin, the others exited the barrier and attacked Fujin's clones. The Seal Master said, "His chakra has become very low. He won't be able to continue for much longer." Fujin's clones were all low on chakra. They had spent a lot of their chakra on the fire-wind combination jutsu. And after using vacuum jutsus repeatedly, they didn't have much chakra. Outside the barrier, the Konoha ninjas were getting worried. They were bombarding the barrier with ninjutsu at the spot where Shiro was. The barrier shook but still stood erect. However, the 4 ninjas, especially Shiro, were under a lot of pressure. Their chakra was being drained rapidly. Suddenly, Pakken noticed something and looked to his left. After observing properly, he said, "Kakashi, focus on your smell in that direction." Kakashi was surprised by Pakken's request. He quickly gathered chakra in his nose and enhanced his sense of smell. Suddenly his expression became very peculiar. Guy noticed and asked, "What did you smell?" Kakashi shook his head and said, "Nothing. Keep an eye on the barrier. We won't attack any more as we might run out of chakra before the barrier breaks. If that happens, we will be in a tougher spot." Guy and the 2 special Jounins from the Yamanaka clan realized that Kakashi was hiding something. They didn't question him and began paying attention to fighting inside the barrier. Without their attacks, the 4 ninjas maintaining the formation side in relief. They quickly consumed a soldier pill to recover their chakra rapidly. Yamanaka Ken said, "Though maintaining the barrier needs a lot of chakra, they could rest until they have recovered if they keep using soldier pills. Should we call in reinforcements to prevent that?" Kakashi shook his head and replied, "No need. There are only 12 left and 2 are severely injured. Regardless of the pills, the 4 maintaining the barrier will be exhausted. We can take them out without much issue." Yamanaka Ken nodded. Inside the barrier, Fujin and his clones fought intensely for 5 minutes. However, the remaining ninjas were all very careful. Fujin took deep breaths while analyzing. "They are too careful. In the last 5 minutes, I only managed to kill that guy with 5 to 6 holes in his body. Though I injured the rest to varying degrees, I haven't been able to injure them critically." He looked towards his other clones. At the same time, they too looked into his eyes and nodded. Suddenly, 3 clones flickered away and appeared next to Shiro. Renzo had a bad feeling. He and the rest ran towards them, but the 3 clones touched the barrier and at the next moment exploded. The force of the explosions was felt throughout the barrier. Shiro fell to his knees and began vomiting blood, while the remaining 3 also felt the impact. They began coughing blood. Renzo shouted in panic, "Hang on! The barrier must not fall." The 4 rogue ninjas gritted their teeth and forcefully maintained the formation. Kakashi and the rest didn't manage to enter inside. Renzo looked viciously at Fujin and said, "That was stupid. Without clones, you are an easy target for us." He immediately ran towards Fujin, who was breathing roughly. Everyone could see that he was exhausted. Guy was getting restless, but Kakashi said, "It's fine, just watch." Renzo swung his sword at Fujin. Fujin deflected his blow with his sword and punched him with his left hand. Renzo punched back at his fist. However, Fujin opened his fist at the last moment and caught Renzo's fist. A grin broke on his face. Renzo suddenly had a bad feeling. Without a word, Fujin exploded. All the bounty hunters were stunned. The explosion created a dust cloud. In a second, a body was launched out of the dust cloud. He landed a few meters away. It was Renzo. His left arm was completely blown off. His chest, abdomen, face and thighs had hideous burns and were covered in blood. In addition to the existing horrible scars, his entire appearance looked similar to that of a terrifying demon. One of the bounty hunters muttered in disbelief, "Did he explode his main body?" Renzo replied with a hoarse voice, "It was a shadow clone." A sense of disbelief and shock spread through the 4 ninjas maintaining the barrier and the remaining 7 ninjas inside the barrier. Such huge casualties were inflicted upon them by merely shadow clones. Finally, one said, "No wonder he has a 20 million bounty." No, even a 20 million bounty is low for him. Outside the barrier, everyone other than Kakashi and Pakken was shocked. Yamanaka Ken exclaimed, "That was a shadow clone? Where is his real body?" On cue, Fujin flickered behind him. They quickly turned around to see him. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Guy and the others realized that Kakashi and Pakken had smelled his scent and hence stopped attacking the formation. Kakashi looked at him and memories regarding Fujin's graduation exam surfaced. Fujin had made quite an impact that day by asking for a chakra metal sword. Kakashi never imagined that the boy would become so strong in just a few years. He said, "Good work." Guy had no idea how Fujin managed to achieve this. But he didn't care. He raised his thumb and said with a grin, "You are good. I can feel the power of youth flowing through you." The two Yamanaka ninjas also looked at Fujin with surprise in their eyes. The bounty hunters in the barrier noticed Fujin outside the barrier. They had already expected. However, the eyes of the seal master widened. He exclaimed in horror, "His chakra!" Chapter 248, The Formation Breaks. Renzo ignored his missing arm and all his injuries and tried to analyze when Fujin switched with a clone. He realized, according to the intel, he moves very fast. That is why we set up the trap and prepared the formation in the first place. However, when he escaped, his speed didn't match the intel. But our minds were too occupied with claiming his bounty and we didn't notice the anomaly. He probably switched himself with a clone even before we exited the hidden bases while his clones moved slowly to catch us off guard with that combination jutsu. Renzo's analysis was very close to the truth. Fujin created a shadow clone with 20% of his chakra and escaped right after sensing that he was facing 35 enemies. He hid his chakra signature and scent and moved without making any sounds or leaving any trail, due to which the sensors among the bounty hunters never sensed his main body. Later on, when he saw the 4 violet flames formation, Fujin realized why he was feeling a sense of danger. After realizing that his backup was Kakashi, he stopped hiding his scent so that Kakashi could smell his scent and stop worrying. While it could expose a flaw to the bounty hunters, Fujin didn't care as the bounty hunters were already in deep trouble. Inside the barrier, everyone looked at the seal master, who was also a censor, as he exclaimed loudly, "His chakra!" Renzo looked at him and asked, "What about his chakra?" The seal master gulped and said, "It's massive. It's almost twice your maximum chakra, Renzo." He likely only used around 20 to 25% of his chakra on those 4 shadow clones. The eyes of the ninjas inside the barrier widened in horror as they took a look at Fujin once again. Though Fujin had improved a lot during his time in the Umbu, his biggest improvement was the increase in his chakra reserves. As Ryu had speculated, the growth in Fujin's chakra reserves had begun slowing down. But thanks to the fact that his chakra reserves were already comparable to a Jounin and the aid provided by the elemental crystals, his growth was still massive. His chakra reserves had grown by 3 times in the last 20 months. In another 6 months, his chakra reserves would reach the same level as Renjiro's. However, Fujin did sense that his growth was slowing down rapidly. So he wasn't sure about reaching Hiruzen's level of chakra at his current rate. Kakashi looked at the spot where Fujin's 3 clones had exploded and said, "Focus your jutsus on that ninja again." The Konoha ninjas were about to attack when Fujin said, "Wait, I'll give them a few more explosions." He created 6 shadow clones, each with 5% of his chakra. 3 flickered close to Shiro while the other 3 flickered close to the other 3 ninjas maintaining the formation. Kakashi nodded and weaved a few hand signs as well. Lightning release, shadow clone jutsu. A shadow clone infused with lightning appeared and followed Fujin's clones. Fujin's clones once again touched the barrier and exploded. Shiro was prepared this time and poured more chakra into the barrier. However, the explosions were much stronger as the clones were full of chakra. The impact of the explosion was once again sent through the barrier. As the person closest to the explosion, once again the majority of the impact was borne by Shiro. He collapsed on the ground and almost lost consciousness. However, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay awake. He said to himself, "No. I have to stay awake. Otherwise all of us will be dead." Through sheer will, he forced himself to stay awake. Unfortunately, Kakashi's lightning shadow clone appeared and transformed into lightning and hit the barrier on one single point. The barrier could no longer hold on and a small hole appeared in it as the lightning broke through. It hit Shiro and electrocuted him. Shiro was already on his last legs. He didn't even have the energy to scream as his body was electrocuted to death. With his death, the entire formation collapsed. Immediately, all 5 Konoha ninjas flickered towards the opponents. The bounty hunters were on guard as well. As soon as the formation collapsed, they began running away in different directions. However, compared to the fresh Konoha ninjas, the bounty hunters were extremely tired. Fujin's clones immediately attacked the other 3 ninjas who were maintaining the formation. They were already exhausted and low on chakra. None among them could put up a fight and were beheaded with ease. Fujin's clones immediately flickered towards the ones who were escaping. Kakashi flickered behind Renzo. Despite being gravely injured, Renzo stopped running and swung his sword at Kakashi. However, lightning appeared in Kakashi's hand and hit the blade. Despite the chakra around Renzo's sword, lightning still conducted through his sword and into his body. Kakashi said, "Higashi Renzo, you are a long way from home." Renzo's sword shattered and Kakashi's hand pierced into his chest at the same time. Guy appeared behind Shingo. Shingo began weaving hand signs. However, Guy grinned, "Too slow." Before Shingo could complete his hand signs, Guy had already reached his position. His eyes widened as he saw a kick coming at him from the top. He immediately moved to his right. Guy's kick landed on the ground. Shingo was still maintaining his hand seal, however. Guy's kick tore the ground open. Hundreds of small stones were launched in all directions. Shingo was hit by dozens of small stones at rapid speed. He was still unharmed, however. He couldn't continue weaving hand signs. Guy quickly attacked him once again. Shingo snorted internally, "Do you think that only you can use taijutsu?" Shingo's physique was much larger and more muscular than Guy's. He formed his fist and punched back at Guy. Their fists collided. Shingo's expression immediately changed. An intense pain coursed through his entire arm. He cursed, "What the fuck is his body made of?" Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to actually ask that question. Guy's second punch was coming straight at him. Unwillingly, he had to punch back with his other arm. An intense pain coursed through that arm as well. However, it was much worse due to the injury caused by Fujin earlier. He cursed, "Fuck. It feels like my arm will break into two." Guy immediately noticed that his opponent was in a lot of pain. He didn't miss the opportunity and bombarded Shingo with punches and kicks. Shingo, who dared to match Guy in taijutsu despite his injuries, was overwhelmed. He was beaten to a bloody pulp. Guy knocked him unconscious and tied him up while thinking, Lord Hokage wanted some prisoners to check their memories. This guy looked quite strong. He should have some information. Some distance away from where Guy and Shingo were fighting, Fujin flickered behind one of the three remaining subordinates of Shingo. The bounty hunter noticed Fujin and turned around to fight. However, he was already very exhausted. There were dozens of small cuts on his body from the earlier fights. He had seen Fujin's clones cut through kunais with ease. So he began weaving hand signs. However, Fujin opened his mouth and shot 8 vacuum bullets. One bullet was aimed at his forehead, and another was aimed at his heart. The remaining 6 were to cut off his escape route. The bounty hunter moved his head out of the way and tried to twist his body. However, the vacuum bullets were too fast. One grazed past his face and tore his right cheek and ear off. His bloody teeth could be seen. Another bullet hit his rib cage and pierced through his chest. It avoided his heart, but he was on his last legs. With a swing of Fujin's sword, he was beheaded. Fujin spread his chakra field to observe the other battles. He noticed, so Kakashi has already killed their leader. My clones and that guy have killed their opponents as well. Guy should win soon too. So just that seal master and the one-legged bounty hunter are alive. Fujin sensed that Kakashi was moving towards the one-legged guy. So he moved towards the seal master. Fujin's clones followed him as well. Yamanaka Ken had confronted the seal master. Both entered in a fight and were evenly matched. The only bounty hunter who wasn't attacked so far was the one-legged Genin from Kiri. Despite having just one leg, he was moving quite fast through the forest. Unfortunately, Kakashi killed Renzo too quickly. He immediately gave chase and caught up. The Jounin noticed Kakashi and immediately turned around and weaved hand signs. Kakashi noticed his hand signs and weaved hand signs as well. Water release, water clone jutsu, fire release, fireball jutsu for water clones appeared next to the Kiri rogue. They saw a giant fireball headed straight at them. One of the clones weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu, a water wall appeared in front of them. The fireball hit it and exploded. A lot of water was turned into smoke and covered the area while the rest was splashed back at the ninja and his clones. They were about to attack once again when a sound of lightning was heard. Lightning traveled through the water that was splashed on them and electrocuted them all. All 4 water clones were instantly dispelled. The one-legged Jounin's eyes widened. He realized, he used my own jutsu against me. He barely maintained his consciousness. However, Kakashi appeared in front of him and placed his right hand on his chest. Immediately, an intense current passed through his body and knocked him out. Kakashi tied him up and placed a seal on his chest and thought, one captured alive. Guy should have captured his opponent as well. This mission is successful. Chapter 249, 8-Gate Lockup. Water Release. Water needles. Jutsu water split into hundreds of drops. Each drop turned into a needle and rained at Yamanaka Ken. Ken immediately flickered out of the way while making his hand seal. He flickered once again to get close to his opponent. Mind Destruction Jutsu. His opponent immediately moved out of the way and jumped on a branch behind him. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A vacuum bullet hit his chest and pierced straight through it. However, his body turned into water and collapsed. A few meters behind him, his body appeared once again. He looked at Fujin and said, "You can hide your chakra. No wonder I didn't sense you back then. But now that I know it, hiding it is useless." Fujin didn't reply, but Ken flickered close to him once again and tried using the same jutsu. The Seal Master took out a scroll and jumped back on the ground to dodge Ken's attack. He opened the scroll and smeared his blood across it and weaved a few hand signs rapidly. Fujin frowned and wondered, is he attempting to reverse summon himself somehow? Chakra gathered in his mouth as he shot a few vacuum bullets at him. At the same time, Ken once again used the Mind Destruction Jutsu. However, a black tortoise projection made entirely of chakra appeared between Fujin and the Seal Master. Fujin's vacuum bullets hit the shell of the tortoise and were stopped. At the same time, an azure dragon projection appeared between Ken and him. The jutsu hit the dragon but had no impact on him. Fujin frowned as he analyzed. A barrier? At the same time, projections of a vermilion bird and a white tiger were also formed around him. After tanking the jutsus, the projections collapsed and transformed into a barrier around him. The walls of the barrier had the image of those 4 mythical beasts. A smile formed on his face. Fujin gathered a large amount of chakra while changing his location. Wind Release. Vacuum Cannon Jutsu. Fujin shot the powerful vacuum cannon at the wall which had the vermilion bird image. The entire barrier shook, but not a single crack appeared on it. The ninja inside the barrier also looked completely fine. He taunted. "This is my strongest barrier. You can keep attacking for days, it won't fall. Your mind control jutsus will also not work against my barrier." Fujin was surprised. He analyzed. This barrier is smaller, but it is even more sturdy than the 4 violet flames formation. Worse, it doesn't look like it is using his chakra. I won't be able to crack it using shadow clone explosions. Fujin immediately snorted. You are deep within the land of fire. Let me see how long you will keep hiding here. He dispelled his clones and got some chakra back. He sat at some distance from the barrier in case the barrier had any more peculiar means. His eyes began glowing as he started observing the barrier properly. Ken also replicated Fujin's actions and stood in the opposite direction. After some time, the other Yamanaka ninja arrived. He went to Ken to ask him for an update. A few seconds later, Guy and Kakashi arrived. Both were carrying the ones they captured. Guy looked at the barrier and said, "I haven't seen such a barrier yet. What is it?" Kakashi observed the barrier and replied, "Barrier Defense Seal Jutsu, 8-Gate Lockup. It's a wide-range barrier jutsu created by the Uzumaki clan to create a barrier around an entire village. Looks like he has a modified version of it to protect just himself." The Seal Master's expression became grim after seeing the 3 Konoha ninjas arrive. It implied that every other bounty hunter was killed. He replied, as expected of the copy ninja Kakashi. "Since you know about the barrier, you know that you wouldn't be able to break it like the 4 violet flames formation." Kakashi replied, "Every barrier could be broken. Regardless, this is the land of fire. I could summon hundreds of ninjas and keep a watch on you until you can't maintain the barrier anymore." The Seal Master laughed and said, "Hundreds of ninjas just for me? Ha ha ha. I never expected my life to be so precious for you to waste so much manpower on me." Kakashi said, "It isn't. You won't be able to imagine the torture you'd be put under for wasting our time. So I'll give you an offer. Surrender now and I will ensure that no harm will come to you. Lord Hokage might even allow you to turn a new page in your life." The Seal Master was surprised. He thought, "I never imagined that Konoha would offer to recruit me." The offer was alluring. However, his eyes laid on the 2 Yamanakas and he rejected that idea. "No, these 2 will read my memories. Once they do, they won't allow me to live." He opened another scroll and said, "It's a tempting offer. Unfortunately, I can't do it." He made a confrontation hand seal. Immediately, dozens of explosion tags appeared from the scroll. A few stuck to his body while the rest stuck on the 4 symbols on the barrier. The Konoha ninjas immediately became alert, and the next moment, all the explosion tags exploded. Fujin immediately flickered away. Kakashi slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, Earth Dome Jutsue Dome appeared from the ground and covered him and Guy. At the same time, the last ninja grabbed Yamanaka Ken and escaped underground. The barrier collapsed. The chakra of the Seal Master and within the barrier fueled the explosion and caused a fire to spread in all 4 directions. It also caused cracks to spread within the ground around the barrier. Kakashi noticed that the ground under his feet as well as the dome had begun cracking. His expression became grim as he poured chakra into the ground to strengthen it. The 2 Yamanakas who were escaping underground had it rough. As the ground cracked, some heat entered the ground. After flickering a few times, Fujin turned around to see. The fire had spread for almost 300 meters from the explosion spot. He was surprised. What a crazy bastard. That barrier was a trap. He didn't intend to protect himself. He just wanted to use its chakra to amplify the explosions from those tags. He even used all his own chakra to amplify the explosions. Soon the explosion died down and only the fire remained. A few water dragons appeared in between the fire and moved through the fire and began dousing it. The water also entered into the cracks in the ground. The 2 Yamanakas sensed it and left the underground. Fujin sensed that they were all fine. So he flickered back towards where Kakashi was. He first looked at the spot of the explosion. There was no sign of any dead body. The Seal Master's body was completely obliterated. Fujin looked at the 2 Yamanakas and asked, "Are you 2 all right?" Both of them had several burns on their skin. Ken nodded and said, "It's fine. It's just minor burns." He looked at Kakashi and asked, "Why did that bastard commit suicide? Wouldn't accepting your offer be much better for him?" Kakashi replied, "More than suicide, it looked like he wanted to burn all the dead bodies. This way we won't be able to gain any intel from them. Of course, if he managed to kill any of us, that would have been a bonus for him." Ken looked around and frowned. "All the dead bodies will have been burnt by the fire. We won't be able to read their memories now. It looks like he wanted to hide something crucial." He looked at the 2 ninjas that Kakashi and Guy had captured and added, "Information that these 2 wouldn't have." Kakashi nodded and said, "Yes. I guess he didn't know about this." He took out a scroll and opened it. He made a hand seal and Renzo's body popped out. He said, "I had stored his body as he was likely their leader. Read his memories." Yamanaka Ken nodded and immediately got to work. He placed his palm on the forehead of the dead body and inserted his chakra into his head to inspect his memories. Fujin's eyes were glued to him. The Yamanaka clan's ability to read memories of dead bodies was something he had wanted for some time. Unfortunately, he didn't get to visit the TNI department frequently. During his time in the Umbu, he had only seen it being done thrice. Fujin analyzed, just like before, the chakra that invades the brain of the dead body is pure In chakra. It is almost entirely the opposite of medical ninjutsu. But how exactly does this work? Despite observing it for the 4th time, he didn't have any idea about the internal workings of the jutsu. Though he had killed hundreds of people, his Umbu squad would always be close by. He never got to experiment on the dead bodies. And he had no intention of experimenting on the only dead body still in his possession. Chapter 250, My Shamelessness is Not Enough. Ken continued reading his memories for a few minutes. Sweat appeared on Ken's body. It was apparent that reading memories from a dead body was very taxing on him. Finally, he let him go. His expression was grim. Kakashi asked, "Did you get any information from him?" Ken nodded and said, "I couldn't read all his memories, but the ones that I could show that this bounty hunting was a scheme made by Kirigakure." Kakashi furrowed his eyebrows. Ken continued, "He hadn't gone rogue. Instead, he was given a mission by an elder from the Mizukage faction from Kirigakure. They currently have a huge advantage against the rebels who are hiding. Since they are hiding, the forces of Mizukage are ideal. But the rebellion means that no one will issue missions there. So to raise funds, they issued him a mission. He was to go rogue, get in touch with other rogue Kiri ninjas and form a bounty hunter group. After collecting the bounties, they would secretly send the majority of the bounty to Kirigakure. That Seal Master was assigned as his deputy for this mission. Apart from them, all others were actual rogue nins who got used. Ken's words left the 4 Konoha ninjas speechless. Even after going rogue, those guys were still being made to work for Kirigakure unknowingly. Fujin couldn't help but think, what a scheme. And what shamelessness. Sigh, every time I think that I am getting too shameless, this world gives me a reality check. These bastards are 100 times more shameless than me. I need to improve myself. Back in Konoha, a chill passed through the spine of Hiruzen. He immediately got alert and observed his surroundings. He didn't notice anything weird and wondered, why did it suddenly feel like someone wanted to take everything from me? Are any of my former students or teammates scheming something? It has been a while since I have paid attention to their movements. Back in the vast forests in the land of fire, Kakashi said, it is a great scheme. The high number of ninjas going rogue should weaken them. But now they have managed to make use of them instead. I guess that they have also sent guys like him to other villages. He looked at the other Yamanaka ninja and said, you inspect his memories as well. The ninja nodded and got to work. Kakashi looked at Fujin and said, according to our intel, the bounty hunters group shouldn't have been so big. I guess 2 different groups allied together. We should be able to confirm it after checking their memories. Fujin nodded. He had the same analysis after Renzo threatened him. Kakashi continued, this mission is done, will you be coming back with us? Fujin shook his head and answered, no, I have another mission. I will take my leave. Kakashi nodded. Fujin flickered away. Guy looked at him and said, he is quite strong, Kakashi. There weren't even half the bounty hunters alive by the time we reached. Kakashi nodded. He said, Lord Third is very positive about his prospects. I guess his progress shouldn't be very surprising. Anyways, let's clean up the battlefield. Kakashi and Guy gathered the remains of every burnt dead body. Most of the dead bodies were badly burnt. The only ones who were in decent shape were the ones who had attempted to hide under the earth dome and were killed by Fujin's vacuum bullets. After storing all the bodies, the 2 Yamanakas used mind-body switch jutsu to take over the bodies of the 2 prisoners so that they wouldn't suddenly attack. The group returned back to Konoha. After returning, they reported the details of the mission to Hiruzen and Shikaku. After analyzing the data, Shikaku let out a sigh and said, despite being in such a mess, they still try to create a mess in other villages. Hiruzen said, it's because they know that no one would retaliate with force. After all, no one wants to enter into their mess. He looked at Kakashi and instructed, deliver the dead bodies to torture and interrogation department. Have them inspect all their memories. Once we can't find any new memories, deliver their bodies to the underground market and claim their bounties. He looked at Shikaku and said, find a way to spread the news of the death of Higashi Renzo in Kiri. It will improve the morale of the rebels. Though I won't be involved directly, the Mizukage would have underestimated us way too much if he thinks that we can't retaliate at all. Also, form a few patrol squads to roam randomly through the country to find traces of any other rogue Kirigakure ninja. Shikaku and Kakashi nodded and left the office. A frown formed on Hiruzen's face as he analyzed, Kumo has already been trying to scheme a lot against us. Though Suna is allied with us, they are growing restless by the day. IWA is silent for now, but once that fence-sitter makes up his mind, they will become extremely problematic. And now even Kiri is making moves. Sigh, these peaceful times might not last very long. In the middle of the desert existed a city that commanded awe and reverence. Amidst the harsh desert environment, this majestic city stood proudly, surrounded by a colossal wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. The towering walls, crafted from sturdy sandstone, created an imposing barrier against the unforgiving desert winds. Samurais clad in desert-hued armor stood vigilant at the city gates. A group of traders approached the towering walls of this city and moved towards the samurais. The samurais noticed their arrival. Among them was Captain Hayashi Ryota, who was responsible for the safety of the city gates. One of the traders walked forward and bowed respectfully. The samurai scrutinized the group with a discerning gaze. The trader, dressed in fine desert attire, exuded an air of confidence and respectability. Ryota said, "Welcome to the Wind Capital, esteemed travelers. I am Captain Hayashi Ryota. State your purpose and present your trade permits for inspection." The trader said, "I am Takahashi Hiroshi. I have heard about your valor, Captain Ryota. I am pleased to make your acquaintance." Ryota's mood improved on being praised. Hiroshi handed him the required documents and said, "We are a new traders group from the land of Bird. Ryota and the other guards inspected the documents carefully and verified their authenticity. Satisfied with their findings, Captain Ryota returned the permits to Hiroshi and allowed them to enter the city. Ryota said in a diplomatic tone, "As honored guests of our city, we trust that you will adhere to our laws and customs during your stay. Please be mindful of the city's regulations and treat our citizens and fellow traders with respect. Enjoy your time in the Wind Capital and may your business ventures be prosperous." Hiroshi bowed deeply once again and said, "We are humbled by your hospitality, Captain Ryota. We shall uphold the highest standards of conduct and contribute positively to the commerce of this remarkable city." Hiroshi and his fellow traders entered the city along with their caravan. As soon as they did, they were immediately captivated by the stunning contrasts and breathtaking sights in the city. The streets wound through the city like intricate mazes and provided shelter from the scorching sun. Buildings of varying heights and styles rose proudly, their architecture inspired by the desert environment. Majestic minarets and ornate domes punctuated the skyline as their golden surfaces glimmered under the brilliant sun. Hiroshi couldn't help but mutter in awe, "So beautiful." Ryota smirked and said, "Everyone who enters this city for the first time feels the same." Hiroshi nodded and replied, "It's difficult to feel anything else." Ryota nodded. Hiroshi said, "I'd love to keep watching. Unfortunately, some of my goods are perishable. Could you tell me where the markets are situated, Captain Ryota?" Riot nodded and provided him with the information. Hiroshi and the other traders began moving according to his instructions. Soon they left the sight of those samurais. Immediately, every trader's expression changed. The awe and captivation disappeared from their faces. Hiroshi said in a neutral voice, "Sell all of our products." All the traders immediately got to work. Hiroshi kept observing the city. They had goods in bulk. So they found appropriate buyers and sold all their goods at low prices. In a few hours, their entire caravan was empty. Hiroshi took all the money and said aloud, "Since we made the dangerous journey successfully and have plenty of money, we should enjoy some time in this village. Of course, in our time here, we will also check which goods are the most appropriate and profitable to trade. So enjoy yourself for the next few months." The traders smiled and rejoiced on getting a long break. They split into groups and left in different directions under the envious gazes of some people. Though trading was very risky, if done successfully, it was very rewarding. Hiroshi left alone and booked a room in one of the most expensive hotels in the Wind Capital. He stood on the balcony and saw the sunset. A golden hue was cast across the city, making it seem even more breathtaking than ever. A smile formed on his face as he thought, "In terms of the scenery, the Wind Capital is leagues ahead of the Fire Capital." Chapter 251, The Never-Ending War. As the sun set, a bunch of memories started popping up in his mind. He analyzed all the memories and thought, "Good, all my clones have safely dispelled themselves. No one noticed them. Finally, it's time to begin my mission." 1 week ago, after eliminating the 2 groups of bounty hunters, Fujin split off from Kakashi's group and continued his journey forward. However, the fight had exhausted nearly half his chakra. So he decided to take a break in a nearby town. He entered the town after using the transformation jutsu and looked for an ordinary hotel. After renting a room, Fujin opened the scrolls Shikaku had handed him and began reading. The scrolls had a lot of details regarding the nobles in the Land of Wind. It contained a detailed list of all nobles, their families, friends, and their political standings. After a few hours, Fujin let out a sigh. He muttered in his mind, "I used to think that the number of ninjas is quite high. But until I joined the Umbu, I never ever imagined that the number of nobles would be this high. Every major country has at least a couple of thousand people related to the daimyo. Do they spend all their time breeding? And Shikaku's reports have over 500 nobles who he wants to be targeted. Sigh, when we talk about wars, everyone only thinks about the 3 great wars that have happened. Meanwhile, everyone is worried about when the 4th Great Ninja War will happen. But in reality, the 5 major villages are at war with each other constantly with no breaks. It's just that these wars don't have a battlefield. Instead, they are fought by the special forces of each village. Instead of clashing openly, the war is about sabotaging others while increasing your own influence. In the last 12 months, I have basically been targeting nobles in the nearby smaller countries who are against Konoha. Like in the previous mission, we killed the forces of that noble from the Land of Waterfall who sided with IWA. The end result of such clashes is to make these nobles favor your village and hate the enemy's villages. And in this competition, Konoha has a huge advantage. Other than the Land of Rain, every neighboring country favors Konoha more than its other neighbors. The superiority of Hiruzen and Shikaku's scheming abilities can be seen through this. Of course, there is another big reason. Konoha has no ambition to claim the lands of other countries. But other countries want Konoha's lands. However, the smaller countries act as a buffer between them. If some country successfully manages to capture territory within the Land of Fire, the smaller countries acting as a buffer will also have to be conquered by them, or at least some parts of the country would have to be annexed. And if Konoha couldn't resist them, there's no way any smaller country could resist them. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, when I first read Naruto, I was disgusted by the fact that Kumo tried to kidnap a little girl. If kidnapped, her fate would have been terrible. Just the thought of it was revolting. But now it doesn't seem very extreme. The chances of kidnapping someone from the Hyuga compounds should be close to zero. Perhaps the goal of that kidnapping attempt wasn't to kidnap Hinata, but rather to have the kidnapper die in the Hyuga compounds. Perhaps, even if Hayashi didn't kill the kidnapper as long as he was caught, he'd have committed suicide and died in the Hyuga clan compounds. This way they would be able to exchange the life of a normal ninja with a strong clan leader. Even though Hayashi preserved his life, Konoha and the Hyuga clan lost an elite jounin. In peacetime, that is a great loss. I guess they also wanted to sow discord between the village leadership and the Hyuga clan. After all, by then, the Uchiha clan were already made to live on the outskirts of Konoha. If the two strongest clans were unsatisfied with the Konoha leadership, the village would become quite unstable. Even if nothing bad happened, as long as the process of recovery is slowed down, Konoha would be in trouble when the next Great War starts. Fujin let out another sigh. The more I get involved, the more I realize how deep the schemes run in this world. And for some reason I have a feeling that soon it will be my turn to play these schemes. If I can't, then I won't be able to achieve much in this life either. Fujin rested the night in that hotel before continuing his journey the next day. He crossed the border and entered the Land of Rivers under a random disguise. He found an unoccupied cave and entered it. He inscribed a few seals in the cave to provide some protection and to stop and misdirect any attempts of scouting that place. He quickly changed into the attire of Suna Umbu and thought, for the next few months this will be my disguise while doing shady work. He left the cave and journeyed towards the Land of Wind. The border of the Land of Wind was as massive as that of the Land of Fire. However, unlike Konoha, they were suffering from a massive budget crunch. In addition, the desert conditions in the Land of Wind were many times rougher than the green forests in the Land of Fire, so very few patrolling teams used to patrol the borders. Fujin had no trouble infiltrating the Land of Wind. He continued moving rapidly across the vast deserts while thinking, though the rough environment makes patrolling difficult, the vast open desert makes hiding very difficult. After traveling a few hundred kilometers into the desert, Fujin took a break and began making a plan. He analyzed, most of my targets are in the Wind Capital. I will have to begin from there. But how should I infiltrate it? Should I just sneak in? Fujin calculated his chances of sneaking in successfully. After some time he rejected that idea. No. I have been to the Fire Capital a few times. Though the security wasn't as good as Konoha, it was still very tight. Samurais patrolled the walls and the walls themselves had numerous seals carved in them. Though I could still infiltrate without alarming any seal, it will be incredibly difficult. So I guess my only option is to enter through the city gates. Suddenly, Fujin changed his direction. Instead of traveling towards the Wind Capital, Fujin began traveling towards the north. After traveling for another day, Fujin stopped and opened a map. He concluded, this should be the route where trading caravans pass through while trading between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. I'll just wait until I can catch a ride. He carved a seal on the sand and made a hand seal. The seal began sinking into the sand. He repeated the same process at distances of 25 meters dozens of times. Finally, he weaved another hand sign and placed his hand on the ground. Earth release, underground camp jutsu. He poured his chakra into the ground as the rocks and sand began moving. In a few minutes, one small underground room was formed. Fujin inscribed a seal on the wall of this room and thought, good. Now if anyone passes through this route, the seals will detect the vibrations in the ground and cause this seal to light up. I will wait here for up to a week. If no one shows up, then I will try to actively find a group of travelers instead of just sitting here. Fujin carved some seals to ensure that the room can't be sensed. He entered it and rested while waiting patiently. In the next 2 days, the seal lit up thrice. Fujin exited the room to observe each time. Unfortunately, all 3 groups were ninja squads from Suna. Luckily, none of them was sensing when Fujin exited the room. So his location stayed hidden. Finally, on the 3rd day, the seal lit up once again. Fujin sighed and muttered, "If it is another group of ninjas, I will kill and impersonate them instead of traders or merchants." He exited the room. Chakra gathered in his eyes as he began observing the chakra signature while staying under the sand. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, "Finally." A group of 16 people. 12 have civilian levels of chakra while 4 have chunin levels of chakra. He made a hand seal and his figure disappeared from under the sand. Suddenly, one of the 4 ninjas turned and looked at where Fujin was. The ninja next to him asked, "Did you notice something, Captain?" The captain replied, "It felt like a breeze suddenly passed through that area." "Leave it, I might be imagining it." They continued on their journey. After traveling for around 2 kilometers, one of the ninjas said, "Captain, there is someone ahead." The ninjas got alert. The captain said loudly, "Be careful everyone. It might be another bandit group." However, the ninja shook his head and said, "No, Captain. It is only one person and his chakra is very low. So he isn't a ninja." The group traveled forward carefully. After a couple of 100 meters, they saw the person. He was a man in terrible shape. His clothes were torn in multiple places and dyed in blood. He had multiple injuries on his body. He turned his head towards them and hope appeared in his eyes. Chapter 252, Test Subjects. The man immediately got up and walked towards the caravan. However, he was limping. The group noticed a deep cut just above his left knee. The man walked to them with tears running down his face and hurriedly begged, "Please help me. I am a trader just like you, but my caravan was attacked by desert bandits. All of us were captured. I luckily managed to escape, but they are still hunting for me. Please help." However, before he could finish speaking, a kick landed on his chest and sent him flying backwards. A look of shock appeared on the face of the man. He looked at them in disbelief. The 4 ninjas were wearing headbands that didn't belong to any ninja village. The caravan had a flag of the land of bird country. The man still begged, "Please help us and save my friends. If not, at least take me with you. I don't want to die here." One of the ninjas looked at him and asked, "What do we do with him, Captain?" The captain shook his head and said, "It's better to kill him. If he is planted by a bandit group, then we might get in trouble." Behind him, the leader of the traders, Hiroshi, said, "Just kill him and get moving. I don't want to delay my first trade." The injured man heard the words carefully. Fear showed on his face. One of the ninjas grinned and walked forward. "You heard him. You can say goodbye to your pathetic life." He grabbed a kunai and walked towards the man. The man looked at him with terror in his eyes. He raised the kunai and was about to attack when his head was sent flying into the air. The traders and the ninjas, who were looking at the spectacle with ridicule in their eyes, were suddenly shocked. Before they could even react, the heads of the remaining 3 ninjas were also sent flying. Terror flooded into the minds of each of the 12 traders as they saw the injured man behead the ninjas they hired for their safety. The injured man said in a cold tone, "You'd have died either way, but your actions avoid any feeling of guilt that I might have felt." He suddenly disappeared. Hiroshi saw as every trader began falling down to the ground one by one. Only he was left standing. The injured man, who was now a Shinigami in his eyes, stood in front of him and looked into his eyes. He couldn't move as the man's hand squeezed his neck. Suddenly, the entire world became pitch black. He couldn't even see the arm that was holding his neck. He heard Fujin speaking, "If you want to live, tell me every detail about yourself and your trading caravan." Hiroshi was completely terrified. He screamed, "I will speak. Please don't kill me." Hiroshi immediately gave him all the details that he wanted. He also took all the documents from Hiroshi. An electric current passed through Hiroshi's body and knocked him out. Fujin walked towards one of the knocked-out traders and lifted him. A current passed through his body and woke him up. Fujin interrogated him to cross-check the information. He repeated the process with all 12 traders. After collecting all the data, Fujin analyzed, "I was lucky. This is a perfect group for me to impersonate. It is their first mission, so they shouldn't have any contacts in the Wind Capital. Not to mention, they come from the land of Bird instead of the land of Earth. So their backing will be much weaker. In addition, the ninjas they hired don't work for any village. Instead, they work for the mercenary group Kurigane no Sensen, though this mercenary group is quite influential. It mostly operates in the countries between the lands of wind and earth. It shouldn't have much sway here. And even if they do, they will be much slower than a ninja village to investigate their missing ninjas. Fujin observed everyone around him and thought, it'd be a huge waste to just hide their bodies. He walked towards one of the detached heads and extended his right hand towards it while thinking, it should work against detached heads too. Though I am not sure if using them for my first try is a good thing. Chakra appeared on his palm and poured into the detached head. Fujin controlled the chakra to gently enter the brain. He closed his eyes to properly control the chakra. As chakra surged unhindered, a profound strain befell the brain. The delicate neural pathways, unaccustomed to such a surge, began to falter and distort under immense pressure. Fujin frowned. He stopped pouring the chakra into his mind and wondered, how the fuck do the Yamanakas train? Despite my chakra control, the brain was destroyed so easily. And I didn't even see a single memory. Do the Yamanaka have secret methods of learning? Or do they test on test subjects before being allowed to use it on alive people? Fujin fell in a thought. As I expected, this is very complicated. Though I know that it requires chakra, just that isn't enough to learn this jutsu. If I am right, several generations of Yamanaka clan ninjas probably worked on this to create this secret technique. So I am basically trying to replicate a decades-long process without much information. Right now I have only 2 pieces of knowledge. The first is that the chakra has to be pure and the chakra control has to be very good. The second is that memories aren't stored in just one single part of the brain. They are distributed across multiple brain regions and involve intricate neural networks and connections rather than being confined to a single location. Unfortunately, I have no idea which those regions are. The library didn't have any information regarding this. I am sure my previous world had better information about this. Unfortunately, I hadn't studied biology for years. I simply don't have any memories regarding this. Fujin analyzed for a few minutes before sighing. Leave it. I can't think of anything good. I will just experiment on them. Fujin experimented on the 3 detached heads. The first 2 had their brains destroyed. On the last one, his chakra control with the chakra became much better. He managed to continue invading his brain with chakra without turning it into mush. However, he didn't get any memories from it. Fujin wondered, do I need to make more modifications to my chakra or move it in a certain way to read memories? He couldn't say for sure. He looked towards the 12 unconscious traders and muttered, I hope I have luck with living test subjects. He walked towards one trader, tied his limbs and woke him up. The trader woke up terrified. He shouted and begged, but Fujin didn't pay any attention to him. He placed a hand on his head and began inserting chakra into his head. He delicately controlled his chakra to enter his brain and access the neural networks in his cerebral cortex. However, the man suddenly yelled. Soon his expression changed. He spoke gibberish and he began making weird faces. Fujin looked at him with a solemn expression. He has become intellectually impaired. Another reason why I should never let anyone try to read my memories. If they wish to harm me, I won't even be able to resist. Fujin continued trying to read his memories until his brain was destroyed and he stopped moving and dropped dead. Fujin experimented on the remaining 11 traders and all faced the same result. Fujin sighed and began storing everyone's dead bodies in scrolls. He stored the 4 dead ninjas in one scroll and the 12 dead traders in another. He placed the scroll of the dead ninjas in the underground room he had created and completely sealed it up. He analyzed. If the mercenary group had any means of tracking them, they would be led here. Even if they find the blood where I killed them, they will only find the blood of these 4 ninjas. Fujin walked back to the caravan and created shadow clones. They transformed into the 11 traders while Fujin transformed into Hiroshi. They buried the sand dyed in blood a few meters below the surface and began their journey to the wind capital. Mid-route, Fujin made another shadow clone who traveled a few kilometers and buried the scroll with the dead bodies of the traders deep within the sand. In these vast deserts, the chances of it being found were negligible. Chapter 253 Assassination. Fujin was enjoying his evening breakfast on his balcony while enjoying the beautiful sunset. He thought, this lifestyle is kinda good. I see why so many ninjas want to be recruited by a daimyo. Unlike the daily life of going through deadly missions and not knowing whether you'd live or not, the life here is just too relaxing and stress-free. Fujin had stayed in the Wind Capital for a couple of weeks. He spent it relaxing in his luxurious hotel room and sightseeing around the city that he analyzed. There hadn't been any news about anyone looking for Hiroshi or the ninjas protecting them. So I should be able to maintain this identity for some time. He turned his eyes towards a few mansions in the city. They were quite far from his location but still visible. Though he couldn't see every detail, he knew that a few were moving sneakily into those mansions. Just like Fujin, one noble was enjoying his life in one of the mansions Fujin eyed. He was enjoying his luxurious life while thinking, I am so glad that the daimyo decided to favor Konoha instead of Suna. Otherwise, there is no way I would be able to sign such a huge deal with the Kazekage. Once the deal is finalized, money will start rolling into this mansion. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a maid entered the room. She was in her teens and looked very beautiful. The noble, who was in his 50s, lecherously eyed her. She brought a tray filled with various sushi to him and said respectfully, My lord. The noble looked at it and said, It looks delicious. He turned his eyes towards her and said, I am sure it'd taste even better if you feed it to me. He opened his mouth wide open. The maid knew about how perverted he was. Unfortunately, she had no other option. She picked up a piece of sushi and was about to feed him when she saw a red line appearing on his throat. Before she could think, the line split open and blood sprayed out and covered the maid's face and chest. She freaked out and screamed loudly. Immediately, a samurai appeared in the room and asked, Lord Atsushi, what happened? His words were stuck in his mouth as he saw the noble he was supposed to protect lying in his chair with his throat cut open with the maid standing in shock in front of him. He got angry and muttered, Someone dared to kill a person protected by me? Hey, are disrespecting the great name of Isamu. I will kill them. He quickly approached the maid and asked her menacingly, Did you kill him? The maid was terrified by his expression. She feared the worst. Unfortunately, there wasn't much she could do. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she said, No, I didn't do it. I was about to feed him when a red line appeared on his neck and split it open. Isamu believed her. He thought, she isn't lying. It looks like the work of a ninja. A wind user to be specific. Did he upset Suna during the negotiations? Or is someone trying to frame Suna? Chakra gathered in his eyes as he began to observe everything in the mansion. Suddenly he discovered, Since when did someone with so much chakra appear in the mansion? He must be the culprit. Chakra flowed through his sword as he stabbed it into the floor. A hole appeared in the floor and he jumped on the floor below. In front of him was a butler. Isamu looked at him and said, Good disguise. If it was someone else, they'd be fooled. A frown formed on the face of the butler. He asked, What do you mean? However, instead of replying, Isamu swung his sword. A blue sword wave was shot from his sword and approached the butler. The butler immediately moved out of the way, displaying physical skills far beyond what a civilian could display. The samurai moved forward and attacked him with his sword once again. The butler took a kunai and used it to block the sword. Unlike Isamu, he didn't use chakra flow. However, since Isamu's chakra flow wasn't charged with wind nature, his kunai could hold on. However, Isamu used the opportunity to kick his chest. The butler was sent flying backwards and crashed into a wall. His transformation jutsu was dispelled. Isamu saw a ninja wearing a scorpion mask and in the umbu uniform of Sunagakure. His expression became grim. It looked like he was caught in an internal struggle in the land of wind. The ninja got up and said in a cold tone, I didn't expect you to be so good. However, you should have just looked the other way. Now I will have to kill you as well. Isamu didn't attack and asked, Why did you kill him? The ninja snorted, Do you think it is so easy to take advantage of our village? Even your land of iron doesn't have the same standing as our village. Let alone some no-name noble. He raised 2 fingers. Wind began flowing around them. Isamu once again attacked with his sword. However, the umbu easily dodged the sword slash. Isamu's eyes widened as 4 cuts appeared on each of his arms. 2 of them were right on his elbow and severed his blood vessels and nerves in it. Isamu suddenly felt weak and dropped his swords. The umbu said, In your next life, don't poke your head into other people's businesses. Wind once again began moving around his 2 fingers as he pointed them towards the samurai. Though Isamu was wearing armor, a lot of areas on his body weren't protected by it. Dozens of cuts appeared on his legs and neck. Isamu dropped to the ground and lost consciousness. He was no match for the umbu. Having completed his job, the Umbu disappeared. After the fighting noises stopped, the servants immediately ran towards where the fighting was happening. To their horror, they noticed Isamu lying in a pool of blood. They immediately ran forward and checked on him. Surprisingly, one maid said, "He is still breathing. Call for doctors. Also, inform Lord Atsushi about this." Some servants left hurriedly to call for the personal doctor employed in the mansion. A couple of other servants ran to the upper floor. They were horrified to see that their Lord Atsushi was dead and the maid was lying unconscious. They carried the maid down to be in the same room as Isamu. After laying her down, they went to the basement to inform the family of the noble who had hidden there immediately after hearing the sounds of a battle. The doctor soon arrived. His expression became grim after checking the samurai. He said, "His condition is very bad. Go and call for a medical ninja from the hospital. Hurry." A couple of servants nodded and left. The doctor removed Isamu's armor and clothes around the cuts. He provided first aid and stopped the bleeding. Suddenly, loud wailing was heard from the floor above. The family members of the noble were crying due to his loss. After a couple of minutes, his son walked down and saw the doctor treating Isamu while his father was completely ignored. He shouted, "How dare you treat others when my father has died? Leave them to die along with him." His expression became cruel as he said, "In fact, all of you should join him too." Fear appeared on the face of all servants. However, the doctor was calm. He continued cleaning the wounds and said without looking at him, "Young master, he is a samurai from the land of iron. A proper explanation has to be given every time a samurai dies. If the land of iron finds out that a samurai died because you didn't allow him to be treated, you and your whole family might have to join your father. Even Lord Daimyo won't do anything to save you." His words caused the young master to be covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will remember this." He quickly left the room and walked back towards his father. The doctor let out a sigh. He thought, "I have completely offended him. Oh well, if I didn't, he'd have killed me anyway. As long as I save Isamu, I will be safe." Soon all the bleeding stopped. The doctor began the blood transfusion to stabilize his condition. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "He will be fine." His words caused relief to spread among the servants in the mansion. The doctor turned his attention towards the maid and inspected her. Soon he got up and said, "She has just lost consciousness due to being terrified. She will be fine." The servants tended to both of them while waiting for the medical ninja to arrive. In around an hour, a medical ninja arrived. The doctor exchanged a few words with him and he began inspecting Isamu. He nodded his head and said, "You have done a great job." He weaved a few hand signs and extended his palms towards Isamu. Mystical Palm Jutsu, the chapter name of the latest chapter on Piet Trian killing Tsuchikage with one hand tied behind the back. Chapter 254, Framing Sunigakure. Chakra poured from the medical ninja's hands. One by one, he completely healed every cut on Isamu's body. Only some scars were left behind. Soon Isamu woke up. The memories of nearly dying returned to his mind. He sat straight and began sweating profusely due to fear. The medical ninja noticed his condition and placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you are all right. Do you recall what happened?" His words snapped Isamu out of his shock. He looked down at his body and thought, "I thought I was dead for sure. The enemy was much stronger than me. I was no match. Did he assume that I was dead and left in a hurry?" He turned his eyes towards the medical ninja and became scared once again. He thought, "First Asuna Umbu almost kills me and then Asuna medical ninja saves me? What the heck are these guys playing at?" The medical ninja saw the fear in Isamu's eyes and frowned. It felt as if Isamu was afraid of him. He asked, "Who injured you?" Having just gotten another chance to live, Isamu didn't wish to risk it again. He replied, "I can't say as I didn't see his face. I need to make a report to Lord Daimyo. After all, he killed the noble I was assigned to protect." At the same time, a doubt appeared in his mind. The ninja who attacked me was very well versed in wind jutsus. He was a natural at it. But could it be that someone from another village was impersonating to frame Suna? I was certain that he was from Suna. The only flaw is that he left me alive. After all, it wouldn't make much sense for him to not ensure that I am dead. The only way he would profit is if he is an enemy of Suna and the blame falls on Sunigakure entirely. He thought a lot but couldn't come up with a definite answer. He decided, leave it. I will report the event as it is to the daimyo. I will let Daimyo make the decision. He was about to get up when the doctor softly said, Lord, we need your help. Isamu squinted his eyes and looked at him. The doctor informed the actions of the young master. Anger appeared in Isamu's eyes. However, he couldn't take action directly. He said loudly, anyone who wants to leave this mansion can do so along with me. I will ask Lord Daimyo to ensure that you don't suffer injustice. Smiles and relief appeared on everyone's faces. They were about to leave the mansion when another samurai appeared in front of them. Isamu noticed him and quickly bowed down, Lord Hajime. Hajime was in charge of all samurais in the Wind Capital. He was also the strongest samurai in the Wind Capital. Hajime nodded and said, I received a report that Noble Atsushi was assassinated. Is it true, Isamu? Isamu nodded, yes. I am ashamed. Hajime said, I trust that you gave your all, Isamu. So give me the exact details of what happened. Isamu didn't want to speak in front of everyone. He said, this. Lord Hajime, can we speak in private? Hajime nodded. Both walked into one of the many rooms in the mansion. Hajime said, speak. Isamu quickly reported the details of his clash along with his analysis. He ended by saying, all evidence points towards Sunagakure. However, I still have a nagging suspicion that something else might be happening. Hajime nodded and said, good analysis. I might have sided with you if not for other events that have happened the same time you fought. Isamu furrowed his eyebrows. Hajime continued, Atsushi wasn't the only noble who was targeted. 9 others were killed at the same time. In 3 cases, the culprits were able to escape undetected. Including you, 7 samurais fought them. Unfortunately, 5 are already dead. Apart from you, only 1 is alive. But his condition is critical. Isamu's eyes widened. His back became covered in sweat. He muttered, I was lucky that he didn't check whether I was alive or dead. Hajime nodded. He added, everyone was injured with blades made of wind. This is a rather commonly used technique among the jounins of Sunagakure. Though other villages could replicate it, sending 10 expert wind users on the same mission is quite unlikely. Regardless, Daimyo is pissed at Sunagakure. Our country might also take some actions to avenge the death of our 5 comrades. Isamu had a bitter expression. He said, everyone can see that the daimyo has been upset with them since the time they lost in the 3rd Great Ninja War. We were unfortunately the ones to be caught in between them. Hajime agreed and said, yes. But we can't take any decision regarding this. I have to meet with daimyo. You take care of your health. He was about to leave when Isamu stopped him and informed him about the actions of Atsushi's son. Hajime frowned and said, leave the mansion and take everyone with you. I'll ask daimyo to take appropriate actions for them. A family that treats people like this will fall no matter how rich or influential they are. He left the mansion. Following him, Isamu and every commoner employed in the mansion left, only leaving Atsushi's stunned family in the mansion. Back in the hotel, Fujin received the memories of his 10 clones. He analyzed, everything went as planned. Now it's time to be patient. Throughout the night, samurais kept moving around the city. The security had become very tight. Many sudden inspections were being carried out. However, Fujin wasn't affected. It wasn't surprising as the number of civilians far exceeded the number of samurais and ninjas working under the Wind Daimyo. He did sense numerous chakra fields covering him. However, no one detected anything strange about him. These acts made the city quite tense. The next morning, 2 pieces of information spread through the city. The first one caused panic and restlessness among the civilian population. After all, 10 nobles were murdered in broad daylight. If nobles who were protected by samurais weren't safe, then how could common people feel safe? However, the second news made everyone feel peculiar and amused them. Rumors floated in the city that a noble's family threatened to execute all servants. So everyone serving that family quit and left the mansion. The daimyo himself had given assurances that these people wouldn't be harmed. In addition, no new worker signed up to serve that family due to the bad reputation it gained, making them a joke in the Wind Capital. As the culprit behind the assassinations, Fujin was sitting relaxed in his room. He analyzed, these 10 were all very close to Sunagakure according to the scrolls. Now that they are dead and Suna is the first suspect, their families will stop relying on Suna. Since the land of wind and fire are allied, Konoha will become their new reliance soon. Even if they don't ally with Konoha and continue the same level of interaction with Suna, it isn't actually our loss as just the status quo is maintained. In addition, the daimyo and remaining nobles will now be very alert against Sunagakure. Though they can't pin the blame on Suna, seeds of doubt will take root in their minds. Of course, just this isn't enough. I'll have to keep providing water to these seeds to create the required effect. Numerous plans and schemes kept running through Fujin's mind. For quite some time the Wind Capital was fated to remain restless. Chapter 255, Sunagakure makes a move. Sunagakure, Kazekage Building. A ninja was hurrying inside the Kazekage Building. Without waiting to knock and get permission, he opened the door and said loudly, "Lord Raza, we have an important matter." Raza frowned. He was in a meeting. He looked at them and said, "We will continue the talks later." Everyone nodded and left the meeting. Raza looked with annoyance and asked, "What is the rush? Didn't you know that I was in an important meeting?" "The ninja are." Eplid, "I am sorry but this is important, Lord Raza. 10 nobles in the Wind Capital have died. 5 samurais have also died. And we are the prime suspect." Raza frowned and asked, "What did you say?" The ninja handed him a scroll. Raza opened and began reading. The ninja said, "It is suspected that all were killed using the Blade of Wind jutsu. And since all 10 murders happened at the same time, they don't think any other village could have done this." Raza's expression became grim. He thought, Wind Daimyo's support for us has been decreasing continuously since the end of the Third War. I had just managed to stabilize our standing and was about to pull out of the alliance with Konoha, but this happened. It will push the daimyo even further away from us. His mood worsened as he cursed. "Which bastard is scheming against me? Kiri shouldn't be involved in this. So it should be either Hiruzen or Inoki. But which one?" He kept analyzing. The important matter is that 10 ninjas simultaneously used Blade of Wind jutsu. Is one of them building a specialist unit of wind? Raza thought for a bit and concluded, "No, Blade of Wind is a Jounin level jutsu. I doubt any of them would be willing to send 10 of them here. The most likely possibility is that Wind Sword Jutsu was used. Gathering 10 users of that jutsu wouldn't be difficult for Konoha or IWA. Among the two of them, Konoha is the most suspicious. If their number of wind users increases, their destructiveness on the battlefield will go up a few notches. But for Hiruzen to do this, did he discover my attempts to break the alliance? If so, this wouldn't be his only move." Raza's analysis was on point. Fujin's clones had all used Wind Sword Jutsu to kill or injure their targets. However, Raza still didn't consider the point of someone using shadow clones. So he overestimated the number of attackers by a factor of 10. He looked at the ninja in front of him and said, "Call Baki here." The ninja nodded and left. In a few minutes, Baki arrived. Raza tossed the scroll over to him and said, "Read." Baki nodded and began reading. His expression became grim. Raza said, "I want you to lead a squad of 20 ninjas to the Wind Capital. Find who the culprit is and clear our name. If you can't find the culprit, then stay there and ensure that no more incidents occur. At the same time, make sure that our reputation among the nobles in the Wind Capital improves. I suspect that Konoha is behind this incident, but we can't rule out a Wagakure either. They may want us to suspect Konoha and break our alliance. So be on guard against both of them." Baki nodded, "Yes, Lord Kazekage." He immediately left and began preparations to leave. In a couple of hours, Baki along with 19 ninjas at the rank of Chunin and above left towards the Wind Capital. Wind Capital, Fujin was still staying in the same hotel. Due to being one of the most luxurious hotels in the Wind Capital, the impact of the stricter security and frequent checks wasn't felt much there. However, a samurai still visited to ask him some standard questions before leaving without suspecting anything. Fujin didn't make any moves in these 2 days. He thought, though I could still kill some targets irrespective of how much security the samurais provide, it won't help my mission. On one hand, the daimyo will begin considering why Suna is attacking despite being the prime suspect. So their suspicion of Suna will decrease instead of increase. On the other hand, if I overdo it, daimyo and the other nobles might get terrified of Suna. They might stop increasing relations with Konoha and obediently support Suna. I am sure Raza might just go ahead and begin killing the nobles himself as well until the daimyo capitulates, taking full opportunity of my blundered so my best course of action is to keep striking at regular intervals. Fujin's attention was suddenly attracted. He got up and went to the balcony and looked at one of the entrances to the city. Though he wasn't actively sensing, he could feel that a group of ninjas with strong chakras were coming towards the city. He wondered, did Raza send a few ninjas? A smile appeared on his face. He thought, good, I was getting bored. Though this mission is quite relaxing, I don't want to do it much longer. After all, I can't train at all while staying here. The longer I stay here, the more time I will be wasting. Unfortunately, this mission requires me to stay here for around 6 months. But if I can do a great job, I'll be able to leave early, not to mention this city doesn't deserve its name. Wind capital my ass. I have sent dozens of clones to find and steal any wind crystals here. Unfortunately, they have none. I had planned to steal the entire treasury of it, but I never thought they won't have a single one. What a waste. Fujin sighed and eliminated that thought. He had felt enough heartache over the last week due to this matter. He turned his attention towards the Suna ninjas and waited in anticipation for them to arrive. A few minutes later, Baki and his group entered the wind capital. His arrival immediately gained everyone's attention. Due to the incidents and the rumors, the common people were quite afraid of them. Even the samurais and other guards were alert against them. The moods of Suna ninjas became grim on seeing how much the public perception was against them. Seeing the circumstances, they immediately traveled towards the daimyo's estate. However, the entrance of the daimyo's estate was guarded by a dozen samurais led by Hajime. Baki greeted with a smile, Hajime-san, it's good to meet you again. I am here to deliver a message from Lord Kazekage to Lord Daimyo. Hajime replied with a smile as well, it is good to see you as well, Baki. I would have loved to escort you in. Unfortunately, Lord Daimyo is busy with important meetings due to recent events and has asked to not be disturbed. I'll have to politely ask you to wait here until he allows for visitors. Baki and the Suna ninjas frowned. The daimyo was trying to humiliate them. Baki said, all right, I will wait here until Lord Daimyo sends a message. The Suna ninjas following Baki knew of the circumstances. So none spoke anything despite the blatant disrespect. Baki analyzed, a power play. The daimyo intends to show his displeasure by making us wait here. The longer we are made to wait, the more he is displeased. Still, he is also disrespecting our Kazekage. Baki looked at the ninjas behind him. They had run non-stop from Sunagakure to Wind Capital. He said, you guys can leave and have some rest. I will meet up after meeting Lord Daimyo. The ninjas nodded and left. Hajime was surprised. He analyzed, letting the ninjas leave signifies that he isn't here to fight. However, on the other hand, it also could be seen as an insult to the daimyo as he isn't making his subordinates wait patiently for the daimyo. Oh well, it is none of my business whether he worships or disrespects the daimyo as long as he do. Yes, sent attack. Baki and the rest had arrived in the Wind Capital in the morning. However, despite the sun being right on top of their heads, the daimyo still hadn't called Baki in. He kept waiting outside daimyo's estate until the sun began setting. Finally, when the sun was about to set, a messenger came out of the estate and whispered a message to Hajime. Hajime looked at Baki and said, Lord Daimyo is finally done with his meetings. You can meet him now, Baki. Baki's mood was terrible. He was made to wait outside for nearly half a day. They didn't even bother providing him with any food, water, or even a chair. He walked in thinking, what a terrible mission I accepted. Raza-sama should have sent a diplomat along with me. Chapter 256, Rage and Sorrow. Baki entered the Wind Daimyo's office. It was a large circular room with a circular table at the center of the room. The daimyo was sitting on the chair exactly opposite Baki's location. Baki bowed respectfully and said, Greetings, Lord Daimyo. Lord Kazekage wanted to send you a message. He handed a scroll to the daimyo. The daimyo didn't speak a word and took the scroll and began reading. The scroll expressed condolences on the recent deaths. It also mentioned that Raza speculated that these attacks were done by Konohagakure or Iwagakure. Baki said, Lord Kazekage heard about the recent assassinations and was concerned about the safety of everyone in the Wind Capital. He sent me here to investigate the assassinations and increase the safety of the Wind Capital. Neither Baki nor the scroll mentioned anything about clearing Suna's name. No words were needed for that. The daimyo replied while watching Baki carefully, the recent events have alarmed me. So I have reached a deal with the Land of Iron to send 200 more samurais here. Unfortunately, I don't have any access budget for it. So it will have to come out of the budget assigned to Sunagakure. Baki frowned. he said. Lord Dai, however, he was cut off by the Wind Daimyo, who said, "Save your breath. My meetings today were all about this matter. All my advisors and ministers have agreed upon it. I will send an official letter to Raza soon." Baki knew that speaking any more would be pointless. He turned around and said, "All right. I will start investigating the assassinations." He left without bidding any farewells. The daimyo saw him leave and let out a sigh while thinking, "These warmongers keep getting more and more power-hungry. I had advised them against starting the third great ninja war. But they completely ignored me and started it without my knowledge or permission. In the end, they lost so badly that they were forced into an alliance with Konoha. Even then, they still haven't learnt their lessons." The daimyo snorted and decided, "If they want to continue being arrogant, so be it." He looked at Hajime and said, "Send that letter to Mifune." Hajime nodded and left the room. After leaving, Baki's mood was terrible. He could see that the daimyo was intent on making Suna pay for the recent assassinations. He muttered, "At this rate, Lord Raza might decide to kill him instead of trying to come to terms with him." He met with the other 19 ninjas. Soon they began investigating the deaths. After inspecting all the dead bodies, Baki concluded numerous clues that he analyzed. All 15 bodies have very similar injuries. It's as if the same person has killed them. Or, at the very least, all of them were probably trained by the same master. The wounds are definitely from wind blades. But the same effect could also be achieved by the wind sword jutsu. So it is likely that 10 chunins had attacked instead of the speculated 10 jounins. This alone should be enough to get rid of most of the suspicions from us. But, Baki frowned as he recalled his conversation with the Wind Daimyo and Hajime's attitude. He thought, unfortunately, the daimyo seems to be intent on making us pay. He won't pay any attention to this matter unless he has no other choice. In fact, even if we catch the culprits, he might still think that it is us framing someone else. Suddenly, Baki had an idea. He realized, the only way to completely remove all suspicions would be to catch the culprits in this city and fight them openly. As long as they use Winjutsus, no one will be able to blame Suna. The only issue here is that the fighting in the city could cause a lot of damage to the city. Baki's expression hardened as he decided, but seeing how the daimyo treated us, I don't need to be concerned about such damages. As long as the culprits are from IWA or Konoha, the daimyo will have no choice but to readjust the budgets and closely align himself back with us. Now I just hope that those cowards haven't run away. The cowards, who Baki had referred to, was sitting in one of the restaurants where he could occasionally notice the Sunagakure ninjas. Numerous thoughts were running through his mind and numerous plans were being created. Fujin heard all the talks happening in the restaurant and outside. He thought, so 20 people were sent here just for me, huh? Looks like they didn't suspect shadow clones. And their leader is Baki. A smirk formed on Fujin's face. Still, this is making it so easier for me. I have already seen 6 faces other than Baki. The next time I will transform into them, ha ha ha. I wonder what Raza's thoughts would be if he received a message that the very ninjas he sent to investigate were being accused of murder. For the next couple of weeks, Baki and his squad searched the entire Wind capital to find the culprits. Unfortunately, they didn't find anyone. In these 2 weeks, no new incident occurred. The Wind Daimyo and Hajime became more and more certain that the assassinations were carried out by the Sunagakure. Hajime wondered, couldn't Suna come up with a better scheme? First they kill nobles and samurais here, and then they put up a charade of trying to desperately look for the culprit. Next, they will say that they haven't found any culprit and hence will station some troops here permanently for protection. Even a child could see through this scheme. As Hajime predicted, after 2 weeks of desperately looking for the culprits, Baki stopped. He and his unit decided to stay there to stop the next wave of attacks. Another week and a half passed by peacefully. Most of the common citizens had begun forgetting about the incident earlier and moved on with their lives. Even the Suna ninjas and the samurai had stopped maintaining full alertness. In one of the numerous mansions in the Wind capital, a teenage girl was watering plants in her room while singing merrily. Suddenly, she felt a pain in the back of her neck. Instantly, she lost consciousness and began falling down. However, a hand held her and stopped her from falling to the ground. At the same time, the door of the room opened. A middle-aged man walked in saying, "Kohei, how many times should I te? Who are you?" The man suddenly became stunned to see his daughter lying unconscious in the arms of an unknown Suna ninja. Memories of the 10 assassinations surfaced in his mind. He was about to yell when the Suna ninja suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his mouth and said, "Scream and both you and your daughter will die." The man felt an intense bloodlust from the ninja. Without letting the man speak, the ninja said, "Did you think that you could double-cross us by forming a secret deal with Amigakure?" The man's eyes widened. The ninja was amused as well. He thought, "I just made up a lie. To think that it would be true." The man wanted to scream that his deal with Amigakure wasn't harmful to Sunigakure in any way. On the contrary, it might benefit Sunigakure in the long term. However, he could not speak. The ninja was still grabbing his mouth so tightly that his cheeks had begun bleeding. The ninja said, "As this is just your first offense, I will only take the life of your daughter." The man's eyes widened. He began struggling, but he was no match for the ninja. The ninja continued, "If you continue to betray us or if you tell anyone about this interaction, then you and your family will be eliminated." The ninja grabbed the neck of the unconscious girl and strangled her till it popped. The man struggled helplessly, but he could only see his daughter die in front of his eyes. Tears rolled down his eyes. The ninja tossed the man away and disappeared. Rage and sorrow were visible in the man's eyes. He screamed, "Kohei!" His screams alerted the entire mansion. Immediately a samurai and a few others came running. They saw their lord sobbing with the dead body of his daughter in his arms. Her mother saw her dead daughter and began crying in disbelief and pain as well. She cried, "Who did this, Kojiro?" Kojiro's eyes reddened. He said hatefully, "Sunigakure. I will never forgive them." He looked at the samurai and said, "I want to meet Lord Daimyo. Come with me. But first call a few more of your comrades to protect my family." The samurai nodded and immediately got to work. After ensuring sufficient protection, Kojiro along with a samurai began moving towards the daimyo's estate. However, he wasn't alone. 11 more nobles were also walking towards the daimyo's estate in rage and sorrow. Chapter 257, Proving Their Innocence. Fujin received all the memories and sighed, "I don't mind killing the greedy nobles. None of them have their hands clean. But killing innocent ones always leaves a bad taste." Though the training in Umbu wasn't as messed up as root training, it still was quite dark. Every new Umbu was made to kill a few innocent people on missions by the Umbu captains. Of course, their deaths would benefit Konoha in some way, but they themselves didn't harm Konoha or anyone else. Hence no one would think that they deserved death. Under normal circumstances, every new Umbu would be made to do this within a month of joining the Umbu. However, since Fujin's group was much younger with ages of just 12 and 13, they were asked to do this on a mission around 6 months after joining and after they had already completed a few missions. Despite not liking it, all three did it. After the first time, the Umbu commander would ensure that every once in a while, the Umbu ninjas would receive a mission that would include killing innocent civilians. It would be asked of them in a very subtle manner. The method was the complete opposite of the route. Eventually, after years of serving in the Umbu ninjas would begin considering this as normal. Fujin, despite his intelligence and knowledge about the Naruto world, didn't notice this subtle scheme. But to be fair, he wasn't the only one. Every Umbu ninja, including the likes of Kakashi and Itachi, was subtly influenced over the years. However, since Fujin's time in the Umbu wasn't very long, he wasn't influenced to an extreme end and would avoid it if he had the option. Of course, if anyone couldn't do this, they were allowed to leave the Umbu. However, the instances of someone leaving Umbu for this reason were very low. The main reason was that Hiruzen would be very careful while selecting ninjas into the Umbu ranks. This was why someone like Might Guy was never invited into the Umbu. Daimyo's estate. 12 nobles accompanied by 12 samurais arrived in Daimyo's office. All reported the assassination angrily and demanded to the daimyo to take action against Suna ninjas and the village as well. The entire room was in complete chaos. The Wind daimyo sighed. He wondered, what are these lunatics doing? Do they want to rebel against me? Or is it really someone else who is pushing the blame on them? The Wind daimyo was confused. At the same time, he was a bit fearful. After all, even though he held the authority in terms of power, he was no match for the Kazekage. If the Kazekage decided to kill him, it wouldn't matter how many samurais he hired to protect himself. However, he shook his head and concluded, "No, if Raza attacks me, then he will have to face retaliation from the other daimyos. Though their kages don't have to listen to them, they will, as they could all plunder Sunigakure together and divide the benefits among themselves. The only fear is if 3 or more Kage decided to revolt against their daimyo. In that case we will be history. However, the other Kages haven't shown any such indications yet. So Raza would not dare to make a move against me yet. Though he didn't want to take action, he couldn't let the grievances of the 12 nobles go unanswered. He instructed, call Baki and the other Sunagakure ninjas. Hajime, increase the defenses of the estate. Hajime nodded and said, it will be done, Lord Daimyo. He immediately got to work. Soon, over 50 samurais arrived at the daimyo's mansion and took positions. Hajime stayed by the Wind Daimyo's side. Baki received the message. He frowned and wondered, what now? Does the daimyo have any problems with us staying here? He gathered all his subordinates and went towards the daimyo's estate. Fujin was sitting in a restaurant near daimyo's estate using Hiroshi's appearance. He noticed the 20 Suna ninjas running towards the estate. He wondered, will they be imprisoned? Or will Baki manage to convince the daimyo? Sigh, I want to watch their meeting. It'll be fun for sure. Baki and the rest entered the estate. A frown formed on Baki's face. The remaining Suna ninjas also became alert. They could see that the number of samurais in the mansion had increased a lot. They walked to Daimyo's office. As soon as they did, the eyes of the nobles widened. Kojiro pointed at one ninja and screamed, it was him. This bastard killed my daughter. I want him dead. The other 11 nobles also screamed at the same time while pointing towards other ninjas. The room became complete chaos once again and was drowned in their screams. The Sunagakure ninjas were dumbfounded at the accusations. Baki had a bad feeling. The daimyo commanded, quiet down. Soon the entire became quiet. However, the nobles kept looking at the Sunagakure ninjas with hateful gazes. If looks could have killed, then all Sunagakure ninjas would have already been dead. Daimyo said, how would you explain this, Baki? Baki replied, I have no idea what you or they are talking about, Lord Daimyo. The daimyo frowned. He analyzed. From his expression it looks like he really doesn't know anything. The faces of others are clueless as well. But do they really not know anything or are just acting? He said, do you really not know? 12 of your subordinates assassinated family members of these nobles. And you say you have no idea. Has the Kazekage decided to break all ties with me? Baki's bad feelings increased. He quickly replied, that's impossible. Why will we kill them? He looked at the nobles and identified a few. He added, some of them have a good relationship with our village. We have no reason to destroy our ties with them. Kojiro screamed, you found out about my trade deals with Amigakure. You killed my daughter to make me stop doing that despite that trade deal having no adverse impact on Sunagakure. Another noble screamed, bastard, I don't even have any trade deals with any other country. Still this lunatic falsely accused me and killed my wife. The Suna ninjas immediately defended themselves and said that they didn't kill anyone. Soon a verbal argument broke out. However, Baki was silent. He was sweating as he realized, don't tell me. The previous attackers kept hiding in the city until we dropped our guard down. In the meantime they must have seen us and decided to disguise themselves as us to kill their next target. Additionally, there were 2 more attackers this time. The previous time we were only suspected due to the use of the wind jutsu. However, this time their suspicion will be entirely on us. Due to the rage of losing a loved one, they won't even listen to any explanations. Baki stopped his subordinates and said, Lord Daimyo, you know that ninjas are able to transform into others. I believe that the culprits of the previous assassinations disguised as us so that our relations will deteriorate further. Kojiro snorted, sure they can transform. But can they replicate their voice as well? Even if they can, how can they replicate his voice so perfectly? Even if someone transformed, it will have to be someone from your group. Baki was stunned. He muttered to himself, don't tell me that we interrogated all the culprits and still didn't notice them? How else could they replicate our voice? However, Baki shook his head and said, we have been very active in the Wind Capital recently. It isn't surprising that they could have overheard us. Kojiro's anger kept soaring. He said, good. So what you mean to say is that you are so incompetent that not only could you find the previous culprits, but instead you allowed them to completely disguise themselves as you? And you call yourself a ninja? This insult angered many of the Sunagakure ninjas. They immediately argued back and said how competent and capable they were. Kojiro replied while pointing at a ninja, If that's the case, then my daughter was murdered by none other than him. The Sunigakure ninjas were left speechless. Though they were much stronger in strength, when it came to debating, they were no match for the nobles who spent all their time scheming for benefits. After all, not every ninja could scheme or argue as well as a Kage could. Baki stepped in once again and said loudly, "This is a pointless argument. I can assure you that none of my ninjas were involved." He looked at the nobles and said, "One by one, point out the ninjas you saw in your mansions and at what time. I will ask them where they were at that time and we will verify. That will prove that my men are innocent." Before the nobles could say anything, the daimyo nodded, "All right, let's do that." The nobles complained, but the daimyo said, "We will first have to know the truth. Your loved ones won't rest in peace if the real murderers roam free while we punish the ones who didn't." Chapter 258, Forcing the Kazekage out of Sunigakure. Since the daimyo had made his decision, the nobles quieted down. Soon the 12 ninjas whom Fujin impersonated were being questioned. They all stated where and with whom they were and what they were doing. The samurais began verifying all the information and cross-checking it with people who could vouch that they were indeed in those locations. 11 ninjas were around other people, and hence they had multiple alibis. However, one ninja was hiding and doing an undercover task. Hence no one noticed him during that time. So despite telling his location, he had no alibi. The locations of the remaining 8 ninjas were also asked, as the nobles mentioned that they could have transformed. Even among them except one, all had good alibis. The Suna ninjas left no stone unturned in order to clear their name. All proof indicated that the Suna ninjas were innocent and were framed. The nobles went quiet. Though 2 ninjas didn't have any alibi, the rest had them. So they weren't sure anymore. However, they didn't want to give up. After all, their loved ones were killed in front of their eyes. If they assumed that someone else was the culprit, then they would never get justice. After all, the killers of the previous incident were still roaming free. No matter how much the families of the dead nobles cried and created a ruckus, they didn't get the justice they deserved. Suddenly, one noble recalled something. He quickly said, "Can't ninjas use clones? What if they stayed there while their clones did their dirty work for them? After all, we can't put up a fight against clones either." Baki and the Suna ninjas were put under pressure once again. Baki said, "According to what you described, the ninjas who attacked you had solid bodies. We use wind clones who don't have solid bodies and are easy to be dispelled. If your killers were clones, then they would be shadow clones of Konohagakure or rock clones of Awagakure. None of us know how to do those clones." Hajime raised his eyebrows. He could counter Baki's point, but he didn't, as he recalled the scroll he received. "Lord Mifune asked me not to take sides in this matter as long as no one is fighting. Though I don't like how Suna is behaving, I should let it go as it isn't my business." In order to pacify the Land of Iron, Raza had reached a deal privately with them and compensated them appropriately despite not having committed the crime. As a result, Baki was saved from being pushed further into the corner by Hajime. One of the nobles asked, "How can you prove that you can't create those types of clones?" Baki was annoyed. He asked, "How can you prove that we do?" The noble didn't back off and replied, "You can't prove that you can't create those types of clones. And 2 of your ninjas were still missing at the moment of the murders. Perhaps these 2 are the only ones who can create those types of clones and hence were missing. So you guys still are the most suspicious ones." Baki showed an annoyed expression. He argued, "Do you think a ninja can create clones at will? Do you even know how much chakra is needed to create one?" Despite showing an irritated expression, Baki was relieved. He thought, good. From certainty they have backed off to just suspicions. They entered another debate which lasted 15 minutes. Finally the daimyo said, "Enough. You have made your point, Baki. But you Suna ninjas are still the most suspicious ones. For the time being, I will be placing the 12 ninjas they saw and the missing ninja under arrest. As for the rest, you will be accompanied by samurais at all times." Baki's expression became ugly. He said, "Lord Daimyo, you can't." However, the daimyo interrupted him and said, "Calm down. They will only be placed under house arrest. And all 13 ninjas will stay together. So you don't need to worry about them being treated unfairly. If you want, you can visit them daily. I'll send a letter to Raza and ask him to come here before this matter explodes beyond the point where we can resolve it." Baki analyzed for a few seconds and agreed to those terms. He gave some instructions to the 13 ninjas and left the estate with the remaining 6 Suna ninjas. The remaining 13 Suna ninjas were placed in a large room with samurais watching over them. Fujin noticed the 7 ninjas leaving and began analyzing. Only 7 left the estate? Meaning that 13 are still in the estate. But I only impersonated 12 of them. After all, I heard only their voices and have no idea how the rest sounded. Did someone else also try the same tactic coincidentally? What exactly happened inside? Fujin kept analyzing but couldn't be certain. He concluded, since only 7 came out, I am sure that they weren't let go scot-free. But since they seem fine, no conflict should have taken place. Meaning that Baki and the daimyo came to some agreement. Looks like I will have to wait for information to be released or for rumors to spread. Fujin got up and began leaving. He sighed and muttered to himself, why is everyone so smart? It'd have been so easy if they accepted the events as presented to them and just suspected Sunagakure blindly. I could have returned to Konoha by now if they did so, and their troubles would also end. Fujin returned to his hotel room and waited patiently. He knew that the next few days would be very tense in the Wind Capital. The Wind Daimyo soon sent a message to the Kazekage informing him about the recent events and asking him to come to the Wind Capital city. At the same time, Baki also sent a message to Raza informing him of everything that happened in detail. Sunagakure, unlike Fujin who was calmly bidding for time, Raza was absolutely livid. Raza crushed the scroll in his hand and cursed angrily. What the hell? Who does he think he is? However, his advisors quickly said, please calm yourself, Lord Kazekage. We are not in any position to make any move against Lord Daimyo. If something were to happen to him, all other villages would attack us like vultures. Raza calmed down and snorted, I will go and make a visit. You two come with me. Also, bring our best censors along. The advisors nodded. They began gathering the forces and preparing to leave. Raza was disappointed in Baki. He wondered, what the hell is Baki doing? How could he allow things to deteriorate so much under his watch? Are the enemies so good that he is completely helpless? Not knowing the answers, Raza left Sunagakure along with 2 advisors, 2 censors and 4 Umbu ninjas. At the same time, 10 squads of Umbu left Sunagakure and began following Raza's group from a distance. In total, 46 ninjas headed towards the Wind Capital city. Wind Capital, back in Wind Capital, rumors had begun flying around the city. These were being spread by the 12 nobles who were affected. Once again, the entire city began gossiping. Fujin heard a bunch of rumors as well. However, unlike a normal citizen, he noticed a bunch of inconsistencies. He analyzed, the rumors say that Daimyo has decided to punish the evil Suna ninjas. But I doubt that would be the case. Otherwise, Baki wouldn't have withdrawn peacefully. I guess the rumors are being spread by those nobles so that the daimyo is forced into taking action. But why has the daimyo not made any statement? It's almost as if the daimyo wants these rumors to be known all through the city. Unlike Fujin, who was analyzing calmly, Baki and his subordinates were panicking. Baki too arrived at the same conclusion as Fujin. However, he had more information than Fujin. He realized, the daimyo isn't crushing these rumors as he wants a public perception to be built against Sunagakure. This way, when Lord Raza arrives, he will be under a lot of pressure. However, despite noticing Daimyo's scheme, Baki couldn't do anything. After all, he was being watched by samurais at all times. The rumors would continue spreading unrestricted. At the same time, they would be exaggerated to ridiculous extents. However, after some time, all the rumors would be silenced by one piece of news. The 4th Kazekage had arrived at the Wind Capital city. Chapter 259, Trouble Comes. Irrespective of the rumors and politics, the Kazekage was still the leader of Sunagakure. He was one of the 5 people who stood at the top of the ninja world. As such, he was looked at with awe and reverence throughout the land of wind. Immediately, people flocked over to the place the Kazekage was walking through. Most threw the rumors to the back of their minds. However, a few became alert. If the rumors were true, then it could mean trouble. After all, the Kazekage himself had to come to the Wind Capital city to clear up the matter. Raza continued walking through the streets slowly. He was followed by 2 advisors and 2 censors. The Umbu had stopped outside the city. As soon as the news of his arrival spread, people began rushing towards him. At first, only a few people were on the side of the street. However, in a few minutes, both sides of the streets were jam-packed. Raza looked at the people surrounding the streets with a smile. He could have hurried through to the daimyo's estate. However, he didn't, as this was a good opportunity to show that he had public support and make the daimyo think twice about alienating him any further. Among the numerous people watching him was Fujin. Unlike his previously relaxed state of mind, he was very tense. He thought, shit. Why the fuck did he show up? Granted, I created a mess, but that shouldn't have been enough to call a Kage here, right? Fujin wasn't concerned when Baki arrived, as he was confident of escaping even if Baki somehow discovered him. However, if Raza was to find him, Fujin didn't have much confidence in his ability to run away. The resultant fight was sure to give away his identity as well. However, despite being tense, Fujin wasn't panicking, as he knew he won't go around looking for the culprits. That would be unbecoming of a Kage. I just have to avoid making any moves while he is in the city. His expression hardened as he decided, of course. Once he leaves, I will create a mess and leave this city for good. In the Wind Capital, Fujin wasn't the only one who was on alert. There were 4 more people whose expressions were ugly. One of them cursed, "Which bastard is acting so brazenly? How can I do my promotion mission when the Kazekage is in the city? Shit. I should have left when the samurais and the Suna ninjas had calmed down. A few Konoha Umbu were in this city as well for the promotion mission. However, they all had to stop acting after Fujin killed 10 nobles. Most of them had escaped the city in the week before Fujin made his second move. Only 4 had decided to continue their mission in this city. However, Fujin's actions endangered all of them. Just like Fujin, they decided to maintain a low profile as well. Along with Konoha Umbu, there were dozens of other spies and undercover ninjas operating in the Land of Wind from every other village. They too cursed the bastard who operated in such a high-profile manner. Raza continued his journey towards the daimyo's estate. Baki had met up with him mid-route and informed him about the rumors. Raza maintained a smile on his face, however, his mood was gloomy. He was extremely upset with the daimyo. Under everyone's gaze, he entered the daimyo's estate. Fujin sighed, I really need an inside man. How am I supposed to act when I have no idea what deal is taking place between them? Of course, Fujin could try to have his clones infiltrate the estate, but it would be very risky. If alerted, the daimyo would know that someone other than Raza is active in the Wind Capital City. That would be counterproductive for Fujin and would cause his previous efforts to go to waste. Fujin entered a restaurant and waited for Raza to leave the estate. However, he didn't expect to gain much. Though he is younger and probably much more foolish, he is still a Kage like that old fox. I doubt I'd see anything from his expression. But since there are so many people here, one additional guy staring at him shouldn't alarm him. I might as well wait and see. Inside Daimyo's office, Raza and the Wind Daimyo entered an intense debate. Raza was upset at how the daimyo had consistently cut his budget and placed his ninjas under house arrest. Meanwhile, the daimyo was upset at the blatant killings of his nobles. After a couple of hours of intense discussion, both finally reached a consensus. The daimyo said, all right. For the next 12 months, I won't lower your budget any further. However, you will have to ensure the safety of the nobles in the Wind Capital. Raza noticed an opportunity and immediately said, all right, you can issue missions for protection in Sunagakure. I will reserve up to 1,000 ninjas who will be ready to move out on notice. Unlike Konoha, which was suffering from a shortage of manpower, Suna had plenty of spare manpower. Though their total number of ninjas was far lesser than Konoha, the number of missions they received was very less compared to Konoha. So many ninjas didn't have any work to do. Raza wanted to use this opportunity to alleviate some of that problem. However, the daimyo shook his head and said, no. That won't work. You will have to deploy the ninjas by yourself to ensure their safety. You won't receive any payments for this. Raza frowned. He said, how can that work? How will I even be able to afford that? The daimyo replied, your budget has sufficient funds to be diverted here. Besides, most people in this city think that Sunagakure was behind the recent wave of murders. The nobles all think that you were behind the murders as well. So how can they even be willing to hire Sunagakure ninjas for protection? You will have to deploy ninjas in this city without any missions and ensure the safety of all the nobles. In time, they will forget about this event and their trust in Sunagakure will increase. If you don't, then don't expect a single mission from the Wind City. And if any more nobles or their families die and you are the suspect, then they will put pressure on me to reduce your budget. Raza's frown kept deepening. He wasn't sure how to respond. After all, both options were bad for Sunagakure. One of the old advisors sitting next to him said, "Lord Daimyo, just like you, we also have to answer to public pressure. I understand your point of view, but please also understand our troubles. How about we find a common ground and you pay us an annual fee to deploy our ninjas in the Wind City permanently?" The daimyo thought for a bit and nodded. After haggling for a bit, the old advisor managed to get 1.5 million ryo per month from the daimyo. However, Raza wasn't happy. The amount was in no way even comparable to the amount of money that Sunagakure would have received if the nobles had issued missions. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. He nodded and said, "All right. However, I have another condition. If there are no more incidents, then I want you to increase this amount next year by a huge amount." The daimyo nodded and said, "That is fair. We will renegotiate the terms next year." The two talked for a bit before leaving. The 13 ninjas that were kept under house arrest were allowed to leave with the Kazekage. However, instead of returning to Suna, Raza stayed in the city. He looked at two censors and commanded, "Roam around the city in disguises. Check if there are any spies or troublemakers and eliminate them." They nodded and left. The news that the Kazekage has decided to stay in the city spread like wildfire. Every spy in the city, no matter from which village they were, immediately went into hiding. They employed every means they had to suppress their chakra levels to civilian levels and stayed hidden within the houses. Fujin stayed in his hotel as well. He had no intention to try his luck against Raza. However, he began analyzing, "I made a Kage move. Will this make my mission a success? After all, a mere Chunin forced a Kage to make a move." Fujin thought for a bit and realized, "No, there are two ways to see this. If I was being tested on my ability to make an impact, then this feat would be a very good one. However, my mission is to create a divide between the Wind Daimyo and the Kazekage. If this meeting results in their differences being resolved, then my mission would be a failure." Fujin sighed and muttered, "What a mess." He decided, "No more undercover missions for me. Though playing the game of chess is fun, I'd much rather just kill all my targets and return to training. Now that I think about it, it's been almost 2 months since I used the elemental training rooms. Hiruzen for sure would suspect that I was the one who kept draining the wind crystals. Oh well. It's not like he can complain. Even if he discovers, he will stay quiet so that I don't begin using them openly and without any restraints." The two censors Raza brought with him kept roaming in the city for 3 days. Fujin felt chakra fields sensing him several times. In these 3 days, the two censors found 13 spies and undercover agents. However, they were all from smaller villages. No one from the other major villages was caught by them. The Sunagakure ninjas quickly made a move on them and neutralized them one by one. Their fights caused some property damage to the city. Unfortunately, none of them were wind users. So Sunagakure couldn't pin the blame on them. After 3 days, the two censors met Raza and said, "Apologies, Lord Kazekage. We couldn't sense the culprits who did the assassinations." Raza replied, "It's fine. If they didn't have the confidence to hide, they wouldn't have done something so outrageous in the first place. Anyways, begin preparations to leave. You and Baki will stay back here. I'll send some umbu to coordinate with you in secret." At that instant, a group of 12 ninjas approached the city. The samurais guarding the city were already on full alert due to the recent events. They immediately noticed them. The group wasn't aware of the recent events in the city and approached the guards. Hayashi Ryota put one hand on the hilt of his sword and said loudly, "Halt! State your name and purpose." The ninjas immediately stopped. One of them said, "I am Oda Seiji. I come from Kurigane no Sensen mercenary group. Around a couple of months ago, a squad of our mercenaries was hired to escort a trading group to this city. But since then, we haven't heard anything from them. So we came here to investigate." Chapter 260, Raza's Gaze. The mercenary group from which the real Hiroshi had hired protection had arrived in the Wind capital city to investigate the reason why their comrades didn't return for almost 2 months. Ryota had handled several such cases in the past. In the majority of cases, this was a result of those squads being killed in action. He replied, "I see. Can you tell me the names of the ninjas and the traitors?" Seiji nodded and informed him of the names of his ninjas. He added, "They were tasked to guard a mercenary group led by Takahashi Hiroshi." Ryota nodded and passed the details to a few civilians who used to sit with them. After a while, one person said, "Ryota-sama. The ninja names they mentioned haven't arrived here." Seiji heard it and let out a sigh. He had expected this result. Suddenly, another person said, Takahashi Hiroshi and his traitor group had arrived in this city 51 days ago. You were the one who accepted them, Ryota-sama. The mercenary group were surprised to hear this information. Ryota took the document and read it. He said, yeah, I have some memories. This group was very polite. Seiji squinted his eyes and asked, but if our members are missing, how can they have arrived here unharmed? Ryota shrugged and replied, how would I know? Seiji said, we want to meet with Hiroshi and question him. However, Ryota shook his head and said, unfortunately I can't allow that. Once a trader or a merchant arrives in the city, he is our guest. We cannot allow him to be harassed. Seiji frowned. He withdrew a bag and handed it to Ryota secretly and asked, can we meet up with him now? Ryota took a quick look inside the bag. It had around 100,000 ryo. He smiled and said, sure. How can I deny our esteemed guests? The mercenaries maintained their smile but scoffed internally at his morals. Meanwhile, the other samurais and civilians guarding the gate were joyous. After all, they too would receive a share. Ryota sent a samurai to find and bring Hiroshi to the gate. An hour later, a samurai knocked on the door. Fujin was surprised. He wondered, are they still finding the culprits? He opened the door and politely greeted, hello. How may I help you? The samurai looked at him and said, Hayashi Ryota, the samurai who you met while entering the city wants to meet you. Please come with me. Fujin frowned. He didn't understand what it was about. He asked, why? And why didn't he come here? The samurai said, he is busy and can't leave the city gates. That's why he sent me. As for the reason, you will have to ask him. He began walking. Fujin followed while thinking, what the hell is this about? Did they figure out that I was the culprit? No, that doesn't make sense. A lot more people would show up if they did. Hell, Raza might come himself. Fortunately, the samurai wasn't walking in the direction of where Raza was staying. Though suspicious, Fujin followed thinking, it doesn't matter what he is planning. As long as Raza isn't involved, I'll be able to get away. They arrived at the city gates. Ryota looked at Hiroshi and warmly said, we meet again, Hiroshi. Did you enjoy the city? Fujin nodded and said, yes. I have fallen in love with the city. I can't seem to want to leave it. Haha. But why did you call me? Ryota pointed at a group of ninjas who were walking towards them and said, these are from the mercenary group Kurigane no Sensen. They want to ask you about the ninjas who took the mission of protecting you. Ryota looked at Fujin meaningfully. After all, there were no ninjas protecting his group. And he hadn't mentioned them when they arrived. Fujin was surprised. He thought, I see. They have finally come to investigate. Sign such bad timing. If they had arrived after Raza left, I would have had so many more options. Looks like this identity can't be used anymore. Though it is probably not a bad thing to leave this city now. Raza and Daimyo should have come to some sort of a deal. So if I make a move now, the Daimyo will lean more towards believing that someone is setting him up. Seiji approached Fujin and said sternly, Hiroshi, I am Oda Seiji from Kurigane no Sensen. Can tell me why your group arrived in the city without the squad assigned to protect you? Unlike Ryota, Seiji was much more aggressive. Fujin walked back a couple of steps and showed a fearful expression. Ryota took a step in between them to remind Seiji that this was the Wind Capital City. Seiji stopped but still stared at Fujin. Fujin answered with a hint of fear in his voice, on our route we encountered an injured man. He said that his group was attacked by bandits and asked for our help. The ninjas we hired initially refused the injured man. But the man promised to give them all his profits from the goods that he was going to trade. That made them change their mind. 2 of the ninjas followed the man while the remaining 2 escorted us to this city. However, since we didn't hear from those 2 ninjas again, the other 2 got worried. So after this city was in sight, they left us and went back to look for them. I don't know what happened after that. Seiji frowned. He analyzed, seeing how scared he is, I doubt he is lying. Besides, we are a mercenary organization. People chasing after more money is very common in our line of work. Did they fall into a trap? And why did the remaining 2 chase after them? No, something doesn't add up. He asked, where did you find that man? Fujin replied, around 4 days' journey from here. Seiji replied, okay. You will come with us and take us to that place and help us find them. Fujin immediately said, no. The man was in a very bad state. I don't want to end up like him. Seiji replied, you won't. We will be there with you. However, Fujin kept saying no. When Seiji was about to get aggressive, Fujin said, this is the wind capital. You can't forcefully take me from here. Seiji frowned and looked at Ryota, who looked to be on Fujin's side. He said, help me out, brother. I will make sure that he is safe and that you are compensated. Fujin immediately wondered, compensated? Ryota nodded and looked at Fujin and said, Hiroshi, you don't need to be worried. With 12 ninjas, even I won't be able to do anything to them. So the bandits won't pose a threat to you. In addition, you need to save the ninjas who brought you here safely. Or at the very least, you should get justice for them. Seeing that everyone was against him, Fujin's face became very ugly. He reluctantly nodded, all right. The samurais and the mercenaries smiled. After all, Hiroshi was just an ordinary trader. How could he disobey them? Seiji secretly passed another 100,000 ryo to Ryota. Fujin obviously noticed it and decided, in the future if I decide to steal or plunder, I will definitely start with the Land of Iron. In terms of cash flow, that will definitely be the richest country in this world. This wasn't the first time Fujin had seen an honorable samurai act in this manner. Almost every samurai working for daimyo or in capital cities was very liberal when it came to accepting bribes. In addition, the daimyos also paid them a lot for the protection they provided. In addition, they were also the largest suppliers of basic ninja tools and chakra metal weapons, and also mined the last few remaining elemental crystal mines. So a lot of money keeps getting funneled continuously into the Land of Iron. They were about to leave when suddenly a commotion was heard. The entire group looked back to see the Kazekage walking towards the city gate along with a few Sunigakure ninjas. Everyone immediately became tense. They quickly moved out of the way and stood on one side of the road respectfully. Raza passed through the gate without paying any attention to them. The mercenary group sighed in relief. However, Raza suddenly stopped and glanced towards the mercenary group and thought, weird, why do I get a peculiar feeling from this group? Raza didn't sense anything from this group. However, he just felt as if something about them was off. Chapter 261, Unknowingly Throwing the Opportunist to the Center of the Battle. One of Raza's advisors asked, what's the matter, Lord Kazekage? Raza turned around and continued walking. He asked, who were those people? Though his voice wasn't soft, Fujin and the mercenaries didn't hear it due to the distance between them. The advisor answered, they are wearing the headband of the mercenary group Kurigane no Sensen. It is the group that is active in the countries between us and Earth. Is there any issue with them? Raza replied, it's just a feeling. Send 3 Umbu groups to chase after them. I have a feeling that we will find something important by trailing them. The advisor nodded. The mercenary group had become very tense and nervous when Raza glanced at them. Even Fujin was the same. He didn't have any desire whatsoever to face Raza. Especially when they were surrounded by deserts. When Raza turned around and continued walking, the mercenaries finally began breathing again. Fujin also became visibly relaxed. He decided, alright, no more mess in this city. Though unlikely, if this is his clone and his main body is hiding inside the city, I will be in deep trouble. After Raza left their line of sight, the mercenary group immediately left the wind capital. One of them carried Fujin on his back so that they would be able to move faster. For once, Fujin didn't object. After Raza's group moved a sufficient distance from the city, 40 Umbu ninjas appeared in front of them. Raza immediately assigned tasks to them. 3 squads of Umbu chased after the Kurigane no Sensen mercenaries. 4 squads were tasked to sneak into the wind capital and keep an eye on the city from the shadows. They would coordinate with Baki to catch all undercover enemy ninjas in the city. The last 3 squads would keep an eye on the surroundings of the wind capital and keep track of the people traveling in and out of the city. Raza and the advisors immediately began traveling back to Sunigakure. The mercenary group continued without knowing that they were being followed. Since Fujin couldn't activate his chakra field, even he was unaware. Fujin acted like he was helpless and obediently guided them towards the location. After traveling for nearly half a day, the group arrived at the spot where Fujin had killed their members. Fujin said, this is the spot where we met that man. He was sitting here and was covered in blood. Seiji looked at Fujin. Fujin looked very tired and sleepy. The mercenaries didn't find it odd as it was late at night and they had traveled for 12 hours straight. Seiji asked, are you completely sure? Fujin looked nervous and said, I am confident. However, this is a never-ending desert. Everything looks the same. So I can't be 100% sure. Seiji looked sinisterly and said, "You better hope that we find them. Otherwise you will have hell to pay. Even your family won't be spared." Fujin's face became nervous and said, "I am sure that we met that man around here." Seiji looked around and said, "Everyone, investigate the nearby area. See if you can find any tracks." Everyone nodded and began looking. The group had a couple of sensors. They spread their chakra fields and began investigating. For a couple of minutes they didn't find anything. Fujin observed them. The nervousness on his face faded away. He decided, "It's time." He was about to flicker when the eyes of one of the sensors widened. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, gather together." Fujin hadn't used his chakra yet. He was surprised and stopped his plans. Immediately, all 12 ninjas gathered next to each other. Seiji asked, "What did you sense?" The sensor said loudly, "We have been led into an ambush." Seiji and others looked at Fujin and stared at him. Fujin was dumbfounded. He thought, "The one who is supposed to ambush you is me. Who else is here? Did those 4 I killed become zombies?" Seiji grabbed Fujin's collar and cursed, "Hiroshi, you dare lead us into an ambush?" Fujin became alert. He could have killed Seiji, but he was on guard against who their sensor had sensed. He said, "I have no idea about any ambush." At the same time, he raised his guard to the max. If Seiji or anyone else would have any thoughts of killing him, he would retaliate. Before Seiji could retort or take action, 12 Umbu ninjas of Sunagakure appeared in front of them. One of them said, "I wonder what Kurigane no Sensen ninjas are searching for in the Land of Wind." He took a look at Fujin and added, "That too with a civilian leading you." Seiji replied, "Our squad that was assigned to protect them went missing. We are investigating them." The Umbu ninja said, "Nice story. I will have to ask you to surrender without a struggle. Otherwise it won't end well for you." A glint appeared in Fujin's eyes. He thought, good. These two can fight each other. No one will waste their time on a civilian. Once one of them wins, I will kill the survivors. However, suddenly his eyes widened. Seiji grabbed Fujin with more force and said, "Interrogate this civilian. You can verify our story from him." He lifted Fujin and threw him at the Suna Umbu ninjas. Fujin shouted in panic, "Wait, don't do this. Bastard, you promised my safety." However, he was still sent flying towards the Umbu. He cursed, "Shit, I wanted to take advantage of their fight and kill them all. But he pushed me to the center of it." The lead Umbu smirked behind his mask and grabbed a kunai. He swiped it at Fujin while keeping his eyes on the mercenaries and saying, "Do you think that you can get away by using a civilian as a distra?" Suddenly, one of the Umbu ninjas shouted, "Be careful!" Fujin was just 1 meter away from the Umbu who was swinging a kunai at him when he opened his mouth and exhaled extremely sharp winds on the unsuspecting Suna ninjas. The attention of the Suna ninjas was on the mercenaries. The attack caught them off guard. The lead Umbu ninja was hit head-on. The wind slashed through his neck and beheaded him. Both his detached head and body had several deep cuts from which blood sprayed out like fountains. 9 more ninjas suffered a similar fate. They fell with their eyes wide open, not expecting to die so suddenly on a simple mission. Only the Umbu who shouted and the Umbu next to him jumped backwards in time to dodge the attack. Fujin noticed them in the air and flickered, appearing behind them in the blink of an eye. Both grabbed their kunai and turned around to face him. The mercenary group was dumbfounded. They had examined Fujin before leaving and hadn't found anything suspicious about him. They saw Fujin open his mouth and shot multiple air bullets. The last 2 Suna Umbu had their bodies riddled with holes. Both fell down dead like the rest of their comrades. Having killed all the Suna ninjas, Fujin turned his gaze towards the mercenaries. In an instant, everyone grabbed their weapons and watched Fujin with grim expressions. The Suna group who they were afraid of was slaughtered. With ease by the traitor they forcefully brought along with them. Seiji asked, "Who are you? And why did you hire one of our squads if you are so strong?" Seiji obviously realized that the person in front of him was in disguise. However, he wasn't if he had disguised as Hiroshi all along or if he had replaced Hiroshi later. He decided to act oblivious to leave an escape for himself. Fujin realized it and thought, "Good attitude. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have taken the initiative to bring me out of the city." Without a word, Fujin disappeared. Their censor immediately shouted, "On our right!" Everyone turned their heads, only to see a gigantic wind dragon heading towards them. They immediately dispersed. The dragon tackled the spot they were standing at and exploded, causing winds to spread through the area. The winds immediately sent the sand flying in the air. Not only did it lower the visibility in the area, the sand would enter the eyes of anyone who would keep them open. Unlike Fujin, who could sense, their group had just one sensor. Without the ability to see and knowing how strong and treacherous their enemy was immediately caused panic to spread in the dust cover. Fujin flickered behind the mercenary who had shouted his position. The mercenary turned around and shouted, "He is here!" He immediately jumped backwards while keeping a kunai in front of him defensively. However, Fujin just took a step forward and swung his sword at the mercenary. The mercenary tried defending, but the sword cut straight through his kunai and split him into two. Without the sensor, the remaining mercenaries were left blind in the desert. Fujin killed them all with extreme ease in just a couple of minutes. Chapter 262, Solving a Mystery. The winds died down and the sand settled back in the desert slowly. The blood was automatically buried under the sand. Fujin had already stored all 24 dead bodies in scrolls. He also collected the scroll containing the dead bodies of the 4 ninjas who were protecting Hiroshi's trading group. He analyzed, with 12 mercenaries and the same number of Suna Umbu missing, the deserts will soon become very chaotic. Returning to Wind Capital will be pointless and very risky. I should eliminate a few targets who are outside the city quickly and return to Konoha. Having made his decision, Fujin began moving towards his target's point. 10 minutes after Fujin left, a squad of Sunagakure ninjas arrived where the fighting had taken place. One of the Chunin said, "It doesn't look like anyone was here, Captain Yura." Yura frowned and said, "It looked like there was a huge battle here. It should have just ended. Inspect the area. We may find some clues." Since Yura was the team leader, everyone obediently followed his instructions. For half an hour they didn't find anything. Suddenly one of the ninjas shouted, "Everyone come here!" Immediately everyone approached him. He had dug the sand a few meters and was standing in a hole. As soon as they reached him, everyone's face became solemn. The sand was dyed red in blood. And it wasn't just a little bit either. One of the ninjas commented, "So much blood-soaked sand. How many people were killed here?" The spot they were standing on was where Fujin had killed 10 of the 12 Umbu ninjas from Suna. Though he had collected their bodies, the blood had seeped into the desert. Fujin didn't bother getting rid of it as it would require a lot of effort and time without providing him with any benefits. Yura said, "It looks like someone killed a bunch of people here. They didn't bother cleaning up all the evidence thinking that no one would find it there. Unfortunately, they didn't think that we would sense their battle and come investigate so quickly." Unknown to the Suna ninjas, it was their good luck that the killer didn't waste time clearing all the evidence. Otherwise, they would have run into Fujin and joined their comrades on the trip to the afterlife. One of Yura's teammates countered, "But who would be so brazen in our country? I think it might be the work of someone from our village. That is why they weren't concerned about others finding out." Yura nodded and said, "Could be. Regardless, collect as much of this blood-soaked sand as you can. Others will keep scouting this area. If it was an intense battle, then everyone wouldn't die in the same place. We will carry the blood samples to Suna. If it was done by someone else, then it will help the village a lot." His team immediately got to work. They spent over half a day searching the entire area and managed to collect blood samples of all 24 ninjas who were killed. Of course, they didn't know that and kept searching for hours despite finding all the blood samples. Finally, at noon the next day, they stopped searching and continued their journey to Sunagie Kure.at. The same time, Fujin was running across the desert. He let out a sigh and muttered, "This country is too damn big." Though the Land of Wind didn't have many resources, in terms of land area, it was the largest country in the ninja world. The deserts went on for thousands of kilometers to the west. Due to this, the country was incredibly difficult to be invaded. It was one of the factors why Konoha didn't push into the Land of Wind despite inflicting grave damage on Suna in every major war. The large size of the country meant that there were some cities in the west that were very far from the Land of Fire. Due to their geographical location, they had no choice but to be completely subservient to Sunagakure. Konoha and the other villages had zero influence in this area. So Shikaku wanted to weaken Suna's influence by targeting cities and towns in this area. Yura's squad traveled a few hours through the desert towards Sunagakure when they encountered another squad. Yura noticed them and immediately stopped and greeted respectfully, Elder Manabu. Elder Manabu was in his 50s and a member of the Sunigakure Council. He had an illustrious career and made many contributions during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. So Yura was very respectful. Manabu didn't bother making any small talk and asked, "Yura, you are coming from the land of Bird, right? Did you see any umbu or mercenaries on your way here?" Yura shook his head and said, "No, but the place we passed through had a huge battle. We probably missed it by less than 15 minutes. We didn't see anyone there, but a lot of blood was spilled there. We estimated that at least 18 people were gravely injured." Manabu frowned. He had been dispatched by Raza after they lost communication with that group of umbu. He analyzed. Kazekage-sama said that he sent 3 squads of umbu to chase them. And the mercenary group had 12 ninjas and 1 civilian. 18 grave injuries could mean that one of the 2 forces was wiped out. Suddenly, he had a very bad feeling. He muttered to himself, if our umbu won, they would have returned or at least sent a message. Does that mean that they lost to merely mercenaries? Yes? But how could our umbu lose to mercenaries? And how did they avoid Yura's group? Did they escape into the desert instead of continuing their journey? Manabu asked. Yura, did you spot any tracks leaving the battlefield? Yura shook his head. Manabu frowned and asked for the blood samples. He took it from Yura and handed it to one of his subordinates and said, "Carry this back to Sunigakure and have them inspect the blood. Also, ask Lord Kazekage to prepare multiple units. We may need to scout the entire desert. Yura, you and your squad lead us to the spot where you noticed the combat." Yura replied, "But we have to hand over the mission report." Manabu instructed, "Pass it to him. This could be an emergency. I might need all the help that I can get." Yura nodded and said, "All right, Elder." He handed another scroll to him and they began their journey back. Yura's squad had already consumed soldier pills, so they could continue running. The group returned to the spot where Yura had collected the blood-soaked sand. They investigated a lot but didn't find anything substantial. Around the same time, Raza received Manabu's message. He immediately reached the same conclusion as Manabu and frowned. He muttered, "First the issue with the daimyo and now 12 umbu went missing? What is happening in my country?" He immediately got to work and began arranging more squads to reinforce Manabu while analyzing. "Looks like my suspicion on the mercenary group was right. But that group didn't look strong enough to take on my umbu. Was someone hiding their strength? Or did I underestimate the goals of the group creating a mess in the wind capital city?" Raza overcalculated as he didn't have a clue about Fujin. His umbu died just because they were unlucky enough to encounter him. Since they had no success, Manabu's group began moving towards the wind capital city to investigate the reason for the appearance of the mercenary group. At the same time, they wanted to investigate the civilian with them. After another half a day, they finally arrived in the wind capital city. Manabu quickly moved towards the city gate where they were spotted and found Ryota. Despite not being under Sunigakure, Ryota greeted the elder warmly. Manabu directly asked, "Tell us about the mercenaries from Kurage no Sensen with whom you were talking a few days ago." Ryota was surprised by the question. He said, "They came here over 2 days ago when the Kazekage left the city. They were investigating their 4-man squad that went missing while escorting a traitor group. Their circumstances were quite weird as the traitor group made it to the city without any harm, but all the 4 ninjas were missing." Manabu frowned and said, "The traitor group is very suspicious." Ryota nodded and informed him about the remaining details. He ended by saying, "The traitor Hiroshi was worried about their safety. So he volunteered to go with them to tell them where they saw the man." Ryota lied with a straight face. Instead of saying that he was forced, he said that Hiroshi volunteered. However, this lie helped Manabu as he became even more suspicious of Hiroshi. He said, "Give me the details of where Hiroshi stayed. Also, gather the remaining 11 traitors and have them meet me." Ryota was about to say no as Manabu had no right to order him around. However, Manabu added, "I have a suspicion that this group might have something to do with the recent murders in the city." Ryota became serious and immediately nodded. He asked his subordinates and informed them about the hotel where Hiroshi stayed. As for others, he would need some time. Manabu nodded and began moving towards the hotel. He muttered, 12 traitors, 12 assassins, 12 mercenaries. I think we are finally getting some clues. Chapter 263, Culprits Found. As they were walking, Yura asked, Elder, what assassinations took place in the wind capital city? Yura and his groups weren't in the land of wind when Fujin was creating a mess. So they were unaware. Manabu's subordinates filled them up. Yura and his subordinates began sweating, having realized how much trouble their village was in. After hearing the circumstances, they couldn't help but suspect that their own village was behind the assassinations. They understood how others would have felt. The group reached the hotel where Fujin had stayed and entered his room. The room was impeccably clean. They began investigating the room. After half an hour, every single one had an ugly face. One of Yura's subordinates said, "There is nothing here that could point us to him at all. It's as if no one has lived here for months." Another said, "But the hotel staff said that he lived here for over 7 weeks. A third ninja commented, "Maybe the hotel does such a good job cleaning that all evidence is wiped out." However, one of Manabu's subordinates shook his head and said, "No. No matter how well they clean, their scent gets left behind. But there is no scent in these rooms. This guy is not a civilian for sure. He should be a well-trained Umbu ninja from some country." Everyone agreed with his analysis. Yura added, "If he is, then the other traitors should be as well. And they didn't leave the city. We can catch them and clear our village's name." Manabu nodded and said, "Baki is leading our ninjas in this city. Let's meet up with him. He must have an appropriate plan for when we catch the culprits." Everyone nodded and left. When Baki received the news, he was elated. He had been under a lot of stress for the last few weeks. No matter how much he worked, he never found any clue. The entire job was a dead end. Since Manabu cracked the case, he immediately deployed his ninjas in the city to find the remaining 11 traitors. Unfortunately for Baki, even this clue was a dead end. They searched non-stop for 2 days. However, no matter how much they looked, they didn't even catch a whiff of those 11 traitors. It was as if they had long disappeared from the city. No one even remembered their faces. Only a few merchants who earned big profits from their trade recalled them. But they hadn't seen them again for almost 2 months. So their memories were useless for Suna ninjas. Baki sighed and muttered, "I should have known that it wouldn't be this easy." Manabu nodded and said, "They probably changed their disguises after entering the city." He looked in the direction of the city gate and added, "Fortunately, we can soon be able to inspect every citizen in this city." Manabu's words confused the Suna ninjas other than Baki. Baki and Manabu moved towards the city walls and jumped on top of it. The other Suna ninjas followed them. As soon as they saw the sight outside, their eyes widened. Most were too stunned to speak. Finally, one muttered, "This is insane." Outside the walls were numerous figures running towards the city gates. A total of 334 ninjas were sent by Raza to keep the Wind City safe in accordance with his deal with the Wind Daimyo. Yura asked in surprise, "Did Lord Kazekage send these many ninjas to help us search the deserts?" Baki replied, "No. They will be stationed in the Wind Capital to prevent such incidents in the future. It was a deal between Lord Kazekage and the daimyo to settle our differences." Seeing that these were their reinforcements, the Suna ninjas were elated. Excitement coursed through their bodies. With such numbers, finding spies would become extremely easy. Sunagakure ninjas received a warm welcome. Baki immediately made arrangements for everyone. After settling them, Baki immediately began acting on his plan. He cooperated with the city guards to get records of every citizen officially living in the city. He informed the ninjas of their task that he planned to inspect each and every person in the city. He wanted to find any person living in the city who was unregistered. That could help him find the 11 traitors who were under different disguises. At the same time, he planned to deploy censors throughout the city. Those spies could disguise themselves as civilians, completely hiding from censors inside the city would be much more difficult. Especially since there were a few extremely capable censors with him. Unfortunately, before Baki could begin his search, another Suna ninja arrived in the Wind Capital and rushed straight to Baki and handed him a scroll. Baki opened and read it. His eyes widened and his expression became very grim. Manabu was surprised. He asked, "What does the scroll say?" Baki handed him the scroll. Manabu read it and immediately became angry. He cursed loudly, "Which heinous bastard did this?" The Suna ninjas became curious. However, the messenger said, "Elder Manabu, Lord Kazekage has asked you to travel to Sabaquetsu. Yura will assist you. In addition, 5 squads of Umbu and 30 squads of varying strengths have moved out of our village and are currently heading towards Sabaquetsu. Manabu nodded. He and Yura along with their squads left immediately. Another scroll with a similar message reached the hands of the daimyo. He too became solemn. Soon the news spread throughout the city, causing panic to spread. Daimyo did his best to quell the panic. His assurances calmed the citizens of the Wind City and brought stability back to the city. 12 hours ago, Fujin traveled for over 3 days through the desert to finally reach the city called Sabaquetsu. He let out a sigh and muttered, "The distance between this city and Sunagakure is larger than the distance between Konoha and Sunagakure." Though Fujin took a few breaks, he wasn't a fan of traveling for so long through non-stop desert. He couldn't help but wonder, in these 3 days I encountered 2 sandstorms. They didn't affect me due to my expertise in wind release, but I can't help but wonder how civilians even trade across these huge and treacherous deserts. Fujin began inspecting the defenses of the city from the outside while recalling the information about the city mentioned in the scrolls provided by Shikaku. Sabaquetsu was a mid-sized city in the far west of the Land of the Wind. Though it wasn't the largest city, it was one of the most important cities for one critical reason. The city was surrounded by numerous oases and received a decent amount of rainfall every year. Due to this, it had the highest agricultural production in the entire Land of Wind. Overall, around 60% of the total agricultural production in the Land of Wind would be obtained from this city. Due to this, it provided food to all the cities and villages in this region, thus saving the Land of Wind a lot of trouble to transport food across the vast desert. In addition, it also sent some food supplies to the Wind capital and Sunagakure and helped them reduce dependence on other countries for food. For this reason, Sunagakure permanently deployed 8 squads to protect this city. In addition, 1 elite jounin would always be deployed in the city. Fujin observed the defenses and analyzed, though the city is important, the defenses aren't very high. The reason for this is that Sunagakure doesn't expect anyone to hit them so far away. In addition, the samurais won't protect this place because of how far into the desert it is. Still, the city does have an elite jounin. Killing him would be troublesome, especially if there are jounins to reinforce him. Unless I can take him by surprise like those Umbu. Fujin analyzed and shook his head. No, that would be difficult. If I fight him and fail to kill him, then he will gain a lot of my information. It would be troublesome if they get enough information to calculate later on that it was me. I shouldn't use my summons or vacuum techniques in my fight unless I am sure that I can kill all who see me use them. The same for my famous swords. Probably best if I avoid using my swords completely. The city had 2 entrances and was surrounded by huge walls. Each entrance had 2 ninjas watching over it. The walls did have seals inscribed in them, but they weren't as complicated as the Wind capital city walls. Fujin planned, I could enter the city through the gates by using disguises of one of the people who leave the city to work in the fields. However, if they follow a certain routine, then entering at odd times will raise suspicions. Fujin thought for a bit and decided, leave it, it's late at night. They won't leave the city for hours. I'll try to infiltrate directly. If I fail or am detected, I'll just escape and replace one of the citizens working outside. Fujin began working on the seals. He was a bit excited as he had never yet attempted to dismantle the seals of an entire city. The most fun he had with seals was messing with Hiruzen in the Wind training rooms in the Umbu training facilities. Chapter 264, Salvaging the Food Supplies. Fujin spent a few hours studying the seals on one section of the wall. Due to hiding his chakra and the massive length of the wall, he wasn't detected or seen by anyone. Finally, the sun rose. And at the same time, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered, "It's cracked." He summarized, "These seals are inscribed by a grandmaster. However, the wall is huge. Whoever inscribed it wasn't very dedicated and did the bare minimum to ensure the safety of the city. However, even if he had been serious, I would have managed to break through. Though I would have needed a lot more time. Maybe while I return I should swing by the Wind capital and leave a few clones to try to break through the seals there. It would be a good test." Fujin entered the city and transformed into one of the people he saw in Wind capital. Fujin didn't waste much time and directly began visiting the important locations. He thought to himself, for ninjas were at the gates. There should be 28 more ninjas in the city. I wonder if they are also deployed or are resting in the city. Fujin's guess was accurate. The ninjas in the city were divided into 3 groups. The first group of 12 ninjas were responsible for keeping an eye on the city gate's eye. And 8-hour shifts. The next group of 12 ninjas were also responsible for protecting 2 crucial locations. The last group of 8 ninjas and 1 elite Genin would stay on standby in case an emergency occurred. Of course, due to how peaceful the city was, every one of them had gotten complacent. Fujin walked towards his target. Soon, a huge fortified structure with sturdy walls that were designed to withstand not only the harsh desert conditions but also any attack by enemy ninjas became visible. This sturdy structure was one of the 2 provision depots in Sabaquetsu. It stored a vast amount of harvested food grains and other food items that could be stored. These depots served as a lifeline for the entire western region of the country. Fujin didn't sense any chakra field active around him or the provision depot. So chakra gathered in his eyes and observed inside the depot. He observed, so this place has only 2 ninjas. I guess the other depot also has 2 ninjas overlooking them. But what exactly are these guys doing? I can feel that both of them are very tense. Fujin was curious, but he didn't care much. He decided, it doesn't matter. They are only chunins. His expression became serious as he observed the seals inscribed on the depot walls. He muttered to himself, the seals are much better than outside city walls. And I can't keep studying this one for hours. Looks like it's time for the dynamic entry. Chakra gathered around his fist. The people who were walking around him were surprised and immediately looked towards Fujin. They noticed that his right fist was glowing. One kid said, "Mom, look. His hand is glowing." Another kid asked, "How can I do that, Mom?" The people were just normal civilians. They hadn't seen ninjas in action. Suddenly, Fujin disappeared. Though the walls had very good protection, the same couldn't be said about the doors. Fujin punched the door and smashed it into pieces. The 2 Suna ninjas inside the depot were playing a game of cards. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise and felt the entire depot shaking. The noise generated by the impact of the punch traveled hundreds of meters through the city. The people who were watching the glowing fist curiously became terrified. They immediately ran away. At the same time, the elite Genin and the other ninjas in the city became alert. 14 ninjas along with the elite Genin immediately began moving towards the depot. The 2 ninjas inside the depot got up and grabbed their kunai. However, Fujin flickered next to one of them. The ninja immediately swung his kunai at Fujin. However, Fujin was much faster. A punch landed on the ninja's face and blew him up. Fujin had enhanced the punch with chakra as well. Blood, flesh, bones and insides of the brain hit the face of the second ninja. His horror knew no bounds. 1 second he was playing a game of cards with his friend, and in the next second his friend's brain was blown up. Fortunately or unfortunately, his misery was short-lived. Fujin fired an air bullet through his throat and ended his life as well. Fujin immediately flickered towards where the grains and other food items were stored. It was easy to find. Fujin knocked the door down and immediately spat a fireball on it. The entire room was lit on fire. However, this wasn't the only grain storage in the depot. There were 7 other such rooms. Fujin immediately began lighting them on fire as well. The elite Genin appeared in front of the depot and was horrified to see smoke coming out of the depot. Fujin had set fire to 3 food storage facilities. Another ninja appeared next to him and asked, "Captain Hitoshi, what are your orders?" Hitoshi quickly commanded, "There should be an intruder inside. I will douse the fire. You guys stop him. Don't let him set fire to every storage facility." He immediately jumped in the smoke. 5 ninjas followed him in. The remaining Sunagakure ninjas in the city kept arriving every few seconds and went into the burning depot. Fujin had set fire to 5 storage facilities when the Suna ninjas spotted him. Hitoshi immediately made hand signs. 4 water clones appeared next to him. He and the water clones headed towards the 5 rooms from where smoke was appearing. The other ninja immediately ran towards Fujin. One of the Jounins screamed hatefully, "How dare you burn the only source of food for the hundreds of thousands of people living here?" Another ninja shouted in rage, "I will skin you alive!" 2 threw shurikens at Fujin while the other 3 weaved hand signs. Fujin dodged the shurikens, but the assault had just started. Wind release, air bullet jutsu wind release, wind gale wolf jutsu wind release, wind sword jutsu 8 air bullets, 3 wind wolves and multiple blades of wind moved one after another towards Fujin. Chakra gathered in Fujin's eyes. He immediately flickered out of the way and dodged every air bullet. He gathered chakra in his mouth. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled a wind current from his mouth. However, instead of the destructive attack, he exhaled an extremely gentle wind current. The blades of winds entered the wind current and were redirected. They moved towards the doors of the remaining storage facilities and cut through them. Seeing their attack destroy portions of their food supply made their hearts ache in pain. At the same time, their hatred towards Fujin increased even more. Lastly, the three wolves entered the wind flow. However, the wind flow was too strong for them to continue. One dispersed directly while the remaining two were sent crashing into the walls and finally dispersed. However, Fujin's position didn't improve much as 3 more Suna ninjas had arrived. Half of the 8 ninjas were Jounins. Fujin's odds kept getting worse. One of the Suna ninjas slammed his hands on the ground. Immediately the ground rose and interrupted the wind flow he had created. Immediately the remaining 7 ninjas pounced on Fujin. Dozens of shurikens and multiple wind jutsus were launched at Fujin. Fujin dodged while counterattacking, but the Suna ninjas kept attacking without caring about their chakra reserves. Fujin kept dodging as he sensed 4 more ninjas entering the depot. He frowned. Killing them in a short time isn't possible without using vacuum jutsus. I need a distraction. He weaved a hand sign as he continued dodging the attacks. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet jutsu. At the same time, one of the Suna Jounins too completed his hand signs. Wind release, wind dragon jutsu. 2 massive 30 meters long dragons appeared in the depot. However, seeing the fire dragon made the Suna ninjas very nervous. The wind dragon collided with the fire dragon who didn't make any move. The impact of the collision destroyed the fire dragon. The Suna ninjas were surprised at how quickly it was defeated. However, their eyes widened in horror as the winds generated by the wind dragon carried the flames everywhere inside the depot. The doors to the storage facilities that were destroyed. Liar let all the fire enter inside. The last remaining food grains that were safe inside the depot began burning. The ninjas attacked while cursing Fujin with every foul word and curse they knew. However, Fujin kept dodging and counterattacking without responding. At the same time, Hitoshi and his clones doused the fire in all 5 rooms. However, their expressions weren't good. Hitoshi muttered, "Even though I doused the fire, all the food items have gotten wet. I am not sure how long it will last." He and his clones left the rooms. Fujin noticed that the smoke coming from those 5 rooms had turned into water vapor. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he decided, it's time. Chapter 265, Konoha's Scheme. A massive chakra appeared around Fujin. The sudden spike in chakra shocked the Suna ninjas. Without giving them any time, Fujin attacked. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Unlike the previous version, this jutsu was as destructive as it could possibly be. The Suna ninja, who considered themselves unmatched in wind jutsus, were dumbfounded by the scale and destructiveness of this attack. The attack left giant scars on the sturdy walls of the provision depot. The Suna ninjas were blown apart as well. 2 ninjas had their throats sliced by the sharp winds. Another had his eyes pierced. One had his left arm sliced off. The winds also moved into the 8 storage facilities. Hitoshi and his clones were caught off guard. All 4 water clones were dispelled, leaving just Hitoshi in one of the rooms. He quickly weaved a hand seal, water release, water prison jutsu. A sphere of water surrounded him and saved him from the impact of the winds. While the Suna ninjas were struggling, a shadow clone appeared next to Fujin. Fire release, searing migraine jutsu. He wasted no time in releasing a massive fire into the winds generated by infinite breakthrough. The fire began spreading instantly. The winds carried the fire to each and every corner of the depot. Hitoshi watched in anger and helplessness as an even bigger fire entered his room. The 3 storage rooms that had just small fires were set ablaze. Every food grain was burned up. The 5 rooms where Hitoshi and his clones had doused the fire were set ablaze once again with even more intensity. Worse, of the 14 Suna ninjas that were fighting Fujin, 12 were set on fire as well. Only 2 managed to use defensive jutsus in time. Fujin noticed the destruction and decided, that should be sufficient. He immediately flickered out of the depot. 2 Suna ninjas were rushing towards the depot when Fujin suddenly appeared in front of them. Both grabbed the weapons and asked, "Who are you?" Fujin looked at them without replying and began building up his chakra. The 2 Suna ninjas prepared themselves for a fight. However, Fujin suddenly disappeared. He used wind instantaneous body jutsu to flicker directly to the city walls and left the city. One of the ninjas shouted, "Where did he go?" He couldn't even follow Fujin's movement. He was about to look for Fujin when the ninja next to him shouted, "Leave him. First, help douse this fire." The ninja stopped and focused back on the fire. However, before they could do anything, Hitoshi completed weaving hand signs. He poured over 80% of his remaining chakra into the jutsu. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. He released a massive amount of water. The water first flooded the room he was in. A massive amount of water was converted into water vapor, but the fire was doused. The water flowed out towards the remaining depot from the door. The Suna ninjas who were on fire immediately ran towards the water and dived in a minute. The water entered all the storage rooms in the depot. The ninjas that were outside the depot immediately jumped out of the way as hot water rushed out like a flood. Hitoshi walked out of his room. His expression was ugly. He noticed the burns on his subordinates. He realized he was a censor. If he had done this attack when I was dousing the fire, I could have stopped it. But he timed it perfectly when I lowered my guard slightly after dousing the fires. He looked at the two ninjas standing outside and asked, "Did you see anyone leave?" The ninja nodded, "Yes, Captain. We saw a man flicker away in a hurry. We wanted to give chase, but decided that saving the depot was more important." Hitoshi sighed and said, "It's fine. Even if you gave chase, you have probably been killed. Arrange the two medical ninjas to heal the injured. I'll watch over the other depot. This one is ruined." He flickered away towards the other depot while being worried. "I hope he doesn't attack the second depot as well. But if he does, I'll abandon the grains and focus on killing him. However, my chakra is very low right now. It will be a very difficult battle." In a few seconds, he arrived at the second provision depot. No attack had taken place there. The two ninjas stationed were on high alert. Hitoshi sighed in relief. He analyzed, since he didn't show up here, he should be very low on chakra after using the combination jutsu by himself. He frowned and asked himself, should I have abandoned the provision depot and attacked him instead? I would have had a good chance of killing him. He thought for a bit and shook his head. No. If I had done that, all my subordinates would have died in the fire. And I would have no guarantee of killing him. Besides, if he has any allies, he could have lured me into a trap. Hitoshi cleared up his thoughts and began passing instructions. The security of the second provision depot was increased many-fold. 10 ninjas were deployed to defend it. At the same time, medical ninjas began treating the injured ninjas. Hitoshi tallied his losses and sighed. 4 ninjas were killed in the fight. 2 of them were jounins. All the food stored in that provision depot was destroyed. So in a few minutes they lost half of their food supply. It was certain to put an immense strain on the Land of Wind. Hitoshi wrote reports and sent messages to the Kazekage and the Wind Daimyo. Meanwhile, Fujin had long left the vicinity of the city. After leaving the city, he kept using wind instantaneous body jutsu continuously to escape over 10 kilometers away. Finally, he took a break and thought, that was rough. Bastards came at me with everything they had. Fortunately, the elite Jounin was more focused on salvaging the grains. He let out a sigh and thought, no wonder Sunagakure attacked Konoha a few years from now. Shikaku and Hiruzen are 2 crazy bastards. In order to increase the dependence of the Land of Wind on the Land of Fire, they decided to burn half the food supply in the western parts of this country. Now the Land of Wind will have no option but to import massive amounts of food from the Land of Fire. The sudden rise in demand would also raise the cost of food items. And it will hence result in restricting the budget of Sunagakure. At the very least, Suna shouldn't expect any budget increases anytime soon. Especially if Shikaku keeps up these tactics. In fact, they will have to spend their own budget to buy food. If Raza were to figure out that these incidents were done by Konoha, he would definitely want to attack Konoha even if he didn't have any solid proof. Only the disruption caused by a war will allow him to reset the ties between the Land of Wind and Fire and force the Wind Daimyo to cooperate entirely with him. Still, Shikaku wasn't too heartless. The scrolls clearly indicate to just destroy one depot and to not destroy any more if one had already been destroyed. If he had planned to destroy the second depot as well, then these people would have been very hopeless. It would have been a tragedy. Thousands of people would have died due to food shortages. The daimyo's position might have become unstable if people died in large numbers due to food shortages. But now the food they have will be sufficient for them to survive until sufficient food is imported. In the end, not only will this region not experience any tragedy, but the people here will be grateful to Konoha and the Wind Daimyo for helping them so quickly. On the other hand, Raza and Sunagakure would be hated as their ninjas were too incompetent to protect their food supply. In fact, Raza will be forced to increase the number of ninjas protecting this city by at least 2 times. A good scheme indeed. Despite not telling him, Fujin was able to discover Shikaka's real intentions through his instructions. Fujin smirked and muttered, "Raza will be in a real mess soon. He. If I didn't have to maintain my disguise, I'd have loved to lure him here and fight a few rounds with him after securing my retreat. Though I won't stand a chance, the opportunities to fight against S-ranked ninjas are just too rare." As Fujin expected, Raza had a terrible headache. The bad news kept arriving one after another in his office. He had just sent a considerable force towards the west when 2 more reports arrived at his table. He read them both multiple times and his expression got uglier every time. The first report came from the hospital in Suna. The doctors had checked the blood samples Yura sent back and stated that it was blood samples of 24 different people. The second was sent by Baki. He informed Raza about Manabu's investigation and about Hiroshi and the 11 traders that came to Wind Capital along with him. Chapter 266, Raza's Helplessness. Raza studied the 2 reports as he calculated 24 different blood samples. The group had 25 different people, meaning that except one, everyone got injured. But who stayed uninjured? After calculating more, Raza concluded, it isn't someone from my umbu. Since they didn't contact me again, it is safe that all 12 of them were killed. This implies that the mercenaries had someone very strong hidden in their ranks who could eliminate all 12 umbu without allowing anyone to escape. His eyes fell on the second report as he analyzed further. That person could very well be this Hiroshi fellow. Either he was with the mercenaries and lured the umbu into a trap. Or the more fearsome scenario, that guy killed all umbu and mercenaries by himself. But how strong would he need to be to kill 24 ninjas who were at least at the Chunin level by himself? Raza shook his head and corrected his line of thinking. No, he could have caught them off guard by using his disguise. However, even in that case, this person needs to be at the elite Jounin level. The 11 traders who came along with him were nowhere to be found. Though Baki hasn't completed his search yet, it should be a hopeless search. Because if this Hiroshi is at the elite Jounin level, then the remaining traders could have been his clones. No, his shadow clones. Probably the assassins were his clones as well. The person who attacked Sabaquetsu should be him as well. Raza's expression became very ugly as he muttered, Konoha sent an elite Jounin to create a mess in my country so brazenly. They want to increase our dependence on them so that we are forced to stay in an alliance with them. Just like Fujin, Raza could see the impact of destroying just one of the 2 provision depots in the west. The scenario was just too favorable to Konoha. Unfortunately, he had no proof to give to the daimyo or the public. However, despite the absence of any proof, he was certain that Konoha was behind it. Within a day, he sent messages to every noble in the west who supported him. In addition, he dispatched another 200 ninjas to the western parts of the country. Fujin had no idea that he would soon be hunted all across the vast deserts. However, the reinforcements were very far away. Traveling across the desert needed 3 days. During this time, Fujin had eliminated another noble who supported Raza completely. Raza's mood worsened even further after receiving the news. In a rage, he shouted, "Does Konoha want to go to war?" He looked at his assistant and commanded, "Call every council member in the village for an emergency meeting." The assistant nodded and got to work. Within half an hour, most of the council members arrived. Raza informed them about the situation and his calculations. Every council member agreed with his calculations. Raza stated, "Konoha seems to be hell-bent on making life difficult for us. We have to retaliate." However, his words caused a wave of silence to spread through the room. After half a minute of silence, one council member commented, "We have no way to retaliate. Since the Uchiha massacre, Konoha has increased their defenses multiple times. The number of their ninjas moving in the Land of Fire has increased multiple times. We will have to send either elite Jounin or a squad of Jounins to be able to achieve something significant. And once they succeed, Konoha will hunt them until they are killed. In addition, they have the Yamanaka clan. Not only will our ninjas be killed, but their memories will also be read. And if Konoha uses that information to convince the Wind Daimyo, then our budget will be restricted even further." The other council members agreed with him. Raza also frowned. He had a very low number of elite jounins. He didn't want to send them to their deaths. In addition, their deaths would hurt Suna in multiple ways. Silence spread through the room. The only eligible name they could think of who wasn't already exceeding 50 years in age was Baki. But Baki was helpless in dealing with the situation in the Wind Capital. If he messed up after entering the Land of Fire, they would lose one of their strongest fighters. None of them wanted to risk this. Finally, one of the council members suggested, "In my opinion, we should focus on killing the elite Jounin that has infiltrated our country. If we kill him, Konoha will feel heartache at losing him. After all, the value of an elite Jounin exceeds more than 100 chunins. Especially considering that he is a very good user of wind jutsus. No country needs wind affinity ninjas more Han Konoha." Everyone immediately agreed with him. The meeting ended without deciding on any good plan to hurt Konoha. Raza sighed in disappointment as he too couldn't think of any good method to retaliate. He just hatefully looked in the west. Around the same time, Konoha received intel about the recent happenings in the Land of Wind. Hiruzen read the reports with a weird expression and called Shikaku. Shikaku received the scroll from Hiruzen. His expression also became weird. Hiruzen chuckled and said, "You messed up. You should have defined the mission parameters properly." Shikaku sighed and muttered, 10 nobles, 12 family members of nobles for ninjas and 1 food storage depot. Does he intend to start a war? He let out another sigh and said softly, "What a drag. I told him that it is the promotion mission for Umbu Captain. Why is he acting like he wants to become the Umbu commander?" Hiruzen let out another chuckle. Shikaku looked at him and said, "This isn't a laughing matter. He has acted so many times that Suna will definitely suspect us. Even if he didn't leave any evidence, they will still want to retaliate." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Fortify our defenses. Set up traps for any enemy squads who would want to create a mess in our country. In addition, prepare yourself for more such news. After all, he has just reached the western side of the Land of Wind." Hiruzen wasn't worried about Suna's retaliation. Instead, he wanted to use the opportunity to kill their elite troops. As long as Suna's strength was kept in check, they wouldn't try to break the alliance openly. Shikaku sighed and said, "We also need to know what deal Raza and Wind Daimyo reached. This wasn't what we wanted. If they resolve their differences, then all our efforts would be pointless." He suddenly stopped speaking and looked at Hiruzen and asked, "Why do I have to do it?" Hiruzen had asked him to do a very tedious task in such a smooth manner that he didn't even consider refusing it. However, he had no will to spend a lot of time working on it. Hiruzen replied, "Because you were the one who messed up." Shikaku retorted, "You were in the room as well." Hiruzen nodded and said, "But you were the one to pass the orders." Both entered into a staring contest. After a minute, Shikaku sighed and got to work. As soon as the door closed, Hiruzen chuckled once again. He looked at the reports once again and thought, "I should have expected this. But it's all right." Suna was becoming too arrogant. If they aren't reined in, they will soon become more chaotic and break off the alliance. Once that happens, the Fourth Great Ninja War will just be a matter of time. Hiruzen got up and looked out of his window at the stone faces. He let out a sigh as he thought, "Finally, our strength has recovered. Once I officially promote the current crop of ninjas to Jounin rank, our numbers will have reached sufficient levels officially. However, we still need a few years of peace for this generation of ninjas to fully mature. Then we can afford to enter another war." As he looked at the stone faces, tiredness could be seen on his face. However, suddenly he squinted his eyes and chakra gathered in them. He noticed someone sneakily moving on the Hokage monuments. But soon he let out a long sigh and muttered, "I am getting too old for this shit. I should have dumped this kid on his perverted godfather." The entire village suddenly noticed that the Hokage monuments were painted and made to look hilarious. Soon, Irika noticed it as well and began chasing after Naruto. While Konoha was peaceful and joyous, the situation in the western territories of the Land of Wind was heating up. 148 Sunagakure ninjas arrived in the city of Sabaquetsu. Manabu, Yura and 2 more ninjas met up with Hitoshi, who told them every detail regarding their short clash with Fujin. Manabu analyzed and said, "Kazekage-sama's analysis seems to be on point. This is most likely the same guy." Odaka added, "An elite jounin from Konoha. We have to catch him and give him the most painful death imaginable." "But," he scratched his chin and asked, "how do we find him in these vast deserts?" Yura looked at Odaka and replied, He seems to be targeting the nobles that favor our village. We just have to study his movements and discover his next target. Then we can set up an ambush for him. Odaka looked at Yura carefully. Odaka was one of the few elite jounins in Suna and a council member as well. He was quite senior as well. Along with Manabu, he was one of the 2 leaders of the Suna ninjas that arrived in Sabaquetsu. He said, Good. You are good, Yura. It's good to see promising ninjas in the next generation. The last member of their group was an Umbu captain who was assigned as the leader of the 20 Umbu ninjas. He was wearing an eagle mask. He said, let's lay down a map and analyze his movements. We also need to analyze his abilities. Then we can set a trap. The group nodded and entered Hitoshi's office. Chapter 267, A Devious Trap. After entering his office, Hitoshi laid down a map on a table. All 5 ninjas stood around it. Odaka asked, Eagle, what do you recommend? Eagle took a marker and circled Sabaquetsu and a nearby town and said, he first burned a provision depot in Sabaquetsu and then killed a noble in this town. The nearest town from there is Karinshi. But that town doesn't have any noble. So according to my estimations, his target could either be the city of Shunkudo or the town of Kiganjima. But it is difficult to say which one. Manabu and Odaka began analyzing. After a couple of minutes, Manabu sighed and said, it's impossible to say which one he will target. We will split up and guard both cities. Yura and I will go to Shunkudo while Odaka and Eagle will go to Kiganjima. Hitoshi, you stay in this city and ensure that the last provision depot stays safe. We will leave 20 additional ninjas with you. The remaining will be divided equally among us. Odama, Hitoshi, and Eagle nodded. They agreed with Manabu's plan. They quickly began discussing which ninja squads would join their groups. Suddenly, Manabu noticed something amiss and looked at Yura. Yura was still staring at the map and didn't say a word. Manabu asked, is something the matter, Yura? Yura snapped out of his thoughts. He said, I have a different take on this, Elder Manabu. Manabu said, explain. Yura said, if we split up, our chances of killing him will decrease. And if we move to those cities, then he might notice our movements and avoid hitting them altogether. In that case, our deployment will be a waste and he might annoy us further by randomly targeting other nobles, forcing us to split into smaller groups. In addition, he should already have a good lead on us. If he kills that noble before we even reach, then we won't be able to do anything and might get exposed for nothing. His words made others frown. They had considered these points but not in this detail as they didn't see any other option. Anabu asked, what do you suggest? Yura said, let's abandon these 2 nobles. The eyes of the 4 ninjas widened at how casually Yura asked to sacrifice the 2 nobles. Yura pointed at a city on the map and said, after he kills the nobles in Shunkudo and Kiganjima, he will target the noble living in Mizunashi City. While he is busy killing those 2 nobles, we can move around this territory and set up a giant trap in Mizunashi before he reaches there. We will hide inside and around the city using Fuinjutsu. When he attacks, we can all surround and kill him. Yura's plan surprised them. They thought about his words and agreed more and more with him. Though 2 nobles would die, the sacrifice would be worth it if they killed him. It was an exchange they were more than willing to make. Odaka looked at Yura in a new light. He thought, I was just teasing him earlier for pointing out the obvious. But he is indeed good. This level of talent should be in the council, Manabu said. That is a good plan. Much better than mine for sure. Hitoshi added, good plan, but there is one flaw. The ninjas deployed at the city gates didn't notice any anomalies or anything strange. So I speculate that he entered the city without alerting the seals inscribed here. Yura replied, I considered that. But this city is very big and was guarded by just 4 ninjas at the entrances. So he would have had opportunities to study the seals. But in Mizunashi he will be able to sense us only if he is a sensor and activates his chakra field. However, doing so while attempting assassination will be very stupid. So he won't do it. Yura's explanation made sense. Everyone agreed. He added, in addition, the time would allow for the backup sent by Kazakage-sama to arrive. So we can even set up a perimeter in the desert to stop him in case he somehow manages to escape. Either way, the battlefield will unfold as we want. Manabu said, yes. Hunting him will begin easier if backup arrives before we set a trap for him. I'll communicate with them. You guys finalize the plans. Manabu quickly left. The rest quickly finalized the details of their trap. In the end, they decided to leave 30 ninjas in the city. They will not only aid in the defense of the provision depot, but would also be responsible for ensuring that the fact that so many ninjas arrived in Sabaquetsu doesn't get leaked outside the city. Within an hour, 118 ninjas led by Manabu and Odaka left the city of Sabaquetsu. They moved around the town of Kiganjima and moved towards the city of Mizuna's Hide. As Yura calculated, Fujin had made his move. Just after they left Sabaquetsu, Fujin killed the noble in Kiganjima and quickly began moving towards Shunkudo. As he moved, Fujin analyzed. As expected, the nobles are being heavily protected. But there wasn't any Jounin-level ninja protecting him. I guess Raza wasn't able to send reinforcements so quickly. Or perhaps the other Umbu who are supposed to be on a promotion mission are also making a mess and forcing Raza to deploy his ninjas everywhere. I can't be sure which one is the case, but it is better to assume the first one. My next target will probably be the last one without any significant protection. Within a few hours, he arrived outside Shunkudo. His eyes glowed as he observed the walls of the city. He muttered, "This one has no seals to protect it either. I am disappointed at how lazy Sunagakure has been. Granted, these cities are far in the west, but is it really so much work to just ask a few Injutsu Grandmaster to visit all these cities and bless the city by carving a few seals?" With no seals to block his path, Fujin just entered the city normally while maintaining a disguise. He casually walked into the city while moving towards Noble's mansion. After a few minutes, he arrived outside the mansion. He hid in a corner where no one would see him and muttered, "All these nobles live right at the center of the city. I don't even have to make any effort to find them." Fujin sighed. His mission had been progressing too smoothly. He was itching for a good fight. Of course, he wouldn't seek it if his enemies didn't act smart enough and allowed him to do his job without any resistance. His eyes glowed as he observed the mansion. He analyzed 8 ninjas. 2 at Chunin level and 6 at Genin. Raza is awfully slow. Are they planning to lower my guard by giving me easy kills? He made a hand sign. Earth release, Earth military movement jutsu. Fujin disappeared into the ground and entered the mansion. None of the 8 ninjas were sensors and Fujin was suppressing and hiding his chakra. So no one detected him. Fujin moved directly towards the central room where Fujin had detected 3 people. 2 of them were ninjas while the third one was a civilian. This was the room where the noble was hiding. He was sitting in a chair while the 2 ninjas stood next to him. He nervously asked the ninjas standing next to him, "Lord Kazuo, how long do we have to keep hiding here?" Kazuo was the Chunin in charge of the defense of this remote city. He replied respectfully, "Don't worry, Lord Toshio. Reinforcements from our village will arrive soon." Toshio was still very worried. Kazuo assured him, "We are here with you as well, Lord Toshio. Live or die, we will join you. So don't worry." The noble nodded. For some reason, he looked to be very fearful of Kazuo. Suddenly, all 3 of them looked ahead. A head popped out of the ground. In the blink of an eye, an entire person appeared. Toshio was horrified. Kazuo and the other ninja also had solemn expressions. However, both had determined expressions. They seemed to have accepted their fate. They quickly grabbed their kunai and took a fighting stance. Kazuo asked, "Who are you?" Fujin didn't bother replying and shot an air bullet at Toshio. The Suna ninjas couldn't even react when the bullet hit Toshio's chest. Toshio's eyes widened. Time slowed down as he felt the pain in his chest. He knew that the Suna ninjas wouldn't be a match for the intruder, but he didn't expect to be killed so quickly. However, instead of sorrow or horror, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he looked at Fujin. His smile surprised Fujin. It was the first time he had seen a noble accept death with a smile on his face. Toshio thought, "My time has come. But my family will live a life of comfort and luxury." He closed his eyes and accepted his death with a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 268, The Spirit of Sacrifice. Fujin was stunned by the smile on Toshio's face. Despite being the killer, he noticed no hatred in Toshio's eyes for him. There was just relief alongside some reluctance. Thoughts clashed at the speed of light in Fujin's brain, trying to make sense of this bizarre scenario. He muttered to himself, "What the hell?" Kazuo and his subordinate noticed Fujin's momentary lapse of concentration. Both immediately jumped at Fujin to kill him. However, Fujin was well aware of his surroundings. He stepped to his left and got out of the Genin's range. He caught Kazuo's arm and kicked him in the abdomen and sent him flying into the wall. He crashed into the wall and fell on the ground and began vomiting blood. The Genin landed and moved towards Fujin again. However, all he saw was a fist coming straight at him. Fujin's chakra-enhanced fist landed on his face and blew it off his head. Kazuo gathered himself and was about to get up when a kick landed on his side and sent him rolling on the floor while vomiting more blood. Numerous ribs had cracked. Fujin didn't attack anymore and asked in a plain voice, "Who was that man?" Kazuo finally managed to get on his knees. He looked at Fujin hatefully and shouted angrily, "You killed the kind noble Toshio? A demon like you will rot in hell." Fujin snorted, "Save your lies for yourself. I have killed way too many nobles to not identify one." "Who was he?" Kazuo's eyes widened. However, he immediately put on an angry face and cursed, "First you kill our noble and then talk bullshit? Just kill me and be done with it. I will wait for you in the deepest layers of hell." Fujin didn't attack him and said, "Good play. I feel stupid for not considering such a simple trick. You knew I was going to come here. So you hid the real noble and used a body double. Cool trick." Kazuo's eyes widened once again. Thoughts ran through his mind trying to find the optimal reply. He wanted to convince Fujin that he killed the real noble. However, he realized that he wouldn't be able to do so. The more he lied, the more Fujin would be convinced. A grin broke on Kazuo's face. He spoke loudly with pride, "That's right. How does it feel to be tricked by the oldest trick in the book? Ha 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 ha." Fujin didn't mind his taunt. He wasn't petty enough to not give credit where credit was due. It was a fact that he was fooled. If the body double hadn't smiled kindly and behaved like any normal human being, he would have been fooled successfully. He replied plainly, "Unfortunately, your plan has failed." Kazuo replied with that huge grin still plastered on his face, "It hasn't. Even if you realize the plan, there isn't anything you can do. You don't know where the noble is hiding. No one other than me does. And I will never say it. You want to kill the noble? Then you will have to kill every single person in this city. No, you will also have to scout the entire desert to check if he has been hidden outside the city. And you will also have to kill everyone in every village in the vicinity of this city. Tell me, did your motherfucking masters from Konoha permit you to commit such atrocities? Ha ha ha." He continued laughing loudly continuously. Fujin chuckled, "You think I'm from Konoha? Good. How about we make a deal? I will let you and your friends live. In exchange, you will tell me the location of the noble. You can even tell Raza that the killer is from Konoha." Fujin's words stopped Kazuo's laughter. He became confused and wondered, is he not from Konoha? Wouldn't that mean that someone else is trying to start a war between Konoha and Suna? No. I shouldn't doubt Raza's intelligence. He might be saying this just to confuse me. He began laughing and said, "No. You can torture me however you want. I still won't tell you." He thought, if I can delay him here until the reinforcements arrive, then I can drag him to hell with me. Fujin's eyes turned towards the door of the room. He sensed multiple ninjas running towards the room. The fighting earlier generated some noise that attracted them. A couple of shadow clones popped next to him and left to confront those ninjas. Fujin said, "Unfortunately, torturing isn't my forte. Killing is. Don't worry, I'll let you die knowing what will happen in the future. After I kill you, I will torture the noble's family in public. That should make him crawl out of his hiding spot." Kazuo continued laughing and said, "Do it." Fujin noticed how unaffected he was and concluded, "As I expected. They are fakes as well." Fujin had no clue who the noble was or how he looked. He entertained Kazuo for so long just to get whatever information he could. Now he had received most of the information he needed. He raised 2 fingers. Wind began flowing around them. Kazuo's eyes widened as he realized, Wind Sword Jutsu. I guess this is it for me. Sucks that he never came close to me. I hoped he got overconfident and got closer to torture me or beat me up. He closed his eyes and made the confrontation hand seal. Immediately, multiple tags on his body lit up. He looked at Fujin with a crazed look in his eyes and shouted, "I will drag you to hell." However, Fujin was unmoved. Blades of wind shot out from around his fingers and hit every single explosive tag stuck to Kazuo's body. Every single explosive tag was destroyed before it could explode. The wind blades also left multiple deep cuts on Kazuo. Kazuo was stunned. Even if he couldn't kill Fujin, he expected to at least injure him. However, he never expected such a result. Fujin said, I respect your intelligence and bravery. I'd have allowed you to die in the way you want, but I need this mansion. Kazuo's eyes widened as he saw Fujin transform into him. Fujin said, rest in peace. A wind blade sliced Kazuo's throat. However, his eyes were glued to Fujin. As his brain slowly stopped working, numerous questions arose in his mind. How did he know I would explode? Why does he keep speaking in such a plain, monotonous tone? Why didn't he get angry no matter how much I taunted him? And why does his face show no emotions at all? Unfortunately, he wouldn't get any answers. He closed his eyes and died without knowing the name or the real face of his killer. Fujin looked at him and sighed, ashamed that his strength was so weak. Had he been stronger, his name might have been famous throughout the ninja world. Fujin concentrated on his chakra. 8 shadow clones appeared. One shadow clone took the disguise of the genin he killed while one dispelled itself. The 2 shadow clones Fujin had created earlier received the memories and dispelled themselves. Fujin and his clones received their memories. 4 shadow clones transformed into the 4 ninjas that the clones killed, while the last 2 clones dived into the ground and moved towards the basement. The last 2 Suna ninjas were hiding there to protect the fake family of the noble. Fujin looked at the person who was disguised as the noble and wondered, why did he smile in such a way? What sort of life would one have to experience to smile at his killer without any hate? Fujin analyzed for a bit but couldn't come up with a definite answer. After all, he had no idea who the man was and what his life story was. Fujin extended his hand towards his head. Yin chakra poured out of his hand and entered the dead man's brain. The Yin chakra gently began following through his neurons. Fujin kept at it for 3 minutes before the dead man's brain started to break down. Fujin frowned and muttered to himself, I thought that the desire to truly know the memories could be a factor in reading memories. I guess not. Fujin sighed and gave up. He was very interested in knowing his backstory but had no means to know it. He stored the dead body. 2 days ago, the news of the destruction of one provision depot had spread throughout Shunkudo. The people were very worried. Meanwhile, Toshio was concerned for his life. He thought, if this is done by the same organization that killed nobles and their families in Wind Capital, then I could be on their hit list. No, my family is in danger as well. He immediately began thinking of a plan to ensure his survival but couldn't come up with any plan. Meanwhile, Kazuo received a message from Sunagakure. He read the scroll and sighed thinking, Raza has lost a lot of influence due to these recent murders. Whoever is doing this must be crazy strong. He doesn't even care about our lives and just wants the noble to stay safe. Kazuo's impression of Raza degraded a lot. However, as a loyal ninja, he was willing to sacrifice his life for his country. He wondered, but how do I keep Toshio safe? He thought for a long time before coming up with a decent plan. He walked towards Toshio's office while sighing, with this method, this old fellow will live. But I will survive only if I am extremely lucky. This really sucks. Chapter 269, When the World is Against You. Kazuo entered Toshio's office and said loudly, Everyone leave. I need to talk with Toshio-sama alone. All the servants immediately left. Toshio was stressed thinking about ways to live. He looked at Kazuo with a hopeful look on his face while thinking, maybe he can think of something. As soon as everyone left and the doors were locked, Toshio said, It's good you came, Kazuo. I was about to find you as well. I have never been so stressed in my life. Kazuo nodded and asked, Worried about the assassination? Toshio nodded. Kazuo replied, You don't need to be worried. Lord Kazekage has asked me to ensure that you and your family stay safe. A look of relief appeared on Toshio's face. He asked, Did you think of a way? Kazuo nodded and replied, Yes. Listen carefully. You and your family will move out of the mansion. All 4 of you will stay under disguise by using makeup, wearing ordinary clothes and moving to live in an ordinary house in the city. You won't have any servants or guards. No one other than me will be aware of your location. In the meantime, decoys will have to be arranged to replace you and your family. If the assassin attacks, that decoy will die. As long as the decoy doesn't blow up your cover, you will get to live and the assassin will go away. If your cover is blown, then you will have to stay hidden for a long time until that assassin gives up. I'll probably not be alive by then, so your survival will entirely depend on you. Toshio became excited after hearing the plan. However, he hid his excitement and put up a sad face and asked, Do you have to risk your life? Kazuo easily saw through the fake concern and said, "It's the life of a ninja. Stop wasting time and prepare to move out and arrange for decoys. I am not sure how much time we have." Toshio replied, "I already have decoys in mind. I'll arrange them for my family. However, I need your help to bring the one for me here. His name is Tetsuo." Toshio gave him the address of Tetsuo and explained his circumstances to Kazuo. Kazuo nodded and left. Toshio immediately got to work. He made 3 people disguise themselves as his wife and sons and asked them to stay in the basement. They knew the consequences of disobeying him and agreed. At the same time, Kazuo reached the outskirts of the city. He searched for a bit and saw an old house. Outside, a middle-aged man was sitting. He looked very tired and sick. Kazuo approached him and asked, "Are you Tetsuo?" Tetsuo was surprised. He looked at Kazuo and immediately recognized him. His eyes widened as he got up in a hurry and bowed down. "Lord Kazuo. It's an honor that you know my name." Kazuo nodded and said, "Come with me, Toshio-sama has instructions for you." Without waiting for his approval, Kazuo turned around and began walking. Tetsuo immediately followed. However, he was confused and wondered, what would Lord Kazuo and Lord Toshio want from someone like me? Tetsuo's current state was horrible. His body was weak and he would frequently fall ill. Due to this, he couldn't work continuously and most of what he earned would be spent in the hospital. So his family's financial condition was very poor. And he was in a lot of debt. He wanted a good life for his family, but no matter how much he tried, it seemed like the entire world was against him. They walked into the mansion. Tetsuo received a lot of curious gazes, making him feel uncomfortable. He did his best to ignore them. He followed Kazuo into Toshio's office and immediately paid respects to Toshio. Toshio put up a kind smile and said, "Get up." Tetsuo got up and asked, "I wonder why you called me here, Lord?" Toshio got up and walked past Tetsuo. He looked through the window and asked, "Are you aware of the recent wave of assassinations, Tetsuo?" Tetsuo nodded. Toshio sighed and said, "I am afraid that I too will be targeted by him. I called you here as I have an important job for you." He turned around and looked into Tetsuo's eyes and said, "I am willing to die. However, if I die, then our whole city will suffer. My children aren't capable enough to run a city yet. So I want you to disguise as me and take my place in the mansion." His words shocked Tetsuo. Tetsuo involuntarily stepped back. But he crashed into Kazuo and fell to the ground. He looked at Kazuo, who was staring straight into his eyes. Tetsuo became frightened as he felt that if he said no, Kazuo would kill him. He immediately looked at Toshio and said, "Lord, I have a wife and 2 young children. Without me, they will become fatherless and no one will be able to look after them or feed them. I would have loved to sacrifice myself for our city, but I just can't leave my family alone." Kazuo frowned. If Tetsuo was reluctant, then he wouldn't work as a decoy. Toshio looked at Kazuo and said, "It's fine, Kazuo. Not everyone can give their lives for the city." He painted Kazuo as the bad guy in Tetsuo's mind while showing himself to be a very just ruler. He looked back at Tetsuo and said, "Tetsuo, I am aware of your family conditions as well as your medical health. If you say no, I won't force you, but hear me out first." Tetsuo nodded. Toshio said, "If you take my place, Kazuo and the other ninjas will be responsible for your safety. You won't die until they are alive. Irrespective of whether we get attacked or not, as long as you live, I'll reward you abundantly. I will clear all your debt, give you a stable job in the mansion and get the best doctors for you to improve your health." He let out a sigh and said, "But if our luck is bad and you die, I will take care of your family. I will clear their debt and give them so much money that even your next 9 generations won't be able to spend it." Hearing the offer, Tetsuo went silent. He was well aware that he wasn't capable of providing for his family. But he loved his family and didn't want to leave them. He fell into deep thought. Toshio and Kazuo didn't disturb him. After 20 minutes of struggling, Tetsuo let out a sigh and thought, "Even if they protect me, I doubt they could stop the assassin. But irrespective of whether I live or not, my family will be taken care of. Though they will be sad about losing me, their sadness will fade away with time. And they will live a fulfilling life. Besides, my death isn't fixed. If my luck changes for once, I will live and my family will not need to worry about money." He got up. Kazuo looked into his eyes and was surprised. He thought, what determination. At the same time, he looked at Toshio and thought, this guy might be a scum, but he understands the human heart very well. In order to ensure that his family lived a good life, Tetsuo was determined to risk his life. No matter what, he wouldn't fail this mission. Tetsuo said, "Lord, I am willing to be your decoy." Toshio nodded and said, "Shunkudo City will remember your bravery. Kazuo will instruct you further." Kazuo nodded and left the room with Tetsuo. As soon as they left, a cruel smile appeared on Toshio's face. He thought, it's hilarious how gullible these fools are. Take care of his family? Hee hee hee. If he lives, I'll kill him so that no one will know that I hid in the face of danger. If he dies, then I'll burn his body and never tell anyone that he died. His family will think that he just abandoned them. As for what happens to them, how is that my concern? Unfortunately for Tetsuo, even in his final moments, the world still stood against him. He died without being able to provide his family with what he desired. Present, Fujin put his thoughts about the man behind him and sighed, "What a mess. Just when I thought that the mission was too easy, its difficulty rises to an insane level." Despite complaining, a smile could be seen on his face. He enjoyed fighting intellectually. He thought, I don't know who created this plan, but it's time to dismantle it. I'd have just killed the noble and left. But now I will make this plan backfire splendidly on Sunagakure. But I need to be careful. I have to prepare an escape route in case Suna sends reinforcements. Thoughts ran rapidly through Fujin's brain as he calculated a devious scheme. Chapter 270, a drama. Fujin's clones entered the basement and killed the last 2 Suna ninjas in the city. The people who were disguising themselves as Toshio's family were horrified. They immediately began screaming and begged, "Please let us live. I promise we won't tell anyone what happened here." Despite the fear, they didn't expose that they weren't related to Toshio. They knew that if they did, their families would suffer for generations and Toshio would kill them even if the assassin didn't. Fujin's clones ignored their screams. One clone weaved a few hand seals. Bufura no Akiriai Jutsu terror could be seen on their faces. However, nothing happened. The look of terror faded away and instead they became confused. Some wondered, did his jutsu fail? Suddenly they got a weird feeling. They felt a slight squirming in their stomach. In an instant, that squirming turned into a sharp pain. They felt as if their stomach was infested by hundreds of maggots. The maggots began eating their way from inside their bodies. The sharp pain soon turned into agony as they felt every mouth ripping and eating the skin, tissue, and tendons. Everyone held their stomach while screaming in pain and horror as the 2 clones watched. One person couldn't take it anymore and yelled at the top of his lungs. The people around him looked at him. Their eyes widened in horror as his stomach was torn open and hundreds of maggots spilled out and began writhing on the ground. Soon they too faced similar fates. Fujin's clones watched as every one of them fell unconscious. However, there were no maggots on the ground, no blood and no torn stomachs. The attack was just a genjutsu. Bufura no Akiriai Jutsu was one of the genjutsus Fujin learnt during his time in the Umbu. It was a very disgusting jutsu. However, against a ninja its usage was limited. Any experienced ninja would know that they are in a genjutsu and disrupt their chakra. So its main usage was to disturb the enemy by causing a weird feeling and pain in their stomachs and use that disruption to attack them. Of course, there was one exception. This genjutsu was disgustingly effective when used by the Aburame clan ninjas. Fujin's clone thought, now they won't wake up for a while. Though I could have used a different genjutsu, this one ensures that they won't wake up for at least half a day. In addition, the horror they experienced will force their brains to forget about this event and the events before they went unconscious. This will make it very difficult for Suna to get the exact information from them. Fujin could have just killed them. But he had killed too many innocent people during this mission. If he could avoid killing more, he would take that option. The clones transformed into the 2 Suna ninjas they killed, stored their bodies and returned to Fujin. Fujin had finished completing his plan. 16 shadow clones popped around him. However, one immediately dispersed. The plan immediately was transmitted to all the remaining shadow clones. The 15 new clones immediately transformed into random people Fujin came across and flickered out. 8 clones rushed out of the city. They spread away at equal distances and formed a perimeter. All of them activated their chakra field simultaneously, monitoring the city from all sides. If reinforcements from Suna arrive, they would send the message back to Fujin, who would withdraw immediately. The remaining 7 clones mixed with the common people in the city. Inside the mansion, Fujin and his clones, disguised as Suna ninjas, left the room. The servants in the mansion were all hiding in fear after the sounds of the fighting spread throughout the mansion. Though the sounds had stopped, they weren't sure who won. Seeing the Suna ninjas walk around the mansion relieved them. Fujin's clones looked at them and said, "The assassin is killed. You can relax." The servants all smiled. One said loudly, "I knew that any assassin couldn't kill Sunagake your ninjas. We are the strongest ninja village." Fujin's clone chuckled and asked, "Is that so? Then why were you hiding?" The servant immediately became nervous. He thought, "Shit, I was just trying to get in their good books. Why is he making it difficult for me?" The servants around him also stared at him. They were quite sick of his bootlicking ability. The servant said while stuttering, I was. Fujin's clone chuckled again and said, "It's fine. I have a job for you guys. Leave the mansion and spread the messa. Gee. The assassin who kept killing the nobles is dead. There will be a huge announcement made. So everyone who can should arrive around the mansion." The servant immediately said, "I will immediately inform everybody." The others also nodded. Fujin's clone added, "If you find others hiding, inform them as well." They agreed and left. Fujin's clones found the others who were hiding and gave them the same job. Meanwhile, Fujin began going through items in the mansion. After searching for a bit, he found a photo album. Looking at it, he muttered, "So this is how this noble called Toshio looks. And this is his family." Though trying to look for him actively will be pointless as he should be wearing a disguise to hide from civilians. Fujin created another shadow clone and dispelled it. The memories transferred to all his clones. The 7 clones that had mixed among the civilians began to keep an eye out in case they saw someone who looked familiar. The news spread through the city quickly. The news that an assassin was killing the nobles was already well known. To know that the assassin was killed in their city was a matter of joy and pride. Within minutes, thousands of people crowded around the mansion. Fujin watched it and wondered, will this be sufficient to make the noble crawl out of his hiding spot? Fujin and his clones scanned the crowd for 2 minutes. Unfortunately, they couldn't spot him. Fujin, who had transformed into Kazuo, stepped forward. He said in a loud voice, "Quiet down." Kazuo was well known in the city. The crowd went silent. Fujin continued saying, "An hour ago Toshio-sama was attacked by that scum assassin. Unfortunately, he encountered me." The crowd listened in anticipation as Fujin looked at them. He shouted, "I killed that coward." The crowd instantly erupted in joy. The entire mansion was drowned in roars. The cheers were heard throughout the city. The ones who couldn't make it regretted not being there. However, they were cheerful as well. Fujin waited for the noise to lower and said loudly, "Tonight, the entire city will celebrate. So come to the mansion in the evening. We will have the largest buffet ever. When the fireworks go off, drop everything you are doing and come here to celebrate." The crowd cheered even louder. "Long live Toshio-sama, Kazuo-sama is mighty," such slogans were shouted continuously. Fujin looked around with a smile on his face and slowly retreated into the mansion. The crowd lingered for a while before leaving. The news of a buffet spread through the city. Everyone was happy except one person. Toshio was sitting in a restaurant. A lot of makeup was applied to his face. The people in the restaurant couldn't recognize him. A frown formed on his face as he cursed, "Why is Kazuo spending my money?" His face became ugly at the thought of his money being wasted on commoners. He wondered, should I return to the mansion? That bastard has already killed the assassin. So why didn't he call me back? He thought for a bit and decided, no. I have cooperated with Kazuo for a long time. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for now. As for the money, I can earn it back in no time. He got up and began leaving the restaurant. As soon as he did, he heard 2 people speaking. One guy said, "Hey, did you hear? Toshio-sama hid in the city while a decoy took his place. I didn't expect Toshio-sama to be so cowardly." His friend replied, "Yes. I was very disappointed. I had higher expectations from Toshio-sama." The first guy said, "Yeah, everyone is disappointed. I heard that Lord Daimyo is upset with Toshio-sama, and a new noble would be elected." His friend nodded and said, "Yes. I hope Kazuo-sama becomes our new noble. Under him, we might become the strongest city in the West." The first guy chuckled and said, "I say the decoy should become the new noble. After all, he has the guts and the will to sacrifice himself for us. That's how a noble should be." The 2 continued talking while moving away. Toshio's face became very ugly. He almost lashed out at the two but controlled himself. He thought in rage, I should have known. That bastard tricked me. He is using this opportunity to usurp my power.